watch something else. Oh, there I am. Oh, it's scheduled, as in it's already happening. Okay. Let's talk about Social Security shenanigans. Let's.
Social Security shenanigans.
And
what the Republican Party might be intending, whether what Biden said is true about it being on the chopping block, and what's going to happen in 2023, because there are some changes.
Please.
Okay,
please.
so first, the good news, if Social Security is important to you.
Please.
In 2023,
Please.
8.7% increase in Social Security payments, cost of living adjustment. Why? It's inflation.
Excellent.
It's the largest increase in 40 years. Medicare Part B will drop. The premium, I want to say it's going to drop like $5 a month, but it's the first time it's gone down in a decade.
Okay, fine.
That's the good news.
Whatever.
The bad news is
Let's play
the
Subnautica.
idea that Biden has put out there that Republicans want it on the chopping block. Is that true? Well, I mean, it certainly seems like it. You have Rick Scott and Ron Johnson both saying they want to switch it from mandatory to discretionary. They want to have to reauthorize it every year, every 5 years, depending on the political candidate.
That's not good.
Now, they say it's to make sure the money's there. Which, sure, I mean, that totally matches up with the rhetoric,
Is
right?
the money always there?
Not really.
Isn't it Social Security?
The more likely reason is to eventually not
to get rid of
reauthorize it. But in the meantime, use the reauthorization process as leverage to cut payments,
I don't
to
have
trim the
VR,
fat.
sorry.
If you are receiving Social Security that you paid into for your entire life, you're the fat, by the way. That seems like the most likely reason to want to do it. Their rhetoric does not line up with what they're saying.
God damn it.
Bloomberg government had an interesting report saying, in part, Social Security and Medicare eligibility changes, spending caps, and safety net work requirements are among the top priorities for key House Republicans who want to use next year's debt limit deadline to extract concessions from Democrats. So the idea is that the Republican Party wants to just steer the U.S. towards a cliff when it comes to the debt limit. And if the Republican Party doesn't get its way, if the Democratic Party doesn't allow them to adjust
what game I'm playing,
entitlements, stuff that you paid into your entire life, or safety net stuff, well, they'll just steer us right over the cliff. That's what Bloomberg reporting is suggesting here.
That's me.
It is worth noting the Republican Study Committee
How much latency is there?
has put out a thing. Basically, it's a plan to raise the eligibility for Social Security to 70
15
and for
seconds.
Medicare to 67.
Okay, that's fine.
Now, people are kind of acting like this would never happen because there's a Democratic president. It's not necessarily the case.
Well,
If the Republican Party has enough leverage because they have control of the House, they might be able to push it through. They might be able to attach it to something that's passed.
Submit.
They might
Submit
be able
what?
to find some leverage.
What do you want me to submit?
threaten
I will
to
never
crash
submit.
the entire economy if they don't get their
Never
way.
submit to you, computer.
So, I personally
Loading
think
Aurora, loading base.
I would like to say that no politician would do that it's just bluster. But then again, we did all just watch them follow Trump and try to, subvert the entire election. So maybe not. It seems to me like this idea is a little bit out there.
Cyclops.
But given what we've seen from the Republican Party lately, we can't really put it past
enameled
them.
glass. That's what we need.
So there is a legitimate worry.
I think I know where to find some enameled.
Social Security, Medicare, stuff like that. If the Republican Party takes control of the House. Listen.
Oh wait, can I
More
scan
so
for
the
it?
House. But that's where we're at. I find it hard to believe that there is a major political party in the United States that really does think that leverage is, basically steering the entire country into, economic ruin. But at the same time, I can't say no, they wouldn't do that because their rhetoric and their record lately doesn't warrant me saying that. This is a theory that's been put out. Is it plausible? Yes.
Right there?
Is it possible? Yes. Do I think they'll do it? I would hope not, but you never
did
really
I drop it right here?
Anyway, it's just a thought. Y'all have a good day.
Okay, there's one right there. Oh, hello. Got another ping. I am. Oh wait, if I build a window in the scanner room, then I can see myself. Okay, we'll do that later.
Welcome in here, out there. Welcome to the Late Show. I'm your host, Stephen Colbert.
Welcome.
And tonight, I come to you
And right
with a spring
here.
in my step, a song in my heart, emotionally and spiritually
to
refreshed.
me.
Because you know how, as humans,
There.
we have to accept the fact that sometimes bad things happen to good people. Well, by the grace of God,
Sometimes.
bad things happen to Alex Jones. That's
Yeah.
a good thing. Because
We have
this
this
just came
stasis
down,
rifle.
thanks to a ruling by a Connecticut jury, Alex Jones has
fun to
reported to pay
use.
Sandy Hook victims' families nearly $1 billion.
Billion. Oh, glass. Can I put it here, or here, or here? Can I put it anywhere in here? No?
You heard that
Okay,
right.
great.
Billion with a capital bye.
I.
And that's it. That's that story. A lot of other stories to talk about tonight, but I'd be just as happy to stand here and grin. So I just
Oh,
monologue?
no
Let's move on.
salvage?
Fine, let's move on.
I guess I did drop stuff right here just
I feel like I'm
because.
peeking, but we'll go on.
Look at that big
The
ass
big story
tooth.
tonight is whatever happens tomorrow, because the January 6th committee will hold what's being called the probably final public hearing.
Probably,
That sounds
okay.
possibly exciting. Now, if tomorrow is the finale, I hope it ends like Seinfeld, with all the main characters in jail.
Oh, what's that? Oh. One of those things. Oh. That's why the teeth are here, because they are playing with the metal
It was
salvage.
a coup.
Oh, sometimes they
About
play with the cameras.
For now,
One time,
for now, democracy is still alive.
one had a camera in its mouth while I was looking through the
As I
camera. That was
informed you
funny.
yesterday, last night was the final vote of Fat Bear Week.
It was
2022,
weird
the
to look
contest
at.
that it
Hello,
plucked
you.
Tubby Cubby 901
Hey, where are you going, huh? Where are you
against
going?
the fan favorite
Got
747,
him.
nicknamed Colbert,
Oh,
which is
bear.
inspired.
Ah, here it
Which
is.
is inspired by the ear imperfection he shares with Stephen Colbert. Yeah, check it out. Check my deformity out, okay? I'm the most famous person.
Submit
with ear
what?
imperfection.
What do you want me to
That's
submit?
Vincent Van Gogh. You big
God damn it.
crybaby.
Why does this happen?
People have spoken about bears, and 747 Colbert is America's fat bear. There are other less important elections out there, like the race for Georgia's Senate seat featuring Republican nominee and man saying, "The baby's father is moi."
Is me?
Herschel Walker. Walker's been
What a
in hot water
surprise,
ever since
yeah.
he learned that despite his hardline, no exceptions, abortion is murder political position in 2009, he urged his girlfriend to get an abortion and paid for it. Eventually, because yesterday we learned the woman had to repeatedly press Walker
Eventually, he
funds
paid
to
for
pay
it.
So he's cool with abortion as long as it doesn't cost him. So he's socially liberal, fiscally conservative, complete a-hole. To
Sure. Yeah.
steer the conversation away from abortion or his multiple secret children with multiple secret lovers, yesterday Walker held a
Hello,
rally
you.
and told this totally unrelated story.
So I've been telling this little story about this bull out in the field with 6 cows.
Bull out in the field.
So you know you got something going on.
Yeah. Getting dating advice from Herschel Walker.
Got moon pool right here.
I'm sorry, go on.
Very nice.
But all he cared about,
Very nice.
he kept his nose against the fence, looking at 3 other cows that didn't belong to him. Now all he had to do is eat
That
grass.
bull wants all those cows. He wants some cow pussy.
So he decided, I want to get over there. So one day he measured that fence up. And he said, I think I can jump this. So that day came where he got back. And he got back, and as he took off running, he dove over that fence, and his belly got cut up onto the bottom.
Oh,
And as
hello,
he made
a
it over the other
cave.
side, he shook it off and got so excited about it. Then he ran to the top of that hill, but when he got up there, he realized they were bulls too.
Oh, whoops. Shark. Thought I heard something.
30 seconds.
Oh, there you go. Oh, it's a baby reef back.
Moral of that story is
Wait, oh, wait, is it caught on the... Oh, this happens every once in a while. It's caught on the...
the very horny caterpillar.
on this little pipe right here.
President Biden, you know Joe Biden. Yeah.
That's funny.
Give him hell,
That's,
Joe.
oh wait, can I take a screenshot
Biden's also been
of...
busy lately. Last night he sat down for an interview with the last remaining CNN employee, Jake Tapper. It was really good to hear from Joe.
Okay, can I
considering
get rid
last
of
week in
the
fundraiser
submit
casually
if I just
warned
close
that
this?
The world is at risk of nuclear Armageddon.
Oh, come on. Wait, what if I, Oh, there it is. There it goes. Okay, cool. Sometimes that's what you gotta do. Oh, it's turning. It's turning, see? Oh, this one was going all the way down to the caves over here. Oh, I get some. Gimme. Look at that. Look at that shit. chill right here. Okay. Hello, you. To me. Bonk. Oh, whoops. Gotta go back. Oh, there's a bunch of shit right here. Cool. Yeah, let's go back. Oh, wow. Plenty of shit. And let's go play with our little boy. Alright. Gotta drink this. Plenty of stuff over here. Nice. Hello, you. Ooh. The biter. Oh, another cave. I don't think I've been there before. Here's my Cyclops. Actually, why don't we just, go over there right now? Oh, nice. Bleep, boosh.
Welcome aboard. All systems online.
All systems online. Okay, so a weird thing happened last time I tried to dock a Seamoth in the in the Cyclops. It just disappeared. The Seamoth just fucking disappeared out of the dock. So let's hope that was just a little one-time glitch. All systems online. Yeah, it was just right here. Oh wait, can I? Oh, I can actually put stuff in the storage from here. Okay, cool. Can I access, like, what is this though? Oh, these are the upgrades. Cool. Oh, so I can access it all from here. Yeah. So I was thinking, I can do without the storage module, especially since I have this Cyclops right here, right? Yeah. So go find out. Power cell. That. I put this right here. Nice. 300%. Hey, that's pretty high. Okay. Station device. Oh, here's a cross. Boop. Figured out I gotta charge the power cells outside of this place. Because the power just comes from the power cells. Oh, gotta place this one. Oh, I can just unload it. Hold on, just... Okay, I think we can... Whoops. This again.
Welcome in here, out there. Welcome to the Late Show. I'm
Might
your
get
host,
copyrighted
Colbert.
for Stephen
And tonight-
Colbert. There I am. On a buys white supremacist app. Yeah, that's one way of describing it.
Graduation checkmate. Yeah, I'm owned. Now,
Okay, it's still
I
here.
thought that is where
Good.
it was going to end. Turns out that is not where
no.
this saga was ending. New Axios,
close these
Ye, formerly
doors.
Kanye West, plans to acquire Parler. Big picture conservatives really started to build alternative media universe. Elon is buying Twitter. Trump is building his own platform. And Peter Thiel and JD Vance are funding Rumble.
Does
Kanye
this
West is
automatically
acquiring the
close if
conservative
I
social media site
dock it?
Parler.
Makes
Parler
sense.
is yet another one of those failing conservative media sites there that has
One of
absolutely
those.
been dog shit. Now, this part of the conversation
it's-
is really
it's
interesting
shit,
when you think
alright.
about it. It's like, oh wow, Kanye West is buying Parler? That's crazy. Why did that happen? I wonder why that could have happened.
why?
Oh wait, that's right. It's
He's
because Parler.
literally-
It's because Parler is Candace Owens' husband's company. Parler CEO is
shocking.
motherfucking Candace Owens' husband.
Yeah. Funny how that works, huh? Curious.
This fucking dumbass doesn't realize he's getting shafted, dude.
He's literally, yeah,
Straight up.
taken advantage of. Water.
What a fucking idiot.
Yeah, this is all a long con by Candace. Good on Candace, honestly. Like, she's getting out with she's getting that bag, right?
Here it is. This is the Parler CEO. George Farmer is the CEO of the social media app Parler, an alt tech site aimed at appealing to
You
conservatives.
have the beacon.
Singer Kanye West announced he would be purchasing the platform after he was blocked on Twitter only days after his account was reactivated. Finessed. Absolutely fucking finessed. Can you imagine?
Oh, literally.
I mean, it's kind of selfish of Candace Owens to to throw away the biggest layup that the conservative movement has gotten with respect to like media narratives
Yeah,
by
she's just-
allowing Kanye to go
she's just
full
cashing out,
anti-Semite,
isn't
which
she?
kind of gives the game away. That's one. And also simultaneously, like pumping
What's
him
that
so
symbol?
fucking hard and then dumping him like a goddamn shitcoin by making him purchase from her husband this bullshit website. I mean, it's just, what are you doing? You got a gift. You got an incredible gift. It
You're
opens up
throwing
the
it
door to
away.
so many other avenues.
Yeah.
Conservatives love the media. They care about culture. They care about culture so much. It's the one facet that they cannot dominate,
I hope
right?
this is not harming the
They want to dominate it
ecosystem
so much.
by just driving this
And now they
giant
have an
sub through
opportunity
it.
to do so because Kanye opens the door for them because Kanye has a lot of fucking connections and he's still a moneymaker up
Powering
until
down.
this very
Is
moment,
that
right?
waste of energy, maybe?
And they just go and selfishly cast it aside.
A base.
You went way too hard with this.
Oh, hello? What's this?
Why would a grifter pass this opportunity? Well, if you were ideologically minded, if you genuinely and personally
If.
were
here we
guided
go.
by
We got
the
plenty
white
of seaweed.
supremacist ideology
Cool.
that Candace Owens truly cares about, right?
Oh.
Or acts like she truly cares about, you
Can I
wouldn't
just
do
do
this.
this?
This is short-term benefits that you're
whoops.
hyper focusing
I can't
on
get out. Oh.
for your fucking husband,
Okay, good.
and you're losing out on all
Good.
the long-term benefits that you could have had by, you know, ensuring that
Yeah,
fucking
she
Kanye West is
cashed
like
out
your most
way
loyal
too
soldier.
early, right? Way too early.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Typical.
Here's where I can
After
put
taking the CEO position of Parler, Farmer told Fox Business that he had worked to get the app back online and meet the criteria set by app stores. Remember, Parler was removed from the app stores following the January 6th Capitol riots, saying it failed to moderate egregious content.
Bidu.
Even conservative talk show host Dave Bongino responded to a statement on Facebook and said Matz was
Should I
responsible for
make
really
this?
bad decisions that resulted in Parler's removal from the Google app and Apple app stores.
Don't need it. Maybe I should move all this stuff
Think about
over to the other
You got fucking Dan
base
Bongino
part of the base, right?
shitting on your moderation.
Dan Bongino of all people, yeah.
The whole technological infrastructure is based in woke corporate America, and that makes it very difficult for a free speech-oriented
Base?
platform, he told the outlet. This is what the CEO of Parler said. Except, the reason why Parler fucking failed is the reason why Gab failed, is
Oh,
the
we have
reason why
plenty of
Truth
power
Social
now.
fails.
Cool.
One, conservatives don't give a fuck about having a little hug
Just,
box where they just like get to they
they
talk
want
about
to
all their
trigger
conservative
others,
ideas.
right?
They care about that, but they care about owning the liberals more. So if you can't get libs on those apps, no one's gonna go there. The second and
Yeah,
more
we gotta
important
own- we
problem
gotta
with
have libs
content,
to own.
with lack of content moderation in applications like Gab and
This-
Parler, is
oh,
that
whoops,
it becomes
inventory
a
full.
pedophile Nazi zone. Okay?
Literally.
Because if you don't moderate your content, then Nazis and pedophiles go there and just say Nazi pedophile shit. So then even other conservatives are like, man, I
Where's
don't
the
want to be
line?
on this website. What the fuck? These guys are talking about fucking kids.
That ain't.
And it doesn't work.
Right. That ain't me. Totally not
You're never
me.
gonna get libs on your website if your website is just like Nazi pedophile mass shooter central. And if you don't have libs, there's gonna be no libs to own. So like the regular conservatives are not gonna want to be on there either. And even regular conservatives are gonna be like, okay, this Nazi pedophile shit is a bridge too far for me. That's precisely the reason why you have to moderate your content. Even fucking 4chan moderates its content.
Even 4chan.
Every fucking
even 4chan.
place, every forum, even if they are built on the foundational principles of free speech, will always have some level of filter.
No, that's right. We can put this bag anywhere, really.
Okay? You have to. But anyway, wonderful grift
Now, this is a
from
room.
Candace
we can,
Owens. I think
put
it's too
stuff in.
short-sighted.
Yeah, she
And
she got to play.
Kanye
She
West
got
is
to play
buying
the
this
long
after
game
saying a bunch of
here.
anti-Semitic stuff.
She could have been playing the long game, but no.
On the Drink Champs podcast, so that's ridiculous. What is this? This is the new shit. It's called Lambda Male. We reject the alpha beta duopoly. We're a new type of man that gets and keeps our women by constantly going to the hospital. You are not ready for us. Jason Sudeikis allegedly threw himself under Olivia Wilde's car to prevent him from leaving to visit Harry Styles, their former nanny claims. He said he was doing it on purpose to make her late going to see Harry. Wait, what?
Is that real? Okay.
I don't even know.
Yeah, what's going on here? Wait, Harry Styles did that? What?
Wait, hold on.
Oh wow, lots of stalker teeth. Cool. Beep beep bop boop boop. Oh, they're far away. Cool. Oh, they're right. Oh my gosh, there's so. Oh my god, there's so many. Oh wow, there's. Have you been using me? Wait, can we see if we can get him to hello? Oh, it's happening.
Is
Oh
going
my
to
gosh,
see
it's
Harry a
happening.
euphemism?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no. It's just you're gonna fuck Harry.
It's just playing with us. Okay,
Mark
there's
Zuckerberg
plenty
of Meta
right
said
here.
VR, the technology he bet his entire
Along
$340
with
billion
the
company on a year ago
metal
is
cells they're
entering
using to actually-
the thrill of disillusionment. That's a term folks in the
What
tech
are they-
industry
what
like
are
to
they
use
doing? They're,
when
like,
excitement around a new technology
playing
drastically
with
wanes
hard
per
stuff
CNBC.
just to, like,
Yeah, I love that shit.
Get their teeth all.
Anyway, earlier this
know,
month, Yeezy's
filed
Instagram and Twitter
down.
accounts were restricted. Details in a statement, Parler's parent company, Parliament Technologies, has said it entered into an agreement in principle to sell Parler EA
Parliament.
for an undisclosed amount. The proposed acquisition will assure Parler a future role in creating an uncancelable
Okay, so
ecosystem where
plenty
all
right
voices are welcome.
here.
Under the terms of
And-
agreement,
oh, wow.
Parler has
Oh my
already
gosh, there's so many.
Parler has already agreed to sell fully to Ye, but Parler
There you
continues to
are.
receive technical support from Parliament Technologies. Ye has already
Okay.
created an account on Parler, but has yet to post anything.
Okay, let's leave this
Yeah.
camera drone over
Uncancelable,
here
except
somewhere.
for when they had such little content moderation that they unironically had to fucking cancel it. So there was that.
Here's that whole thing.
That.
That whole thing. Oh, I can make this now out of magnetite. I have the
Kanye's
speed
gonna own
upgrade.
Parler. Elon's gonna own Twitter, and Donald Trump owns Truth Social. It's a good time to be a conservative.
magnetite. We have 2 pieces of magnetite. Yeah, this whole part of the base I can
great
just
time, man.
get rid
I mean,
of.
you're giving the game.
This is the
away.
first part of the base. that I
Elon's
put.
gonna own Twitter and then make it Nazi
kind of
central. I
a-
promise. It's like, no, he's not. Shut the fuck up, idiot. Okay.
Yeah, this is probably just gonna sell
anyway,
Twitter
let's continue.
because you can't actually do anything with it, right?
Let's watch Nori apologizing for the kind comments on the Drink Champs podcast
Oh, we got a
on the Breakfast Club.
computer chip. And that. Here's magnetite. Fe3O4. Metal oxide with magnetic properties.
Bro, the fact that he's just like constantly naming
That's
Jewish people
iron
around him
oxide,
is
isn't it?
immediately
Fe.
alarming. Okay, like you don't do that.
Literally.
Now, there's some parts that I missed where he mentioned George
Let's
Floyd.
see,
I mean, this
an
is like the
enameled
most
glass,
disrespectful.
and
It ranges from like, from what I understand, it ranges from like hyper anti-Semitic shit to like,
he goes
to
off.
very anti-black
Kanye goes
bullshit
off.
that you hear from Candace
real.
Owens, like verbatim. This is
Oh,
like
that's
Candace
right. We
Owens
can
line,
almost
from what I
build a
understand,
prawn
verbatim.
suit. We need aerogel. I think I know where to find it, but I haven't gotten it yet. Oh, repulsion cannon. Oh, I can totally build this now. Okay. Percussive force to entities in range.
8 minutes.
We got to.
He said a prayer for 8
Wait, how do I
minutes.
build propulsion cannon? Battery
They hit him with the
titanium
fentanyl.
wiring kit.
If you look, the guy's
Then-
knee wasn't even on his neck.
That is
Oh no.
just straight up white supremacist
Ooh.
conspiracy theory, through and through, top to bottom, start to finish. It's one that Candace Owens was like a
Oh
big
wait, I can
champion
make an
of on
engine
Facebook. She talked off for that.
efficiency, but
Because
I
Candace
already
Owens'
have
entire
this.
purpose is to be
Oh wait,
the blackface
I
of,
don't have this. Maybe I can
white
just make this
supremacy.
instead.
right? Her job is to literally say the same things that, like, you know, Klan members and incredibly racist white people say, white supremacists say, but as a black woman, right? That's her job. That is what she makes money off of.
I mean,
okay? That's why we say Candace
the
Owens.
Seamoth gets
Out of pocket, my
recharged
guy,
when it gets docked.
You're saying, me saying
Right,
Candace Owens'
but-
job is to be the black face of white supremacy, like a black woman who spreads white supremacist talking points. You are in the wrong community if you do not fucking understand that that is the reality here, okay? Unless you're talking about Kanye West.
Jump jet.
Kanye West. He's probably talking about Kanye.
Kanye West.
Anyway,
That's nice.
regardless.
Fire suppression, crystalline
Is Ye too far
sulfur.
gone? Yes, I think it is.
I don't know
It's
how to
just
make
like,
a
I mean,
decoy
he's rich
tube
enough
yet, or I don't know how to
and
make a
loved enough,
decoy at
like,
all.
there's still plenty of people who just want
We gotta
so
figure that out.
desperately
Ooh,
for him to be
observatory.
normal,
Okay.
for him to return
Ammo
to,
glass
like,
times
a normal
2.
state where he's not just fucking straight up saying, Hassan, don't make those jokes. What jokes?
Thermal plant.
Out of pocket, my guy. Kanye out of pocket, sir. Come on, don't come at my Hassan. I think they mean the Candace Owens joke. Yeah, I don't.
I mean,
fuck.
aerogel.
Get mad at me if you want. It's Candace Owens.
I guess it's not.
Anyone
we
and
don't have a
everyone
lot
that
of
defends
thermal energy.
Candace Owens, to me, is crazy. There are lines I will not cross.
Aerogel.
You know what I mean? But it's not even a fucking joke.
Oh,
at that
this
point.
is,
It's like, if anything, it's like too lighthearted about something that's like, she is literally a white supremacist.
I would like to build a
At least Kanye,
bioreactor.
at least
some,
Kanye
I mean, a
is in a
nuclear
situation
reactor.
where like he's
We can build
vulnerable.
this
You
now.
know what I mean?
Just need a wiring
But even
kit.
then, there's obviously a lot of personal responsibility he has refused to take, which is fucked up. There's a lot of personal responsibility
Nuclear waste disposal.
with respect to like pushing people around, pushing people that could have been by his side, people that love him, help him.
Oh,
Not
right. What am I looking
thrown
for?
into the prison of mental
Pure
illness
chip.
and get exploited by the
Blue
likes
coral
of
sample.
Candace Owens,
Gold.
right?
Like that. When he said mama, is his girlfriend. They said he screamed
Oh,
for his
here's the
mama.
one with
Mama was his
potion
girlfriend.
cannon.
It's in the documentary. But something that hit me, that fucked me up when I was watching the documentary, and it said they
Bro,
were.
it's not a documentary, man. It's not. You watched like unhinged ramblings of white supremacist psychos that purposely cut agitated propaganda to make it seem like a black dude who was executed in broad daylight by a functioning military arm of the fucking state. It was created to make you feel
we
differently
can,
about that situation, and it was
Just transfer
mostly
this stuff
created
first, because like.
with you know with the purpose of giving white people the opportunity to feel better about their white supremacist values and attitudes, because it was
Let's
Candace
make
Owens
this.
made. And that's her entire purpose. Her entire purpose, her entire job is to literally make racist white people have the talking points and feel more comfortable about those talking points, because they can always turn back and
it's
say,
a
well,
black person,
listen, she's
so
one of the
she's
good
allowed
ones,
to
and
say
she's
it.
saying it.
He's allowed to say it.
But it's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, you're 50 years old, man. You have to have some responsibility and some control. You know what I mean? Like, I get the you know,
Boom,
the fact that
boom,
like
boom, boom.
he's in a vulnerable mental state and is being exploited, but also this is very much Kanye West
Yes.
trying to be as controversial as possible and so careless about these issues that are so fucking these issues that are violent, like that harm black people less fortunate than he is. You know what I mean? Advancing white supremacist values this way is making it a less safe space for black people across the board.
Oh, magnetite.
Want a tall guy like me. When I looked at that image of him, this tall black dude with the bald head, he reminded me of somebody else.
Hassan is so terrible on this topic. I hate it. Woo!
Bad.
Come on, no one is helping him. Not even he himself is helping him. Delusions are common. Bipolar God stuff comes with it too often.
Oh,
That's crazy.
titanium.
I'm being so fucking. Maybe you're saying I'm being too
goodness.
charitable to him. I think. If anything, I'm being too fucking charitable.
House. And then, so we're on the plane, and we're like, well, where's Drake's house in comparison, in distance to the concert? And I look up, I say,
Oh, I went to the wrong video. Sorry. This is unrelated.
who do you think he reminded me of? He told me
Here.
I was watching the
Then we can just
documentary,
put
and it
these
said
in
they want a
real
tall
quick.
guy like me. When I looked at that image of him, this tall black dude with the bald head,
Nice.
he reminded me of
Why
somebody
is
else.
power
Who do you think he
150?
reminded me of? Virgil. He reminded me of Virgil.
Can I increase my
You know
power
what I'm saying? I'm not finna cry
capacity
in front of y'all, 'cause
somehow?
that's how they get me, right?
Or no?
But I know that we lost him. And I know that this white company, Louis Vuitton, is now making statues of him, like as a martyr.
I mean,
And we don't know why
is he not a
exactly.
martyr?
We say it's cancer.
let's put this in here for now. Ooh,
But I mean,
it's so much cleaner without all that
Wait a second, but
big
tell
stuff.
me, could you even really run this?
Dude, that's crazy. He's like, I want to be careful with this subject. Not what you just said about George Floyd, but what you were saying, what you were about to say
Wanna
about
be
Virgil
careful
Abloh.
about,
That's
yeah.
where the carefulness kicks in. Not for like the 8 different moments where he's just saying like insane, unhinged shit about Jewish people. But now, like,
Oh,
holy
nice.
fuck. Bro, if you wanted to be,
Hey,
if
can
you
I
wanted
put
to be
this in
careful, you
here
should not
or
have
what?
cut this
Oh,
video
no,
or
that's,
even released it,
in
but,
my-
or made him drink when he's like very clearly going through this fucking
Oh,
manic
it's right here
episode.
now.
Because Mav didn't run my interview.
Okay, well,
You know
I
what I'm
don't think there's
saying? They
anything
blocked
else
me
been
out.
put in here
the
right
Jewish
now,
media
right?
blocked
So-
me out.
Dude.
This shit lit, right?
Okay,
I'm
this is
lit,
very
right?
convenient.
I'm lit.
I'm lit.
I'm lit. You know what I'm saying? JP Morgan, I put $140 million.
The JP Morgan thing, by the way, is another fucking insane moment that was weaponized by the likes of Kanye, not Kanye, sorry, Candace Owens, where like they were like, look at the
Candace
Jewish
Owens,
banks
yeah,
that
let's just
fucking
call
locked
her
them out.
that now.
Like that was the implication. Turns out he wanted to take his money out. Turns out he wanted to take his money out and was like literally naming fucking people that worked at the bank. These fucking banks don't give a shit, okay? They don't give a shit, especially when you're rich. They work with literal terror groups, okay? They don't give a fuck. They just want the money. So for a bank to drop you when you have hundreds of millions of dollars at that bank, you have to go above and beyond. Turns out he did. Turns out he actually did. He literally went above and beyond. He was
Yeah, he's
naming
like,
fucking executives
okay, I
and
gotta-
shit.
I
Naming
gotta-
executives. He was,
I gotta say
what
some
do you call it?
real
He
crazy
wanted to
shit
pull
to
his
get
money
them
out.
to drop me.
And then they gave you
Oh,
this.
I know exactly what
This was
you
the
said.
disclaimer before the interview.
Oh,
The
yeah.
primary purpose of Drink Champs is to provide a platform for creators to express their personal views or opinions without restriction or censorship. All views or opinions expressed during the podcast are solely those of the individuals expressing such view or opinion and does not
build,
reflect the views or opinions of
something
Sean
here.
Combs, Revolt Media, or their
Morning
respective parent or
Blast.
LLC affiliate companies. Wonder why they put that fucking disclaimer on there. Didn't take.
Damn, I can't
But, you
build
know.
it right.
And
From,
then
I guess I
JP
can't build it from
Morgan,
the
and they treated
inside.
me like shit. So if JP Morgan Chase is treating me like that, how they treating the rest of y'all?
That's outrageous. Yeah. And this murder arrest with chase accounts. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I am outraged.
I can?
By the time people always they want to calm it down.
Because no matter what, you didn't break no law.
I didn't break a law.
No
I
matter
didn't
what,
break a
the
law.
bank shouldn't be a judge or jury on anything that's
But this
going
is
on.
it's like a social contract. Candace Owens has a word for it, I'm forgetting. But it's basically like they told Candace Owens she couldn't hang out with me. You know, I'm
Well, maybe she should have listened. Maybe Kanye should have listened.
Bro, the irony is like if he had listened to
Vortex
one single
torpedo.
fucking adult that had his best interest in
Yeah,
mind,
please just
maybe not
listen to
personally his
someone.
best interest, but like the bag in mind, he would probably not be here. Okay, he would not be going through this fucking insane.
Yeah,
Like,
let's
his
listen to
ego
your
is
publicist,
so
Kanye,
crazy. man.
please.
It's not just
Love of
it's
God.
not just fucking bipolar mania. He also already has like ego on super drive. So he's just like, no, I will literally fucking be with. Oh, you don't want me to hang out with Candace Owens? I'm gonna hang out with her extra hard. You don't want me saying that stuff that
Extra
she's
hard.
saying? I'm gonna fucking be the #1 mouthpiece for Candace Owens' takes. But she's just insanely. He's just
Yeah, we
so
gotta use this
contrarian. He
uranium
has-
sometime.
He has to be
Gotta
contrarian.
build a nuclear reactor, right?
Like a lot of the people that probably told him like, "Yo, stop fucking around with this white supremacy shit. What are you doing?" We're probably thinking about it not as a means of like preserving Kanye West and his legacy or whatever. Maybe somewhere, but he literally was just like, "Dude, you're fucking the bag up.
a
You're
good
gonna
idea.
fuck yourself up. You're gonna lose all the money that you're making. You're gonna lose your contracts." And he saw that as a threat. He saw
like,
that as like, a,
"Oh,
"Oh
you're
yeah,
saying
well
I
I'm
can't
Kanye.
do this?
Like, I
Well."
can do that, and I can get over it, and I can continue going further and further into it." It's not just the white supremacist and
hearing
anti-Semitic
this.
ideologies that he's presenting in this interview are not born out of a legitimate disdain or because he read the fucking Turner Diaries or some shit. It's literally because the
Well, maybe he
sparking
did
moment
that.
was his
You don't
fucking
know.
egomaniacal tendencies and his bipolar disorder
Horse
that
toy.
made
Uh-oh.
it extra worse.
Oh, damn it.
Like he just straight up was just like, "Oh yeah, you don't want me to do this? Well, I'm gonna do it extra hard, like a child." And you're fucking 50 years old.
Emergency
That's crazy.
power only.
Holy fuck.
I wonder, can
But
I
how is it given to
build
the right-wing
a
grifters streamers you speak of is the fastest, easiest way to get money, views, and a platform?
bioreactor?
Because a lot of those right-wing grifters know what boundaries not to
here.
cross. Okay? One of those boundaries is to come out and openly fucking state, like, the moment that you say you're a Nazi, or the moment that you say you're in defense
you're
of
done.
Nazis,
You're
or
done.
the moment that you're, like, anti-Semitic, which is, of course, one of the best identifiers of fascist ideology, okay? Holocaust revisionism and anti-Semitism are some of the best
put it right here.
immediate identifiers that someone is a Nazi. The moment that you say that, the moment that you openly
I can
fucking
just take
agitate
it
for white
apart, I
supremacist
guess.
shit, okay, you're
A
done.
reliable power source.
A
is
lot of these
critical
people
step towards
might
self-sufficiency.
genuinely feel that, but
Consider
won't say it
taking
for
a
that
photo
reason.
journal of your
Kanye West, on the other
achievements
hand,
to
is so
motivate you
unhinged that he
in
can't
times
Photo
stop.
journal
He's
of
just
my
like, he
achievements
wants
to
to go
motivate
and
you
break those boundaries.
in times
right?
of despair. Yeah,
On
maybe
Blaze,
I
I don't know if
will
anyone saw this. Kanye West donated
make
$2
a
million
photo journal.
to George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, and Breonna Taylor's family. just 2 years
motivational,
ago. He donated
sort
$2
of
million
thing.
and paid the college tuition for George Floyd's daughter. And of course, that was he was
That's
still
nice.
he was he was
Let's
in
go
and out
find
of
some
mania at that
bio
point.
stuff to
People
react
like Ben
with,
Shapiro
right?
want to use Kanye West. Okay, they want to use Kanye
Oh, here's
West as
one.
best as they can because they understand that he's a
Yoink.
profoundly popular
Yoink.
person. Okay? So,
I look at all these baby fish.
for that reason, like,
They
they'll
catch you,
overlook his
no?
clear anti-Semitic tendencies. Also, Revolt Media did some fact-checking. Let's see how good this fact-checking is. Ye returned to Drink Champs for part 3 of his conversation with host Nori and DJ EFN on Saturday night, during which he discusses recent controversial statements, relations, and much more. While Ye is passionate about his take on an array of topics, the Revolt Black News team
where's my,
fact-checked some of the remarks he made. 1. Ye said 90% of rappers are signed to Jewish companies.
A Jewish company.
Oxygen.
Working? Oh no.
The fact that we are even having this convo is insane, okay? That's why people are extra careful about anti-Semitic conspiracies, okay? Because once you start having these fucking anti-Semitic conspiracies,
stop.
you got motherfuckers fact-checking it. Like, you have to be like, well, you know, here are all the wasps that are in positions of power. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, why can't I build this from the inside? What?
Louis Greenwich,
what's
Doug
going on
Morris. And Kevin Kelleher serves as vice president. Rob Stringer, who is also Jewish, is also Sony Music. Zach Horowitz is the chairman. John Janis is the president. Barry Weiss is the CEO of Records. Paul Rosenberg is the former president of Def Jam Records. And Rick Rubin is the founder.
Oh, goddamn it.
Ye said Jewish people don't have abortions. Although the exact data for how many abortions were sought by the Jewish people is unknown, Jewish activists have filed lawsuits targeting post-Roe v. Wade abortion restrictions and bans on the grounds that they violate their religious freedom. According to the Pew Research Center, 83% of Jewish people believe abortion should be legal. What's wrong about fact-checking this? I don't know how to explain this to you, but once you start saying all of these media executives are fucking Jewish,
nom nom nom.
You're going down an incredibly dangerous.
All primary systems online.
You're going down an incredibly dangerous thing. You know who else said that all the time? Hitler. I mean, literally. Okay.
It's active. So.
Like, it's wild.
I wonder how much power it provides exactly.
I don't even.
Guess,
I don't know if all these
done
people
charging,
are Jewish, by the way, but.
Efficient power.
But what's wild about this is that, like, so what?
Build.
The point is, one, I don't even think that all of the record label CEOs are Jewish or whatever. But also, two, so what if they are? Of
course not. Yeah.
They're also white.
Plenty of white dudes. Oh yeah.
So what?
So.
If it's true, isn't that dangerous? This is what's dangerous. What's dangerous is that you think it's dangerous. Why?
Literally. Why?
Every single executive across the board is just capitalist, motherfucker. It doesn't matter what their background is. Doesn't matter if they're black, white, brown, Jewish, Christian. They're not operating at the behest of like some fucking Jewish conspiracy. This is why anti-Semitic conspiracies are so fucked up. Because you immediately go, oh man, isn't that dangerous? What the fuck? Why would that be dangerous? I love that instead of saying what the percentage is, by the way, they just said, here are all the Jewish executives. This is a wild take. Here's what Revolt uncovered about the Jewish executives in the music industry. That's crazy. Anyway, Ye said he's the richest black man in America. Ye is one of the richest entertainers. However, Forbes estimates Visa Equities Robert F. Smith remains the richest black person in the U.S. with an estimated worth of $6 billion. Aliko Dangote of Nigeria is worth $11.8 billion and is recognized as the richest black person in the world.
Able coral sample.
Ye said he doesn't know how Virgil Abloh died. Abloh died in November 2021 after a private battle with cardiac angiosarcoma, a rare form of cancer. He was 41. Ye said mass shootings compared to Chicago crime. Misinformation like trauma economy, like the BLM, when they do school shootings, the same amount of people get killed every week in Chicago, but they're not posting that, Ye said. According to the Chicago Sun-Times, Chicago's crime rates are commonly compared to other cities such as Little Rock, Arkansas. The publication said it is a common media-driven perception in Little Rock that Chicago is a terribly dangerous place, but the Arkansas city's per capita homicide rate is actually worse than Chicago's. Ye said the George Floyd area that they made in Chicago, the murder rate is up 50% since. There's no target data tied to the statement. Homicides in Chicago may be declining this year, but rape and robberies are also on the rise, according to the Major Cities Chiefs Association mid-year survey. According to the survey, homicides in Chicago are 10% lower in the first 6 months of 2022 compared to the same period in 2021. Homicides have dropped from 344 to 311 during that period. What an incredible fucking fact check, dude. Wonderful fact check here. Sorry, Christian Europeans put Jewish people in charge of banking for hundreds of years. When capitalism came along and became an advantage, no one ever brings that up.
Oh yeah, look at that power.
Ultimately, it doesn't matter.
How much is like?
It doesn't matter what the
I wonder
underlying
how much like
historical
each fish actually makes. Like how much power
whether
it
it was
makes.
because
You know?
people were not allowed to own land and farm, which was seen as like
I
the
think
most
I have
viable industry at the time,
3
and therefore their lack of
solar
seeing
panels.
misery as a sin within their
And each one is 50
religion
power.
was
It has 50 power
a reason
capacity.
for
rather.
them to engage in banking affairs regardless. Until banking became like
I wonder if like the bioreactor has like a battery in it and it can be charged with the.
Ultimately, the main problem is capitalism.
With the solar
and
panels.
also, even before then, you know, anti-Semitism was kind of fire back then. You know what I mean? Like,
Was it?
blood libel. It's always been at the heart of matters. Whenever you need some kind of villain to tie everything together, some kind of villain to
very
tie everything
convenient
together.
scapegoat. Dude.
Wait, what? Check their source on the Jewish execs is a literal hate group? Wait, what? Where did they get the information from? Source. What? This is their source?
Oh. Here it is.
Bro,
Range
that's
upgrade.
crazy. They just went and found like a fucking 4chan adjacent source, 4chan message board. That's crazy.
Literally.
Wow, they
Yeah, we
did
know
some
what
really,
where all the
they did some
Starcraft
really good
are.
journalism on this one.
Metal cell. Oh wait, what? Why is there 3 now?
They sourced it out of Stormfront, brother.
Sure, let's do that.
That's crazy.
See if there are
Holy
any
shit,
wrecks around
dude.
here.
What the fuck? Michaela said, I'm genuinely hurt because he was the only celebrity I've ever been inspired by, the only person who was ever made me feel like I'm not
And we
crazy.
can
for being
deconstruct
outvoted. I've
all
never idolized
these.
anyone that way. I have, yeah, no,
All
I feel
these
really dumb,
shits.
pathetic, but I am sad.
Can't
Gotta rip that Band-Aid off,
deconstruct
Michaela.
something while I'm inside
It
it.
happens. Yeah, they.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
You was talking about the Chinese? Oh,
Remove
no.
the reinforcements.
To have the black vote be in groupthink and to not separate from the thought and be completely in line with the agenda of
Okay,
the
let's
left,
put the
the Jewish
reinforcement
media,
over
and the
here
Chinese.
somewhere.
What? What the fuck? Bro, he's not masking it. He's just going. The Chinese? What?
What's that noise? Yeah, the Chinese. What do the Chinese have to do
I
with
don't want
this?
to glance
Oh,
over the full
these
Nazi
out.
take there, okay? Where he just goes Jewish media, but what?
Yeah, where?
Jewish media and the Chinese.
The Jewish and the Chinese. Okay.
They got something to do with everything. This is my issue.
They got something to
The
do
white lie.
Oh, here, this is the
with
fucking-
something.
Oh, I want to talk about what FD Signifier said. Ye speaks his anti-black conservative talking points too cogently and
yeah.
effectively to blame it on mental illness. He may be in a state of
Yes,
mania
it's not
to
just
say it
mental
so
illness,
loudly, but the
guys.
rhetoric is his own. That's a really good take, I think.
Sorry.
Is like,
Oh, there's
I
a
want to
cave
be as
right
careful
here.
as possible not to just like take all the blame away from Kanye West here. Because, you know, yes, while he is in a manic state, it's very obvious that it's not just his mania that is causing him to say these things, okay?
We made the White Lives Matter tees, and then when I put up the tweet, the DEF CON tweet, now he ain't releasing the tees because he's Jewish. And I'm
Let's
like,
see, where do I
see,
put the
this is
hatch?
my exact
Here
point
somewhere.
that I'm making. Like, Jewish people have owned the black voice, whether it's through us wearing a Ralph Lauren.
Bro, he's so... I mean, this is like straight up. It's divide and conquer. It's just straight up like
Here,
the age-old
here.
anti-Semitic conspiracy
There's a
theory.
moon pool right here, actually. Why don't we go?
Shirt, or it's all of us being signed to a
Oh,
record label,
build a-
or having a Jewish
Should I
manager,
build
or
it like
being
this?
signed to a Jewish.
Let's continue with Kanye West talking about having Jewish managers in Ralph Lauren,
Yeah.
but also
kinda
about
weird.
the potential that the top
Sure,
of the hour ad break
right.
is upon us. At the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe.
Very convenient. Hey. Oh gosh.
I'm just doing the ad break.
Hair.
On the black voice, whether it's through us wearing a Ralph Lauren shirt, or it's
Lauren.
all of us being signed to a record label,
Ah,
or
nice.
having a Jewish manager,
Oh,
or
wow, we
being
have
signed
so
to
much
a Jewish
power now.
basketball team, or
Amazing.
doing a movie on a Jewish
Oh, it's still
platform
going.
like Disney. And we understand it's like I respect what the Jewish people have done and how they
There was
brought their
one.
people together. You know, they came into money through the lawyers when after
Lawyers.
Wall Street when
This guy's just going like,
when all of the
just nodding along. like, oh, okay.
like the Catholics they wouldn't divorce people.
Right,
So the
right.
Jewish lawyers came and they were willing to divorce people. That's when they
What?
Uh,
Bro, what
Okay.
the fuck? Grizzly Patum STX, thank you for the 5 says, what? That's not even, what is this?
filtration
Who
machine.
is even explaining this stuff to him? Like, who
Yeah,
is
where is
filling
he?
his head up with this crazy
What
shit?
like alt-right
This has
message
got to
boards
be
is he
like
getting this
divorce
from?
guy to alt-right pipeline speaking, right? I mean, I think a lot of this is basically instructive.
Something like that.
It's informative.
Wiring
Like the
kit.
number one pipeline in America that isn't addressed is like the divorced dad to like right-wing psycho anti-Semite
Oh,
pipeline.
maybe you can make one of these.
first came into their money. So like say
What am I
with me
looking
and Jay,
for?
our culture with the darker Jews. First of all, because you
darker.
guys
That's
have
when anybody start talking deep.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's getting real deep.
Come on,
yeah.
bro. What the fuck? Oh my god.
Yeah.
With the
Sure.
darker Jews, the 12 lost tribes of
The
Israel, who we
darker.
are, because we Jewish also. We from Africa also. We're the blood of Christ. So
Are
we're not
we?
just black. We are Jew, just like the Jewish people. And now we're coming into money. But the main thing is, I got to drink the Douce over the Hennessy as the first step to us coming together, like how the Jewish people came together. But we couldn't even talk about I remember Ben Horowitz called me after 444 and said, "I don't know about Jay giving up business, Jewish business
we have
secrets."
salt
And
somewhere.
these secrets,
We talking about building up the properties and stuff like that. On
yeah,
444.
these secrets can't. They not finna be a secret no more. Like if somebody tells me something, it's like, "Yo, I want."
I love when Jewish business secrets are ownership of real estate. Like,
Yeah,
man,
these
it's really fucked
sneaky
up.
Jews
TikTok landlords are giving up
taking
Jewish
over
business
the
secrets.
economy by owning real estate.
Every fucking TikTok Airbnb landlord is giving up ancient Jewish business secrets. What the fuck?
Apparel.
Okay.
He talked about the White Lives Matter shirt, the Jewish media and Planned Parenthood.
Of is from American Apparel.
Okay.
But I'm talking about put out my White Lives Matter tee. The White Lives Matter tee don't say nothing. It don't say DEF CON or nothing on it, right? I'm like, put it out. And he's telling me, like, yo, I want you to visit the Holocaust Museum. And I was like, yo, I want you to visit Planned Parenthood. That's our Holocaust Museum.
Oh wow.
I'm like, yo, I put my life on this at this point. Because they've been fucking with me too long. They put the crazy narrative out there. My Jewish
Bro,
trainer,
you are
Harley
the crazy
Pasternak, who's
narrative.
Lizzo's trainer,
Oh, there's a
put it out when I went to the
is
hospital,
that
put
the
it
one in the
in
cave?
the press. I got a bunch of friends that went to the hospital. It didn't go to the press.
Bro, the fact that he's just like constantly naming Jewish people around him is immediately alarming, okay? Like,
You're
you
like,
don't do that.
What are all these Jews
You know,
doing
you just, like,
around me?
I'm telling you, even
That's,
if he did this for, not white, obviously, because white is a concept of
Yeah, it's
power.
funny how there
it's
are, like,
entirely
Jews
separate.
all over the
But even if he
place
was like,
now,
my
huh?
Italian trainer, my Italian this, my Italian chef, like, you'd be like, what the fuck is up with this guy? Like, at a certain point, you'd be like, even if it wasn't like a
like,
historically
what do you got against
marginalized group,
Italians,
right?
dude?
Even if it was
What?
just like
What the fuck?
ethnically separating a group of individuals, you'd be like, what is happening? Like, what the fuck? Why are you doing this? Like, what is the reason? Ay, ay, ay.
They did that just like they did in the documentary on the 3rd episode to say, we love Ye like the rest of y'all. We know he a genius like the rest of y'all, but sometimes you gotta turn the camera off.
Rothschild.
So they'll go and get a dude that's supposed to be my friend that's been taping me the whole time and buy this nigga out for $30 million.
I thought you co-signed that.
I ain't co-signing, but you get used to that paparazzi taking a picture of you. You ain't getting no money off it.
Right.
You just get used to getting screwed by the Jewish media. And I'm saying,
that Jewish
y'all done poked the bear too
paparazzi are
fucking
Jewish
long.
now?
When I wore the White Lives Matter tee, I had 4 SoFi Stadium shirts.
You know what's fucking insane? Like,
Oh hey, wait, this is a cave?
I mean, everything. You know what's insane? This.
No, not really.
But what's crazy about this is that, like, there are elements of what he's saying.
Titanium from these.
If he just removes Jewish
Oh, here we go.
out of the equation, it makes sense. Like, the exploitative nature of media, how
Yeah, why do you gotta
executives, capital
bring the
owners
Jews in?
regularly are fucking exploiting him, exploiting his imagery, exploiting his weak moments. Which
gosh, oh my God,
another
dude.
moment of a
Chill.
capitalist exploiting his weak moment. And instead, because he has no roots within dialectical materialism, materialist analysis, he's like desperately seeking for a villain. And then he goes, and this is the reason why. He goes, who runs the media? It's not Jews, you dumb fuck. It's just so fucking stupid. It's capitalists, okay?
Wait, what?
It's not
What happened to the egg?
exclusive to Jewish people. You're a psycho.
Did I
It's
put the
people
egg
who
inside?
own capital, okay? Why the fuck do you only hear George Soros' name mentioned in the fucking media when, like, look, as a neoliberal,
Where'd the egg go?
I'm not a fan of George Soros, the billionaire.
The egg didn't-
Okay? I'm not.
Didn't look like it
But you
went
don't
in
hear
here.
me fucking constantly cry about George Soros because he's a
Oh, this
broke boy
has
in
its own
comparison to
charge,
so
okay.
many other, even larger and more influential Christian billionaires. Even
gosh, we
fucking
need
Bill
water.
Gates, you don't hear about this much with respect to like how he has fundamentally changed the way that the way that we look at African populations, population control, overpopulation, education system in the United States of America. You know,
Never eats the insect.
it's just crazy. Rupert Murdoch never gets mentioned. The Walton family. Chatter, he's saying
about those
Soros
guys?
is a neolib, you weirdos. He is. George Soros is a neoliberal. He is a billionaire. You're fucking delusional. Like, I feel weird
Okay, we need,
even talking about the Hibernian
You know,
conspiracy.
salt in the
Because
sub.
it's like a joke that
Oh, it's right
people have
here.
made about how, you know, there are more
we need,
Hibernian
table
people
coral.
that are in
That's
positions
what
of
we need.
power in America than there are Jews, right? And it's like,
Somewhere over here.
and now I'm worried that people are going to take that shit seriously.
Kill
There's so
you.
much mental illness.
And
You know what I mean? Yeah, the classic. Wait, isn't this the?
yeah, they're
Yeah, the
giving
Hibernian conspiracy. This.
anti-capitalist rhetoric
They
a
tell
bad
you it's
name
the
by
truth, but
like
if you heard of the Hibernian conspiracy,
making it all
sounds
about
crazy.
Jews.
Get
It's
ready
like
to take the green pill. List of U.S. presidents with Irish blood.
Irish blood.
Barack Obama. It was Irish immigrants who first assaulted
Barack Obama
American, white
is
Americans'
Irish.
core values, bringing with them a culture which many had commented was still pagan at its core. They began to dismantle the Anglo-Saxon purity of the United States.
Okay. Okay, dude.
Like it's a joke.
Mirror. Bump.
Hibernian Media Control, Walt Disney, John Ford, Alfred Hitchcock, John Huston, Michael Moore.
Michael Moore.
When you watch TV, you're really watching
Not true,
Hiberno Disinfo, Conan O'Brien,
That's a sharp
Sean
one right
Hannity.
there. Sean Hannity. Part of the media.
The insidious Hibernian worked his way into American finance and controlled the direction of the nation. So like, this is obviously a fucking joke, and it's making fun of people who do this for like Jewish people.
And so you
right?
can do this for any
But
ethnic
also
group,
you have to remember,
right?
like the reason
Yeah.
why I didn't want to show this is because like people are so fucking brain broken. I can see motherfuckers literally taking that seriously and now saying like, wow, maybe it's true.
It's like, oh wow, you're
Okay,
right. That is kind of weird, huh?
We're done. Let's get back to this. Let's get back to this clip.
Shows. They cancel my shows. I said it's up. And let me tell you one thing. It's like if a black man is caught with something in the car or
It's
something,
up.
everybody in the car gonna go to jail with him, right? But if a black man can play
Okay.
basketball or rap, only he gets the record deal. So meaning like if one black man does something bad, all the other blacks get caught with him. If one black man does something good, nobody else gets
The
nothing with him.
blacks.
It's a reverse for the Jewish people, right?
Is
If
it?
a Jewish person
Is it?
repeatedly fucks me on a deal, it's just them. It's just the businessman. It's not the people. It's not nobody else.
Oh no.
But
He said like
What?
we should be anti-Semitic.
Wait,
Is
what?
that what he's saying?
He said anti-black racism that makes the black community a
Silicone
monolith when
rubber.
one singular black person individually fucks up is bad, but it doesn't happen to Jewish people, so we should make that happen again. He literally
We should
fucking
be
said,
more anti-Semitic.
Bro,
What
what we
what's-
should be doing more of
is
is
anti-Semitism?
making marginalized communities or historically marginalized communities a
I was
monolith.
like, yo, when do we stop being anti-Semitic?
Because he's doing that.
When did
He
that?
is doing that. That's insane. He really, Kanye West really looked at contemporary society and
It's
said,
like-
we need more of this racism shit. That was pretty good. and my God, do we need more of that? Okay.
And hey, he's
But
getting
if a
it.
Jewish person does good, all of their people eat with them. That's one of the flips. I gotta tell you something. Where is a black guy that has a Jewish person? Semite? First of all, we are Semite. We talk to Q because Q been
We
labeled
all
an anti-Semite.
Semite.
First of all, we are Semite. We Jew, so I can't be anti-Semite.
Jew.
First of all.
Is that
Okay,
how
this
it
is
works?
the full
I
video.
don't
It's
know.
3.5 hours. I'm not gonna watch it. I'm just gonna watch the highlights, man. That's crazy. I can't watch the whole thing. That's a wild.
I need my 4 stadiums back. The 78 media outlets that call me abuser when I was trying to get that heroin addict away from my kids that was tattooing my kids' names on them.
Is he not an abuser?
Pete Davidson. They popping up.
Wait,
You know what I'm saying?
Kim
It's
Kardashian
like
is an
they,
addict or
Trevor
something?
Noah, not even from America.
Right.
He just looked black.
Right.
Right?
He just
Wait,
looked
what?
black. He's,
What the fuck?
he's-
Why?
Wait, he's
what?
literally from Africa.
Why is Trevor
What?
Noah catching strays, bro? What the fuck? That's crazy.
He just
He's mad about
looks
Dua Lipa
black.
too. Nah, Trevor Noah probably said some shit like Kanye was being fucking stupid, like way back in the day, and he held on to it.
Or
They'll gonna say,
recently.
yo, Kim, it's gonna get dangerous. So they putting all that, he crazy. He so OJ. Nori just want the family back together.
Right.
I just want the family back together.
Right.
Kim is a Christian. On TMZ, I just saw yesterday, they said Pete Davidson and Kim have sex by the fireplace to honor their grandmother.
Hey, that's hot. Oh no,
dude,
he's mad.
He's mad about
the sex.
a lot of his resentment and animosity, unironically, could be like reduced to such petty fucking squabbles, dude.
Oh yeah.
He's like, you told
That's
me I
all
can't
petty
say that,
shit.
I'm gonna say it. You told me
Yeah,
Pete Davidson's
I'm
got a
gonna
good
say
dick
it.
game. I'm gonna fucking think about that for the rest of my life. I'm gonna hold on to it. Kim Kardashian
Hydrochloric
tells her grandmother
acid
she has
can
sex with
make
Pete Davidson in front of the
polyaniline.
fireplace to honor her. What the fuck, dude?
T6H6.
Bro, I think that family would drive anyone insane. I mean, it certainly wasn't helpful for a man at the precipice of like genuine mental health complications.
Do do do do do do. All right, why do I have magnetite? Was I gonna build something with that?
Bro, I'd be so bummed. I'm not gonna lie. Straight up. I know this is supposed to be the perspective of the Uber riders in this circumstance, but like, as someone who's thinking about it as like the customer, I'd be so bummed, dude. I would be so pissed.
All right.
streets are full of people delivering food on bicycles, which is actually pretty good. But there is a problem. People keep dying. Oh, move out of the way. Fuck.
People keep dying, yeah? What's up with that?
What the fuck?
The dangerous roads and stick to pedestrian areas where they can't get hit by cars, then they just get hit by cops instead. And then out of nowhere, a news camera is flung in their face, so the entire country can laugh at their horrible, horrible jobs.
$704 fine, that must hurt. Yeah,
here will be hard. But what if we found a way to get these guys off the dangerous roads, but somehow keep the yummy food deliveries going? Yep, that's right. We want to see if we can make money doing Uber deliveries without a bike. And we're going to see which one of us can make the most money doing it. First things first, we need to see if Uber will employ us at all if we don't actually have any mode of transportation. So we applied for a job. Just download the app and then you have a job. See how it works. I think so.
Guys, I'm beginning to think these guys might be lefties. It's kind of fucked up. Look at that flag behind them. Kind of suspicious.
Just download the app and then you have a job. See how it works. I think so. Be your own boss. That's so inspiring. We barely even started the application process and we immediately had to pay $49 for a police background check.
If I find out I'm a pedophile, so
that'd ruin your life. Usually the employer pays for this check themselves, but apparently Uber gets to do whatever they want. Now we're down $49 and we haven't even started applying for employment. This agreement is not an employment agreement. It does not create an employment relationship between you and Uber. Jesus Christ. That's fucking aggressive. This is like every single paragraph. Please, before we can give you a job, you must know you do not work here. How is this legal?
If I'm not working for you, why are you making me sign anything? Why can't I just download the app and start straight away?
Yeah,
You got that here, the Bass Pro Shop one.
Making me sign this to say I don't work. It's making me feel like I work here.
Now, for a company that definitely wasn't employing us in any way, they sure asked for a lot of documentation.
They want my credit card details.
We're trying to give you a job. Yes, you can make lots of money. Just give me your credit card details. Uber wanted to know everything about us. They were checking our passports, credit card details, criminal history, sperm samples, but they didn't seem to care enough to check whether we were actually capable of riding a bike at all.
Bicycle, I need physical fitness consent.
Wait, that's consent though. It's not a text. It's just...
What?
Okay, so now we can make an observatory.
You consent to being fit? I don't understand. If it was that easy, it's like they're not checking anything.
No.
Surely, as an employer, you're not allowed to do that. Anyone
Or should we exactly do that?
You shouldn't be allowed to hire them to do that job. Like a job. Their hiring process seems dangerously unregulated, but thankfully for us, that extends to their bike checks too. Not once
we don't have titanium.
Bike, or even if we had a bike at all, it looks like we were in the clear to do this.
We need more quartz, I guess.
Well, I'm capable of riding a bicycle or walking to provide delivery services. We can do it. We can do it. That's great. Oh, okay. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but this
Good for you.
They said walking. Yeah.
I think I'm gonna make it better.
What makes you say that? Yeah, but you're also a lot richer than me, so you don't have to drive to kill yourself on the road. I need that money. Now, before we could start our competition, I had to go out and find all the gear that we needed to do the job, which apparently Uber isn't obligated to supply us with. But whatever, we're trying to make money here, so I had to go with the cheapest bag I could find, which is this moldy one on Facebook Marketplace.
Quartz.
Yeah.
People's food is gonna smell like... We do need some kind of divider, because if we're just running this, everything is just gonna...
Now, this is how the competition is going to work. We've both got 2 hours each to do as many deliveries as we can, and at the end, whoever gets the most money is the winner. Although, most likely we'll get banned from the app after the first delivery because, you know, we don't have a bike. But what we do have is this nifty homemade GoPro now to catch the process and catch any cheating.
Does it look like inconspicuous? Like I'm just...
Observatory.
No, you look very
strange.
There's nothing normal about this. You look really weird.
That'd be cool if we could do that.
Yep. Now, it was a bit of an anti-climax since we spent the first 15 minutes just standing there waiting for a delivery.
Getting cold.
Okay, build it at the end of a thing.
Which one is going to be? You're going to want to stop
We want to build it right there, though. I don't know.
Okay, 14 minutes.
Oh, 2 kilometers?
IGA Waterloo. So Uber didn't provide us with any training, and Alex is going to go first, so I think I've got the advantage here because we have no idea how this process works, and I get to learn from Alex's mistakes.
It doesn't tell me what I'm picking up, though. How do I know what I'm doing?
It's just going to be your name or something.
Okay. Right? I don't know.
Okay.
How would I get there? Does it give me the address?
I guess so, yeah. Okay, Alex has a 2-kilometer trip. First, he has to go down to this store to pick up the food, then back up to deliver it to this house up here.
Right.
The process was a bit too tough for Alex, and he immediately ended up running 400 meters in the wrong direction.
Oh no!
My heart's already beating. I've got further to run now.
But in the end, he made it to the grocery store.
Do you know where I do the pickups for Uber?
Nice. Then
I've got to pick up an Uber pickup.
this. Let's see how this looks.
Oh, there. Thank you.
Sick.
My man wants chicken. I like his hot chickens.
Unless constructed with a specific research task in mind, observing
Or imprudence for survival purposes. Oh no, this is totally for a good cause. Okay, gonna do some good research with this. What's with the bottom here? Why is there water inside
bouncing
that?
up and down on my back. Fucking sucks.
Alright, we just enter right here.
This sucks.
Now, it took Alex 4 times longer to get to the apartment than he would have if he was on a bike.
Oh,
But then again,
whoops,
I was on a bike and got lost.
when
so
did this
Alex beat me
happen?
to the house anyway.
Hi there. Sorry about that. There you go.
Thank you so much.
Have a good day. Thank you. First delivery done. Alexa somehow literally drove past the apartment.
By this point, we had only been Uber delivery men for about half an hour or so.
Oh, hey guys.
The cracks in our friendship were really
Fishies.
showing. We were very late. It was a very short trip.
Look at this. The glass.
No, you delivered. I wasn't delivering.
Oh.
I was waiting for you.
Oh, we need more reinforcement. Okay.
I didn't do that on purpose.
I guess,
I did.
yeah, the
I'm gonna win.
observatory would be very structurally unsound. But hey, it's worth it, right? Look at this shit. Oh yeah, it's so hot. I love it. Wait, oh, okay. God damn it, how do I...
Whoa, he gave us a tip. No, did he? Well, how much was the ride?
Lithium.
Can I see my rating?
One
Oh
tip.
no, it's all falling
Oh,
apart.
one trip.
Lithium?
You were online for
We have
34
it, right?
minutes to get $5. So you're making $10 an hour.
Lithium.
How are you feeling?
Great. All right.
That sounds
Oh
horrible.
no, oh no, oh no.
Like you're almost at the point that you just can't even buy enough food to make up for the energy you spend.
With the negatives, I've made $5 in half an hour, and I'm really hungry.
Is it gonna be plus 7? Plus 7, okay.
Uh-oh.
Well, that was kind of dumb. Now we gotta repair all this shit. Oh wow. Really damaged.
I'm not getting any more.
Oh, I should have taken it.
Oh, okay.
I'm not picking the fucking. You picked the 3.8 kilometer ones just to get.
I'll pick them. I can say I got a little ace up my sleeve for those ones.
Do you reckon Uber doesn't like me if I don't accept yeah?
Maybe. You just don't know. This is your boss now. And you have no idea what he wants. What we learned so far is that the majority of an Uber driver's day is just waiting. You know, and since they're not employees, they're forced to just sit there ready to work at any second.
All
Just
of the
bring no money.
cracks to...
It's fun when you
I
work.
see.
You just
I
never
see.
work. Ooh. Oh, you got
Why isn't it working? Is there another crack somewhere?
Wait, don't you can't eat food. It's their food.
No, I mean, I'm still good choice.
Hello?
This trip was an easy 1 kilometer jog. Plus, Alex gets to stop by his favorite restaurant, 99.
Wait, can I get some oxygen?
Before dropping the food off at an apartment. Sounds too
good.
Wait, 1919? That's so weird.
Okay,
That's
where
deliberately-
are there any other
it's fucking
cracks?
deliberately,
Hello?
mate. That's been deliberately added 1919.
19.
Not a good time. Not a good time for the
Oh right,
the Aussies.
down here.
Not a good time for the Turks.
Oh, wow.
And not a good time for the fucking Kiwis.
Why can't it drain the top
A
floor?
succulent
first?
Chinese meal.
But what Alex
Oh,
didn't
well.
realize was that he was going to be picking up the worst possible food for jogging. That looks like a soup.
Technically, turkey. Well, okay. Turkey. I was thinking turkey. After the
We,
one, but fuck you.
Fucking soup, dude. You just carried it in your hands. Excuse me.
So, why is there so many cracks? This sucks. Oh, there we go. We just need to repair almost all of it. Draining system. Ah,
No worries.
This delivery was actually much easier than expected, but lucky for me,
Here.
Alex's good luck wasn't going to last long. It looks like the app's already broken.
So, it's telling me I need to take a photo.
Are you planning to take a photo of the water? Click on
we
the
just take this.
The app's just not working.
Plus one.
This woman looks like fucking.
Nice.
I think this is what I've realized already is people are fucking lazy. Like, why would you not walk to get
It's
food?
because you've got slaves doing it for you. Like, it's so cheap to do it this
Are we
way.
draining?
$2 extra. 2.1
Better be draining.
Oh, this is a big one.
We're draining the top floor. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it just takes a while. Oh yeah,
I feel
of
like
If I was
course.
in the push room, and I would.
we cancel the water order because we don't know which McDonald's it is.
So this was a weird one. Alex had to run 3.4 kilometers to bring McDonald's to this house all the way down here. But Uber wouldn't tell us
Damn.
where we were meant to get this McDonald's
Weird shit.
from. I mean, we knew there was a store 200 meters away from us, so we thought we'd just check it out. See
can
if
you
it's
build
there,
one here?
just in case.
You build one right here. Oh, just barely. Nice. Haha.
Oh,
Just behind Novotel.
perfect. Thanks so much.
W.
There you go. It takes a
Double-
village to deliver
double
a Uber order.
W.
We should have known McDonald's would be the kind of business to have multiple franchises within a 300-meter radius.
It's a lot of fucking food. It's already cold. It's gonna be so cold and shake it up by the time I get it to
So what's happening in here? We ruined all of Sydney. How can we make with an advanced wiring
You
kit?
started running. You've thrown their coat. Now, Alex honestly just wanted to quit, but like it or not, he's not a normal man anymore. He's an Uber driver now.
Okay, this will be the less useful stuff, I guess.
Up.
You got the ultra high
Uber
capacity.
means
Actually,
continuing your delivery, no matter how badly you destroyed it or how many
how
times you
much
have to brake, how many
ultra?
obstacles get in the
How
way.
much more capacity is it exactly? Oh wow. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's so much.
Well,
225.
Really has to stop. Oi! You're meant to be running.
This is 90 seconds of oxygen, 180 seconds of oxygen. Cool.
Wait, what?
Enhanced maneuverability.
Oh no.
This is so mean.
What happened?
Bro, I'd be
I guess
so
we'll have to
bummed,
see
I'm not gonna
if we're
lie.
heavier, how much heavier we are with
Like
this.
straight
right?
up, I know this is supposed to be the perspective of Uber riders in this circumstance, but like, as someone who's thinking about it as like the customer, I'd be so bummed, dude. I would be so pissed. Do not deliver that. Don't do it, man. Oh, you did a thing? What you did was a war crime. You've done a thing, all right.
Fucking war
A bad
crime,
thing.
Wolf.
A very bad thing.
Just.
The way everything just spilled.
The bag's just leaking. Oh, what the? Yeah, it's just wet on the ground.
Ba-doom, boom, ba-doom,
Yeah,
boom.
so Uber means you never give up.
Were you guys waiting on a delivery? Yeah.
Okay, we can take these.
So bad. It's fucked up. I feel so shit. Let's run out.
We're full of power.
That's fucked. You've ruined someone's day. But the thing is, I think with Uber is like either your driver gets killed or food gets killed.
Where's my
I think
sub?
it's just like you gotta pick
There
your
it
battles.
is.
The thing saw me, literally
Right
ran up
there.
the whole road for 5 minutes now watching me, and they didn't say why you
Oh.
got it.
Yeah. Why don't you have a bike?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
We've almost paid off. We paid off half of this backpack. In 2 hours, Alex risked his life, ruined people's meals, and wore out his body just to make $86. It's just like thousands of other workers competing with each other to bring you food for way below minimum wage, while Uber somehow collects
Yeah, it's,
billions of dollars as one of the biggest companies in the world.
Total
This
scam.
is just a crap deal. And so far, it's clear our experiment didn't really solve anything. If anything, you're probably more likely to die on foot. But there is a way to fix this problem and guarantee people.
Unironically, this video is an argument against capitalism. Wait a minute. Make a
Wait,
69
wait a
420.
second.
Don't you
Whoa.
dare tarnish these two good Aussie boys' names with that kind of anti-capitalist rhetoric. Stop
Oh,
that.
now that you mention it. Whoa,
Stop
that's
that
crazy,
right now. These guys
dude.
would never make anti-capitalist agitated propaganda. These are just some regular old Aussies who
this
love
the
the free
engine?
market. How dare you?
People a safe and fair job.
Do the
Now, right
decoys
now,
go
all across the world,
through
workers are
here
striking in
or
record
down
numbers from the
there?
US to the UK and even right here in Sydney. We got nurses, teachers, train and ambulance drivers. They're all taking a stand together to demand a safer work environment and fair pay to match the rising cost of living. And it's working. Now, they might not look that scary to you, but the government is terrified of these guys, right? They're claiming that if they meet these workers' demands, it's going to cause a domino effect that's going to raise the standard of living for workers all over the place, which is
Can't do
bad,
that.
Apparently. I don't know.
Can't have that.
You can't
Last time
raise the
something like this
standard of
happened was
living,
back in the
no.
90s, and the government
Yeah,
essentially
you just can't.
fired everyone and hired these balaclava-wearing freaks that they trained in Dubai. And they're up to
Then
their
you have to
They're
provide
even
more.
planning to raise the fine for striking
Right.
by 550%. Now, this is insane, and that's where you come in, right? These guys need to be able to fight these fines in court. So if you follow the link in our description, you can donate to the Union's New South Wales Legal Defence Fund. Anything you can give is going to help these guys stay out here and keep up the fight without fear of the government
Okay,
bullying
let's
them or
see
them losing
if
their jobs or
we're-
going bankrupt. I mean, if we win here, this could be a model for workers' movements all around the world.
How
Just follow the link in the
much
description,
less
whatever you can
maneuverable we
to help
are
these guys
with
keep up the
this
fight for a better life for everyone.
ultra high capacity
That's enough
tank.
fixing the world's problems. Let's go back to the competition where it's my turn to put the GoPro helmet on.
Okay, maneuverability means that we turn around faster, right? Man, so we have this.
Wait a minute. Hang on. Seems like they want to. Seems like they're pro-union. I don't
Are we
understand.
faster?
I thought these is just a bunch of funny guys. I thought that they were a bunch of funny guys.
Are we faster with
Can
this
you imagine-
lightweight tank?
What the fuck is this then?
Hey, you were doing this. It hurts my neck already.
You had it on for 5 seconds. And
It sucks, dude. Oh, I give up. You win. You've won. You've won Uber.
My accent is fucked, yeah.
How did you even talk with these? Like right in my example. Now, before I started, I wanted to see if I could get some tips from professionals across the street. It's good, but I'm doing it running.
Okay, what if we time ourselves?
It's gonna suck.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Switch this and 1,
Oh, so you're waiting for
2,
the trip as well?
3, 4, 5,
It looks like
6.
our mates were struggling to get deliveries too.
Okay, that was about the same.
But after 10 minutes, I managed to get my first.
So this doesn't make us faster, just makes us
I think Boy's lost some weight. Getting ready for that mythological fight.
Is to get from the restaurant to this guy's.
Oh wait,
Now, while
if we were
I've
carrying 2
exercised
tanks at
about
once,
you,
we can
but
switch
I
out the
think
tanks.
so.
Oh,
Just a
didn't
couple
think
of
of that.
bogums and thongs having a joke then. That's right. It's fucking right,
This
man.
feels great. Docking's great. The hard part.
Okay, I
right
think
now
it
is
is
trying
harder to
figure out
turn,
ways to
yeah,
move back
with
out
this
to the restaurant
big tank.
while wearing this stupid helmet. Enter the
But
restaurant
not
when
much of a big
enter the
deal,
restaurant
to
when
be
the E
honest.
sticker is visible.
I guess the ultra high capacity tank.
Eventually become a restaurant. Is everything?
Keep for now.
Okay, my hands. Soft drink.
Let's look in these caves now.
Fuck, I hate running. Fuck. Can I stop shaking up? But thankfully, it was over in no time. Hi there. Here you go. Oh, thanks, mate.
dude, for a first order.
That was fucking great.
It's funny with us compared to them. We want the shorter ones.
Would you try to live as an Uber driver to pay your bills for a month?
Can
Smile.
I kill this? No.
gonna be poor the rest of your life if you don't make over 90K a year. Dude, I would not be able to fucking pay my mortgage. What do you mean? I would literally fucking, I would not be able to survive. No shot.
So
hello.
200 meters for $3.
Yeah, let me just take a month off.
Wait,
of
these
what I
are
do
rocks.
currently.
Oh, we need the propulsion cannon for this.
That's the laziest person in Sydney.
Yes.
Oh, fuck, right in front of this house. Let's go somewhere
Oh,
else.
how do I get out of here?
I hope it was $2. I swear to God, if that was fucking $5 and my fucking one. No, fuck you.
Oh no, we gotta get out.
That's so
Oh,
unfair.
here.
Yeah, I was about to get a delivery that would pretty much guarantee me winning this
Kinda
competition.
scary.
But I'd have to cheat to make it work.
Did it feel strange to
Oh,
you?
we have plenty of oxygen,
They
though.
just hand you an iPhone and then you run off.
The mask off. I can't go to the airport.
It's gonna be so late. I wouldn't do it. Do another little one. Dude. You mate? No.
I'm going next
Oh,
week.
hey, here we go.
I got a
Gold,
mask on. Okay.
silver,
Having a mansion
lead.
counting as surviving for you? Wait, what?
Cool.
In order to complete the Chatter's
Cool
like
stuff.
fun little meme,
Shatter.
I would. What do you want me to do? Liquidate my fucking assets? Like, you can't
What
actually
do
put
you
my
want me to
mortgage on
do?
hold.
Come on.
This is what happens when you entertain even a joke in the chat. Some motherfucker goes, having a mansion count as surviving for you. I'm saying like I wouldn't be able to survive.
Yeah,
As in
we're
like
infected already.
I ruined my life. I'm recognizing that it's impossible. I would not be able to pay my mortgage. Why don't you do that? How about you do that, Chatter? Stop living with your mom and dad. Okay, you try to do it. More like profiting off the misuse of AVE, Australian Vernacular English. I'm offended.
Australian vernacular English.
Sick cunt. You fucking sick cunt.
You sick
Obviously, Alex
fucking
understands why
cunt.
I would accept a 6-kilometer trip to the airport.
Okay, I gotta
Also,
find out
there's
what
no
to do with
circumstances where Someone
eggs.
comes in and just starts swinging. Okay, motherfucker was like, "My bad, bro. I just got here." It's like, okay, then why did you start fucking swinging at me?
He didn't realize
Yeah, my
I was going to
bad.
deliver my food on the train.
Yeah, it's just homie came in here. Was like, "I just got here." Are you being a champagne socialist again? Yes.
Without him knowing.
Yes,
I just got a
that's
double
me.
order, which means I'm about to be very,
It's
very rich with
always
very little effort.
totally.
I just need to lose Alex and secretly catch that train.
Where? You don't have. Give me the address. Address.
And I felt great. It really helped that everyone around me was somehow cheering me on. Sorry. But it wasn't really going to plan though. Alex somehow found me and I somehow couldn't seem to
Nice.
find the first house. That doesn't make any sense. What the fuck? Oh, it's on this side. No, it's not.
Fucking hell, bro.
I ran past it. Fuck.
It would be nice if we could make a
Oh, good, I got lost.
bioreactor on the Neptune. I don't know if I can do that though.
Sorry about that. Okay, it's all right. It's just a little hiccup. Look, I don't care if Alex knows I'm cheating. I just want to win, and I've got 3 minutes to get to the train station, which should be just enough time.
Okay, let's see
But
if we can use this propulsion
I missed the train,
cannon.
and it suddenly dawned on me where I had just committed myself to running. Oh, this guy's in the airport. What? I don't know how to get there.
Is it getting close to nighttime?
Luckily, the community still had my back. Thanks.
Excuse me? Oh
the
gosh.
community support only helped for about 200 meters.
Whoops.
Who built the park this big? Who does? Why?
Okay.
Why does it have to eat burritos?
Oh,
Why
nice.
doesn't it eat other food?
Move the rock.
Some of the noises from the city gave way to the haunting hum of the industrial district. I never
Oh.
had any intention of running here, but I need to get to this man's house before he gets fed
Okay,
up
silver,
with
is
how
that
slow I
it?
am and cancels this order. If I wanted to complete this order, I'd have to break
Right.
some rules. There are a bunch of
Oh,
businesses
there's
and
two
warehouses
of them,
away.
like,
If I could just
overlapped.
make my way
Okay,
through them
cool.
instead of going around. I'd
Oh,
save
now
myself
this
a
is
good
blocked.
15
Great.
minutes of jogging. That'll be a mad shortcut.
You gonna try a shortcut?
Uh oh, that's a mistake.
I hope you're happy.
No shortcuts.
This is how you
No.
lose superstars, boys. Watch there be a dead end.
Despite Alex's great encouragement, there was in fact an exit to this warehouse.
Looks like your shortcut paid off. Davai. Davai, yeah. That's what Uber drivers feel like.
You know what? Right now, I'd rather get killed by a car. Put that out there.
Well, now you know why they do it.
Honestly, I was about to collapse here. I couldn't do this much longer. I needed another shortcut through another warehouse.
Well, you're very optimistic with these industrial parks.
I did one good shortcut, I get another.
I have a feeling this one's going to be a dead end. Are you expecting an open gate here?
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Are you serious? Fuck.
See if you can trigger the automatic door.
Fucking hell, bro.
He's just right here. Now, look, I'm not a religious man, but I'm pretty sure we have guardian angels who work in warehouse security and saw us on the cameras because the gate just started opening. Thank you. Thank you. I finally.
Nice. I mean, if they're delivering the food, then yeah, let them in.
Should be
Oh,
fine,
yeah.
I reckon. Hi there. Sorry, I'm late. Didn't have my bike. She's still
Got him. Haha, bitch.
He was just looking at me so strange. I said, didn't have my bike. He's like, don't worry. I looked at him and I was like, don't worry, it's still cold. I'm like, that's not what he wants to hear. He wants to hear this warm. It's just like, I'm so fucking deranged.
It's still cold.
It slowly started to dawn on me
What am I
what
looking
just
for?
happened.
Thought I saw a sandstone
Yeah, I never ran to the end. That makes no sense.
somewhere.
But also,
Mate, oh, you were so sweaty just then.
Man.
What the fuck?
I ran through the airport. That trip just earned me a whopping $21. I got an hour left just to get like.
Oh, what? Hey, where you going? Where you going? Come on.
1 kilometer. 1 kilometer. I got this.
Got it.
Oh, dude, it looks like he might live right next to it.
What was that?
There you go, bro. If
Stalker.
you're just a go-getter, you end up making money.
Try. I picked
Yeah,
up food
get that
from
money.
some source that I just couldn't think straight. I could not work out how to get to this man's house.
Get that money, bro.
It's that way. It's over there. Are you fucking with me?
Ah, you fucking with me.
Go away. Twice.
Oh, hey, you.
It is that way.
Aye. Wait, that's a new life form? I thought I scanned it.
I managed to find this man. Sorry, a bit late.
No, that's a joke, but man doesn't hurt to hear, haha. Well, that's the joke. That is the joke. Obviously. I'm being sarcastic.
He was doing this new thing where we don't have bikes. Okay. Shit.
I mean, this is the reason why I fucking drop fat loads of tips on Uber delivery.
Of course.
I'm fortunate enough to be able to order.
I'm not a person. I can say the most absurd thing. Like, Uber's doing this new thing where we don't have bikes. But he's like, ah, no. I need a wee. You're not someone.
Yeah, exactly. They don't even want to look in your eyes.
No, they don't look in your eyes. If they would, they'd notice this fucking thing.
Edible
I won with half an hour to
crayfish.
spare, baby. Oh.
The double.
I guess we can just, oh yeah, we can just keep fish
And then this one plus a bubble.
around and then just,
The other one, yeah.
since they're fuel, we can just load them in here whenever we need to.
He gave me this, like, the
Make some more power, right? Cool.
That's so funny. That's so good. You actually think, you look at this person and think he needs money so bad he doesn't have a bike.
High in fluids, low calorie count. It's hard to keep down.
As this job is, I can't shake the amazing feeling of beating
What's gonna happen? Am I gonna throw up?
I feel like I could ride this high forever. We did it.
Dehydrating but keeps well.
Let's continue working as a
Daily dose of salt in a single portion. Shriveled and unpleasant, dehydrating. Yeah, if it's all water, then yeah.
As Hassan Ivy's accountant can confirm the monthly expenditure.
Salty legs are the highlight.
To his old age.
Crispy, salty legs. The only flavor is salt. Reminiscent of jerky. Healthy and nutritious meal. Okay, so we need some peepos. A mousse-like consistency. Okay, interesting. How do I... Oh, table coral sample and gold. I mean, what was I going to make with that?
This man is the most interesting man that Andrew's ever interviewed, which is crazy because Andrew has made a living interviewing
Interesting,
the most
yeah,
interesting
makes a
people.
lot of interesting interviews, doesn't he? Okay, aye.
All right, let's watch this. Does anyone have the TOS moments for this?
Lots of water in there.
Are there TOS moments for this? I mean, everything is blurred most likely, but oh shit, this guy wrote the time codes and then got clapped by Fawcett Bot. Chill.
Chill, Fawcett.
Fascist bot, more like. Anyway. 235 to 240 is a bit sus. 730 to 805 is a diagram of a dick.
The important stuff in it.
I mean, that's educational, right?
Yeah, that is educational, but you know.
What's Channel 5? Where is he going for
Oh,
this?
wait, where's my laser cutter? I had a
This is
laser
guy who
cutter
drinks his own
somewhere.
piss.
That's what that Channel 5's about?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Oh, this guy.
Drinks his own
Yeah.
pee-pee.
Oh my god.
He's crazy. All right, let's watch.
I am fearless. I am doubtless, because fear in the present moment.
Pee-pee is a tasty little treat to this guy. And has
I
like...
know it's like a survival thing if you got to drink your own pee.
This is like, and eats
If
his
you're
own
literally
jizz.
about
He says
to
it's
die
like
of dehydration, then you can drink your own piss. But other than that,
other men's
no.
jizz.
That's true. I mean, who hasn't tasted their own?
Oh, now you switched up so quick. You literally went from never done that before, that's gross, to like, yeah, I've done it.
To hey.
That's crazy.
To hey.
That was like a straight guy response. Like, what? What am I, gay? What are you, crazy? What are you trying to say?
No,
Call me queer? What is this? Huh? Never tasted jizz in my life. I'm like, bro, chill.
No, I mean, I just don't. Yeah, maybe I've tasted a little bit. But it doesn't taste good when after you're done with it. Fuck, I don't want any of that. Cum is something that you either really want or you really don't
Cave sulfur is needed for this. Too.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, let's do it.
Diamond, battery, titanium, cave
Fear in the future
sulfur.
is doubt. So when you cup another dude's nuts, you're sending good vibrations, good chi, spiraling up the back, down the front of you.
Austin agreed.
Dude, I've loved this video already.
Pure
dude,
chicken
don't say that. Say it too
magnetite
soon.
for repulsion cannon.
Okay, never mind. What the fuck? Typical off the show moment.
For your batteries. So when you focus on your testicles, you're literally charging your batteries. And of course, you're probably the first guy to
And
ever doing
my
this,
testicles are my
doing shit like
batteries.
this, at least for hundreds of years.
Which is why I
So of
gotta
course
stop
the fear
draining my
is gonna come up.
batteries.
Of course the fear is
See,
going to come up. Of course the doubt's going to come up. So I always just tell people, what
Station.
do your balls feel like right now? Smile into that feeling.
Diamond, lead, titanium,
Really staying grounded in your nuts and your body and your feet. Good.
grounded in my
Reach for the
nuts.
and you basically cup the nuts.
table coral sample.
Can you kind of feel the Reiki energy leaving
Gold.
my palm chakra into your ball sack? Yeah. And we take 3 deep
Upper
breaths.
wire.
And then you say,
I see you, brother.
I see you, brother.
Oh gosh, what's it? What
Amazing.
is?
And then you give them a hug.
Hug.
My name is Will Blunderfield. We're in my apartment in Vancouver.
Magnetite
Canada.
times
And
2. I have magnetite
Oh, he's the most,
elsewhere.
okay, he's just a Canadian, dude. That's what it is. I was like, what's the deal
Average
with this guy? What's
Canadian,
wrong with
huh?
him? And now I know.
Okay, like the act of cupping another man's balls doesn't really. It's kind of strange.
No, he's
Is it?
just Canadian. That's what it is. I get
There's
it.
nothing strange about cupping another man's
do that all
balls.
the
It's just
time.
like in the non. I don't know. Man, I cup another man's.
Do you?
Not
Do
really.
you?
I feel like it's not a very sexual thing.
No.
I don't see you doing it.
I don't even know. I don't really even hold them.
Like, why would you
Yeah,
cup another
the-
man's
I like maybe
balls?
grab them for
The
a
balls
second. I
don't
really like
give
cup
pleasure the same way
Not really
the dick
enjoying
does. At
cupping
least
them.
not exactly
Yeah,
the
it's not a
same.
sexual act. Anyway, he said he does sex kung fu.
Here's
So
magnetite.
it's the daily discipline of harnessing and directing your sexual energy from your loins up into the rest of your system rather than constantly just shooting it out like most guys do. Some people are like, well, you're saying,
Oh, yeah.
you know, you
Most
should love
guys just
yourself as
shoot
you
out
are. Why are you
their
encouraging guys to
energy
cock?
out of their
But I'm
balls.
just saying, let your cock and your balls fully exist in the form that they're meant to exist in beyond the poisoning. The sad truth is that cock size
Am I
is
out of
small.
magnetite? Where did I get magnetite?
So my holistic
Oh, right,
approach
in the
is a three-pillar
caves.
thing. It's about
We'll
getting
go
the
back in the
pesticides
caves
and
then.
microplastics out of your body through superfoods and detoxification protocols. Then it's actually sexual kung fu techniques, like pulling, literally like taking.
Dude,
Is
how
this guy
can
trying to grow people's dicks? Is this the
Sexual
whole
kung
thing?
fu.
I guess.
That's his thing.
I
He's
mean, he
trying to
landed on an incredible grip. There was a documentary I remember of a guy whose girlfriend denied him in a stadium when he like asked her to marry him, and when asked why, she said he had a small dick. And I
Ooh.
remember that he like went and like
Damn.
looked for dick remedies basically. What was that? Does anyone remember that? It was like a
That's gotta
documentary.
sting.
No, the moral of the story is that
I'll
there is
not
nothing.
marry
That's
you.
what I'm saying. If there was something, we'd all be taking it. Because I think everybody could use a little
The
something.
unhung hero? Oh yeah.
The
Yo, the dick
unhung
diagram's the
hero.
only introduced TOS to me, the rainbow chakra of the dick, not like a biological diagram.
The unhung hero.
What?
So is that the unhung hero?
No, that's the name. I think that was literally the name of the documentary.
Nice.
Anyway,
That's so good.
but that's when I found out, like, there's motherfuckers out there that'll do anything for this, okay? Which is why this is a good
Oh,
grip.
yeah.
The coconut oil
Anything.
and milking your penis down 50 times, up 50 times, left 50 times, right 50 times, and straight out 50 times
Up,
every day.
down, left, right.
My balls used to be the size of like enlarged, like slightly bigger than an almond, and now they're both the size of like a brick.
Someone in the
That's
chat
bullshit.
said Konami code.
The Konami
He's doing the
code for
Konami
dick.
code on his cock, dude.
It's the cock code.
Okay, let's hear the man out. Maybe he's got some good ideas. There's surgeries that can add an inch in length and width, respectively. Dude, you can't. You
That's
can't
so
trust that
dangerous,
shit,
too.
dude. No shot.
Yeah.
Motherfucker won't even take Propecia.
No.
Because he's worried that his dick won't work.
Fuck no, I won't take Propecia. Think I need to?
Do I make a mod station in here?
I'm taking Nutrafol.
Not.
Eh.
Bro, it is. It's a supplement.
Brazil nuts.
Gonna work.
Wait,
Hair dye.
was that a TOS moment? Oh, it's
It's
coming
great
up
to be able
now.
to feel
Oh,
that.
TOS
And it's
moment.
also great to be able to lengthen the penis. Easiest way to really come into the penis in terms of lengthening it.
Come.
I mean,
Penis.
these are all censored. these dicks are all censored.
Literally just make it okay for it. And you
kinda-
just pull it down. The penis and the tongue are the outermost extensions of the heart. In classical Chinese medicine, you're just like,
In classical Chinese
I gotta show you this thing.
medicine, which is bullshit.
They're all
of
doing the
course.
okay on their dicks.
Oh, so this isn't like a sexuality thing.
What do you mean, bro? What are you talking about? Motherfuckers got their dicks out flopping about.
Yeah, but there's no. This is platonic.
It's
Oh,
platonic
you mean,
dick.
I mean, it's a sex thing, but it's not a sexuality thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a platonic moment.
Okay,
traditionally
sure.
you sit naked. My teacher Montauk Chia taught me this.
Later on, we're going to talk a lot about screwing technique.
Literally focus
What?
Screwing
into your nuts
techniques.
because energy flows where the mind goes. There's also something that my teacher Troy Casey taught me. It's called testicle slapping.
No, don't do that shit.
Do this for maybe.
Bro, I don't know if I can show this, man. I don't know if I can show this. He's doing CBT, dog. And that's slap. Those
CBT.
slaps, those were him slapping his ball sack.
Wait, I can make
You can
this.
hear it.
Almost.
Like fucking, like ass cheek clapping. Yo, this is crazy. He's a true martial artist. This is not a grift. Man, shut the fuck up. Sexual kung fu is not real, dude. He said, stop. Ray, stop hiding the dick lengthening secrets. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure you're not supposed to hit
You're
your balls
trying,
like that.
you're trying to keep our dicks small.
I can't see that being a good thing.
That's what you're trying to do, isn't it?
Hard, not too easy,
I
but
see
right.
you, Hassan.
Makes it work. Keep your balls,
Trying to
increase
keep
your
all the
testosterone,
big
which will
dick
increase your manhood. And
secrets
you
to
take the energy
yourself.
of nature. Okay. So
What am I
I don't know why I
looking
pushed
for?
the force of habit. But anyway, so this is
Oh my god.
Shivambu.
Oh
He's gonna do
my
it.
god.
He's doing it.
Oh! He downed it! Stop!
Oh, no.
Stop!
That's nasty.
Oh!
And he
Oh,
keeps
you can
going.
hear him gulping! Oh! It's fucking...
He keeps
Oh,
going. He keeps
bro!
going.
Little droplets, brother!
Why?
Little droplets on the chin, brother! Oh! Woo! He gulping! He's out here going... He's glugging away! Oh, it's in his fucking beard! Also, my man needs to drink some water, dude. What? How
Yeah, drink
yellow
some
is his
actual
piss?
water.
Bro, Bro, that is the worst, dude. That,
You think he just keeps
oh my
drinking
god.
his own piss
Oh
and
my
nothing
god,
else?
that's really bad. He needs to hydrate without piss.
Oh, I got my beard. I eat carrots, organic carrots, because they make me feel good. I drink my piss because it makes me feel good.
Can you tell us what same-sex erotic bonding
It makes me feel good.
Same-sex erotic bonding is when
See, it's sexual too.
I'm about to learn something now.
Let's hear it.
two men or a group of men come together to do things that
Come
this
together.
culture would say would be like homosexual. For example, two men hugging heart to heart with the cocks touching, breathing, and
Their
doing our
cocks
best to
touching,
stay
well, that's
in
kinda
a
gay.
sympathetic state of being rather than going into stress.
The first time was definitely really challenging to really be present with actually observing my brother's body and being present with him watching me. The more you do it,
Wait, that's his brother? Dog, stop.
No, I think he's calling him his brother as if like
As in
brothers
his bro.
In this,
They're brothers in Bond.
Yeah, in Bond. I don't think they're actually.
Where'd that,
Dude, this
where'd
is
that
wild.
fish go that I
I
just
will say,
bumped?
straight
Oh,
guys are
hello.
going to really
Oh, I never,
incredibly
oh, there it is.
crazy lengths to not be gay.
I think these guys probably do
wow.
gay shit.
Yeah, but why? Like, why do they give a?
Like, they might be gay, I think. I don't... Do we know? Are they not gay?
We weren't gay. We're just same-sex bonding. That's what
Yeah,
I call
they just
my.
enjoy
when I-
doing same-sex bonding.
When I'm with other men, I call
It's
it
nothing gay,
same-sex
okay?
bonding.
It's just,
They're piss drinking sex called brothers
Just,
like 2 minutes in the
you know.
though, the more you spend time with each other too, the more you can actually just observe and witness the person for everything they've gone through. It's no different than any other part of their body, so why not give them some appreciation?
Just two bros broing out.
Bro. Like, everything is censored. Everything is censored. Everything is...
Hey, where's that cave?
Oh yeah, nothing like same-sex bonding.
It's two
That's
bros.
what I do with my bros. Just one bro on one leg, one on the other.
Chilling in the hot
wide
tub.
open.
Okay, by the way, that shit's way gayer than sucking a cock,
Yeah,
okay?
that's okay.
He had that shit spread. He had that shit spread wide open, eagle style,
Oh,
okay?
I saw that part when his legs were spread. Yeah, that's literally just gay. Sorry.
Anyway,
You're
let's
gay.
get back to the piss drinking and shit.
I'm ready. I love this.
I hate this video.
I'm gonna take this.
No, it is good.
You got a beautiful cock, baby.
And then you hug heart to heart because the heart
Hey,
is on
nice
the left side of the
cock,
body
bro.
with the cocks touching.
When I started hanging out with these guys, it's not just with other people in Vancouver who are also engaging in these kind of practices. My assumption was like, oh,
Yeah,
they
West
must be
Hollywood,
gay.
California,
Build
baby.
this right.
It took a few years to finally build that trust with these guys that, oh, they're not trying to like subtly manipulate me and maybe they are gay underneath, but they're not acknowledging it.
Whether we call ourselves gay or
Oh,
straight or
maybe.
trans, like we think that these labels make us all so unique and that they're so important, when really to me they're just tools that the Matrix uses to divide us and control us. Because I feel like
Well,
we're so much
I
more
wouldn't
than
go
just
that
one
far, but
little
I
word.
definitely
The
But if
Matrix.
you're going to call me something, call me a faggot. And then Facebook censors the law, and I'm in Facebook jail now for 30 days.
Oh my
Plus I
God.
talk about medical freedom, so it's like a double whammy for me.
Oh my god. The wild naked man denies the existence of viruses and just like talks about all this
The
crazy
existence
shit
of
that I
virus.
didn't learn about, and I've been going to med school for 5 generations, okay?
Did you actually read the links that I sent?
Oh my god, just
Did
accept
you actually
every
read?
You're gay, honey.
The word that I was
Okay,
called
well,
most in high
that's
school
kinda
was
weird.
faggot. And I just love the intensity of that word, and I guess it's like how some black people reappropriate the N-word. I like to reappropriate the faggot.
I can see that, right? I am
Yeah,
queer myself, so I
yeah,
can say okay.
Austin wants to say it so bad right now. Why do you like
Say
this
it,
so
bro.
It's
Say it, dude. Say it.
So he's not gay.
No, but he's just fucking hurling it like it's
He's obviously not gay, Austin.
I can't say
Might
it.
be kinda gay.
I only say
What do you mean? You say it all the time.
Yeah, in private.
He says it. He says it all the time.
Private. It's my word, damn it.
That's our word.
My student council posters, and I guess they assumed that I was gay because I was a singer. I remember I was living in
No. Nah, I don't
It's
think
because you're
that's the
obsessed
reason,
with
dog.
cocks and shit. That's what.
He's like, yeah, it must be. They probably think they assumed I was gay because I was having sex with women too much. I think that's what it must have been. This man is the most interesting man that Andrew's ever fucking interviewed, which is crazy because
he's interviewed
Andrew
a lot of
has made a
interesting
living
people.
interviewing the most interesting people. Not even because of everything else, but his head shape
Here it
is
is.
so
Oh,
weird,
is there
and I cannot stop focusing on it.
Let's
He
just take the
literally
seam
looks
off,
like
actually.
an alien. He's got such a skinny neck and such a
tiny head.
massive dome. Like the
Oh,
top of his
yeah.
dome just keeps going larger and
He's got a
larger and
5
larger.
head. Yeah.
Yeah, he does look like Megamind. It's odd, man. I can't stop myself. I'm glad you noticed it, bro. Are you kidding me? It's like when you look at Ron Perlman, you're like, okay, bro, you have Neanderthal dome, okay? You got the Neanderthal skull. Like, Neanderthals were not genocided. Ron Perlman still lives among us, okay? This man's got the alien version of that.
I was dating this guy. We just had a great meal.
Oh, Captain.
Right when we got out, it started to rain, and this guy takes out a switchblade. Get you, and like we ran.
Oh, he's gay.
It just like showed me that there still is a lot of like.
Oh, he's gay?
Triggering that can happen when two men or two women are.
He's a bi
Yeah, I definitely
king.
think that's attraction, and it's interesting when I do things like detox from glyphosate and atrazine, I start to feel an increase in a procreative urge. The testes tingle around beautiful women, whereas before they were completely, I was cut off.
Testes.
The more I retain my seed, the more I eat well, the more I do sex erotic bonding, the more pussy I want to eat. So that's what I'm interested in. How can we use same-sex erotic bonding, superfood nutrition, detoxification to enhance male potency?
Hey guys,
I'll be honest,
I
I think
just
he's onto something.
yoink.
Because I
Whoops.
find when I don't jerk off as much, my
Yoink.
life has more meaning. And for that reason, I
Please stop. I hate this semen retention bullshit, bro.
Nah, it's bullshit.
I'm more engaged, right? Like, I think I'm actually buying into what this guy's saying. All right, minus the drinking the piss part. He lost me there. All right, let's go.
And feel more juicy.
And whatever the fuck he's doing. Okay, he lost me here.
Wait, I can't. Can I show this?
I don't know. Just don't risk it.
I don't know if I can show. This is straight cock, but like it's a photo of a cock, but there's like rainbow colors on it.
It's a pride cock. Come on, you couldn't ban it. They'd be homophobic.
It's not pride
Ban you
cock.
for this is a pride cock.
I'm not gonna show it. I can't.
Show it, dude.
The cock, the ears are really great places to massage because they've got so many nerve endings in them that relate to the entire body.
Awesome when he said the F slur.
Yeah, let's go make some water really quick. Whoa.
All right, let's keep going with this video.
So in my classes, we get naked and we literally massage our cocks together. And this is called penis reflexology.
This is a diagram in terms
But not gay.
Like, why doesn't he just go fuck other guys? I don't see.
He does fuck them.
Oh.
He dated
he
guys.
does.
He says he dates guys, but when he dates guys, and then he does like all this shit. Oh god, oh my god, he does look like Keemstar. Yeah. So when he does like the penis bonding shit with other dudes, that creates an urge within him to want to fuck and eat pussy. That's what he said.
So is this like
So
conversion therapy?
if you're maybe that makes sense because you're like increasing your masculine
know.
energy, right, or something.
Like, is this what he's trying to do?
Maybe.
Everyone knows
Probably not.
penis reflexology, definitely a real thing. Oh
Definitely.
man.
Like conversion therapy is what wants to eat
I
more pussy?
don't think so. I don't
feel
even.
like there's some sort of.
He seems comfortable with the sexuality.
I don't really know what he's
Yeah,
trying to
I don't get it
It
either.
seems like he's doing fine.
Bigger.
of penis reflexology. It's a little bit blurry.
Wait, didn't they
Basically,
have
massage
another
each other's
power
heart
cell
rate
somewhere?
To help release self-hatred while cuddling and watching Obi-Wan Kenobi, and it was just so beautiful. And this is what my Celtic ancestors did. They would also suck each other's nipples and share each other's beds before battle.
If you do some more digging, Spartans were actually doing same-sex erotic bonding. They believed if you ingested the semen of a big, strong man,
Yeah, they were gay as fuck.
Yeah,
I mean,
those
they were
guys-
super gay. Like, really. They were so gay, they weren't even thinking about it. Like, that wasn't a thing.
Just a way of life, brother.
Yeah, there was nothing. It was just like, yeah, you're fucking your dude's ass. You're fucking
you
your
do.
homie's ass. That's just like whatever, you know?
It is what it is.
that you would become a big
It
strong
is
man.
what
And
it
they still do
is.
that in tribes that have not yet been contacted by the West. In Papua New Guinea, for example, they actually have to suck as
West.
much cock as they can before they hit the age of 20 or 21, and then they can marry a woman.
What?
Get as much-
They're like, hey, in all these,
Wait, is that real? What the fuck?
in all these other societies, it's totally fine for straight guys to suck cock. So
Wait, what?
Wow.
Wait, hold on. That seems really suspicious, dude.
this vicious.
It is very real. Wait, really? I learned this in anthropology. Wait, I can't tell if you guys are being serious. Why don't
Wait,
I just
where's the
Google it?
pump?
Hold on. I
Is
just
this
like,
one
what is
that-
it? Papua
there
New
it is.
Guinea?
Oh,
Suck
it's still
cock?
stuck there.
That's gonna be a
Dude,
weird search.
you can find your way around that if you try.
Kitty suck cock.
Come on. Oh, oh, oh,
What is it? Is this
oh, oh, Okay,
No, not
this
the
is
Celtic
where I
one. I
found
wanna know about the-
magnetite earlier.
Oh, it's the first recommended search term.
Simbari people,
Sure,
known
there's
as the Simbari
plenty more
Anga,
down there. I mean,
are a
look at
tribe
the
of mountain
size of this place.
dwelling, hunting, horticultural people who inhabit the fringes of the eastern islands of the province of Papua New Guinea.
Oh,
They're
hello.
extensively described by the American anthropologist Gilbert
Thermal
Hurd.
vents, several of them.
They
How
have
hot does it
ritualized
get?
homosexuality and semen
15
ingestion practices.
degrees,
Best
22 degrees, 27. Oh.
in his studies in
degrees.
Simbari, Hurd describes people as, oh god, they're
I
libertarians,
guess we
bro.
can make a thermal.
That's
Oh my
what it
gosh,
is.
it's really hot.
Yeah,
Oh
they're free
gosh,
market.
okay.
It says right here
It's,
they are big fans of the free market.
Exponentially
Free
hot,
market
really fast.
libertarians.
Oh gosh.
It also says actually
Excuse
it's called ephebophilia sweaty. That's what it says in the Wikipedia article. Oh, man.
Actually,
I mean, technically, so were the
yeah.
Spartans. You know what I'm saying? Simbari people speak Simbari. Male rites of passage Maku.
Simbari.
They're separated from the mothers at the stage, participate in the bloodletting, where long sticks are inserted up their nostrils to make them bleed, therefore ridding themselves of the mother's presence in them.
Ridding themselves of their
Simbari people do not
mother's
believe that males are
presence.
born with semen, and so during Maku, the boys participate in fellatio. Wait, what?
Oh right, we found lithium.
Bro,
down
you shouldn't
there,
even
too.
know about this. We know too much now. I feel like, what the fuck?
Yeah, this is too much. What have we become?
Bro, looking at this is one thing, okay? Learning about this and going, gross, ew, is another. Looking at this and being like, this is actually a good thing,
What is that?
entirely separate. You know what I mean? They are also required to undergo a strict diet during this time period from age 7 to 10. Male bonding and rewards for making it through. During the stage, the boys begin to go through puberty. They no longer need to participate in fellatio. Oh, what the fuck? They learn
Dude.
gender roles. Oh, goddamn,
fuck,
dude.
dude?
What the fuck?
Oh, there are biters down here, of course.
Definitely said before like 20 to 21, so we didn't have to say it was children. Yeah. Why would you look at this
laser
and go,
cutter,
man,
That's what I was thinking of.
seems like
Damn
some
it.
good ideas. He looks way better bald. Oh my god, dude, his head, there's something wrong with it. Hassan, I beg you to close that wiki article. Yeah. There's a time limit on that thing, dude. You stay on that for too long, immediately the
There's
FBI
some
is
magnetite.
knocking down your door. You stay on that Wikipedia page for too long. You stay on that Wikipedia page for too long, okay? The Young
Then,
Americans
yeah.
for Freedom Foundation
lithium.
sends you gift cards. All of a sudden, your entire YouTube search algorithm, your TikTok search algorithm, all
It's
of it is
fucked
turned into Ben
forever.
Shapiro clips, okay?
It's fucked. I do feel like I'm moving slower.
Increasing our manhood.
My testicles attract girls from all over the world.
My
Do
testicle
they?
attracts humans from all around the world.
My
Humans.
balls produce massive amounts
So
of
he's a
testosterone.
bisexual
My balls
king as
produce
well.
massive amounts of testosterone.
My testicles are an engine of alpha growth.
My testicles
Alpha
are an engine of
growth.
alpha growth.
Beautiful. So for most of my life, I couldn't feel my balls. Now that I do this ritual regularly, I can actually feel the sperm being produced in my balls, and I feel so much more grounded.
I couldn't feel
What?
my fucking balls unless I was fully erect. And even when I was fully erect,
What does
I
that
couldn't
mean?
even really feel my nut.
Wait, he's got some issues, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, you got some nerve ending issues or something.
That's not healthy. What the fuck? What did he do? Did he fucking rub it too hard? Like, I don't understand.
Magnetites.
My man, you
okay.
should have gone to a
You got
doctor.
a big chunk
okay?
of magnetite.
What
I
the
wanna
fuck? You have some kind
see
of
if I can mine
disorder.
that with a laser cutter or something.
I'm just saying.
It's not all of us have as big balls as you do.
But I don't understand. Like,
You understand how
Yeah,
people
I'm
could
pretty
have
sure I
smaller
had a
balls?
laser
no,
cutter.
I'm not talking
but
about that. You can have. He's talking about feeling.
Can't find it.
This is so dumb.
I felt just like there was nothing there. Also, I was sexually abused by a doctor.
Here's the
when I was a
magnetite.
combination of,
Let's
like,
just
chemical-
explore a little
almost like
more.
chemical castration plus the shaming of the abuse. So the
Chemical
sexual
castration.
lineage has literally helped me like.
And here's one of
feel my
these
balls
guys.
again,
Look
mix
at
the
this
blood
dude.
mixture
Oh,
with my nuts.
there
it
You
is.
know, say,
Yeah, literally.
Is he lying in wait?
Oh, that makes
I
sense.
witnessed his cock change for sure. Like his cock's gotten bigger.
It was probably flaccid, maybe 2 inches, and then erect it was maybe 5 inches. Now it's usually about 3 to 4 inches flaccid, and erect it goes to about 6,
Okay.
just over 6 inches.
So many dudes that I work with and that I've chatted with, actually I'd say every dude is worried about, is their dick going to be perceived as small? This like fear of like, oh my god, if I show my dick. And this work has helped me to feel like I don't really care about what someone thinks of my dick. I'm just like, this is my dick.
None of you guys have super
Okay, well
small
that's
dicks.
good. Just accept your dick for
The changes I've noticed in my own
what it is.
genitals, not just localized to that area, it's more so their interconnection to the rest of my body. If I'm engaging in sex with somebody, I'm not just focused on this little, as Will would say, a bubble of awareness in that area. It seems to have coalesced back into a full system where if I'm receiving a
How
hug,
horny do you got to be to explore your balls that
my
deeply?
whole body's involved usually, except for my genitals.
Think about that.
I seem
To
to be
what
unaware
depth?
of that. Even in those moments now, while my full body's back online, I'm not so much emotionally.
You got to be so
connected from
horny
one area or
to like. There's
a
you need
full
more than just
revival of-
whatever sex has to offer.
maybe.
And this is great to do like in a circle with a bunch of naked men because we communicate subtly through the pelvic consciousness. I call it the testiculum. Kind of like the mycelium network in the forest. The mushroom
Okay,
is
this
the
is
cock, and the
this part's
mycelium are the
bullshit.
testicles. So it's like,
Your
let them
your
fill
balls
this
are
young
mycelium
prana.
communicating with other
Exhale.
dicks.
I'll be honest, Hassan. If I was standing in a circle with all them, I think I'd want to eat pussy too.
Yeah, I would rather
I
be
think this is
eating
actually
pussy
a
than
conversion
doing
therapy.
whatever that
Yeah,
is.
they're like, dude, y'all are fucking weird, man. Austin's like, I've been gay my whole life, but this shit's whack, bro.
It's too much.
I am Ace, and I've never felt more normal. Yeah, it's wonderful that these guys are making everybody feel better about themselves.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Right? Because gratitude is the
Make
highest.
Asexuality
You're basically blessing
preferable
the
to whatever this is.
humanity, and you're increasing the
Oh,
frequency
what are they
in the
eating?
brain of your gonads by smiling.
What are
and
they?
This is
Oh,
one of
they're
those
eating-
things
they're
where it's like
fighting
if
a
your mom
shark.
walks in while
Go
you're
get 'em.
watching this, just turn
I'm
to
rooting
porn.
for the.
Just turn up open porn
what is
immediately,
it,
and
crab
another time be
snake?
like, I was jerking off. Mom, I was
Fight,
jerking off.
fight,
It's so
fight,
it's so
fight,
much less embarrassing.
fight.
I mean,
You're
this is
fighting?
crazy.
Oh, they're hiding in the jelly shroom.
You can do this when you're having sex with a woman. You can
Just don't mind me. Just
thrust.
fight
If you're about to
the
ejaculate
shark.
and you don't want to ejaculate,
Go get
growl
him.
into your balls.
Go get
It's
him.
so powerful. You go, and
Go
really
get him.
feel some
Ooh,
energy
nice.
in your system and come into your body instead, and
Get
shield
him.
more weapons.
Oh, there's a bunch of
Women
them.
like to be
Oh, this shark
I
is
went
fucked.
to
Oh, hello.
theater school. I was actually in
Oh my gosh. Oh god.
theatrical.
Oh my God, Austin! Look at him!
Oh yeah, he used to be really
that him?
different. Oh my. Okay, is that guy dead?
He said they kicked me off for being too theatrical.
Theatrical. Oh, he's alive.
I mean, I have no idea what they thought he was.
Theatrical, yeah.
They kicked him from theater school. Must be my singing, says the gay man. Yeah. I didn't realize that's how you were singing, man. I get it.
Fast forward throughout the ages,
Yeah.
through the last 15 years, I was teaching what we would call like hatha yoga, like stretchy stretch yoga. And it was great.
Stretchy stretch?
It felt like there was something missing. I started to get into other modalities. I was like, I need more. And also I got addicted to cocaine. So I stopped doing that. I started to look for other ways to get
Also.
high. Drinking my piss gets me kind of high. I don't know how it works. Doing breath work.
I don't know if that's how it works. Oh, hey, here's a wreck. If I explore
That's
this.
a good way. That's a fast path to passing out.
Squeeze
I must
your anus,
have.
sex organ navel. Shunt the energy up your spine.
Yeah, you're not getting high. You're just like asphyxiating yourself, which I guess is
Exhale
a
to
way
your
of
body round forward, suck your abs in. Shunting
not
all the
exactly
energy to the
the
rest of
same.
the system.
Oh shit! Oh my.
What the fuck's he doing? Oh, that's just his belly.
I thought that was his
Oh my God, I thought that was his dick. I was so scared, bro. I thought that was just like dick dangling, dude. For a second, I was like,
Oh, he does some weird shit with his stomach.
oh my God, I've seen this before. Wim Hof does this shit, like the crazy breathing shit. Take a moment, let's take a breather there, okay? That was a jump scare, all right? That was crazy.
High
Yeah,
notes, high
oof.
Cash App, the easy way to pay a male
What's
yogi
up,
to
Lee?
take you into the forest for an afternoon of platonic male bonding rituals. You can also use Cash App to buy, sell, and send Bitcoin instantly. But it gets even better. If you go to the App Store or to Google Play and download Cash App right now, you can use code Channel5 to get a free $15 for new users.
Here's the
Terms apply.
wreck.
Cash App.
Is there any door or something here?
For me,
Oh,
rewilding
dude.
is reconnecting to Mother Earth. A
Hello,
lot
is
of
there
yogic
something in
lineages
here?
that are really popular these days, like Kundalini, is all about connecting to
Hello?
the third eye, into heaven, into other dimensions.
Yoink.
But the thing I love about rewilding,
I
is
just
that-
can't get over how they're just straight posting cock. Like they're just sitting there with their dicks out. You know what I mean? It's wild. Austin, would you fuck this guy?
No.
He's good looking.
Yeah, not my type.
No, you just hate how fucking weird they are.
It was weird and like
you can't overlook that.
I literally don't think I.
Yeah.
He's
You
too.
gotta fuck
he's
someone
I don't
who's
like his
normal.
beard. And
connecting to your balls,
yeah,
your cock,
not my type.
your tribe, and Mother Earth. It's
And
about
after
coming
this,
back into that
absolutely
wild,
cannot.
instead of being a chihuahua, coming back into that wild wolf state.
This is your body. There's no reason for us to not have access to being free at all times within reason.
I got a lot of
I
shit,
think the
you know?
apprehension that people have in wanting to create a set of rules around that is that so many people have unhealthy associations to their sexuality that they are a danger, hence creating these strong boundaries in society. In order to get to a place where you can free the nipple and free the rectum completely, you also
Free the
have to look
rectum,
at
that's a good
the
one.
shadowy shit.
Yeah,
new movement.
free the rectum.
Free the
I
rectum.
thought,
Take advantage of that
I thought he
for
would
our
say
own
free the
union
cock, but no.
as this means of getting away with
He's for rectum.
something. You know, I want to show my
freedom.
genitals to people because there's something unresolved there, as opposed to these are my genitals, fucking it, no big deal.
Semen retention. So that doesn't mean you never ejaculate. It means that you increase the time between ejaculating.
Oh, okay.
A whole new baby can be created from an ejaculation.
Austin, he's about to say some shit that I've heard you say literally, I think.
Wait, really?
With the whole like, oh, I don't like jerking off because like I want to be, you know, tip top condition. I want to be horny. I like getting horny.
All right, let's see what he has.
All that shit. You know what I mean?
What he has to say.
I do like being horny because, like, yeah, that makes sense. Because, like, once you do jerk off, then it's a lot more pleasurable.
So then
Right.
they can choose when they want to come, ejaculate, or shunt that energy upwards.
So when's the last time?
Now he's on this.
Last night. Yeah, I can actually show you. This is pretty intense.
What?
So me and my buddy Brian did a new moon ejaculation ritual.
Or
we wrote what we wanted to let go of, and we ejaculated.
Smaller
onto it.
right? What is
So
this
it was
part?
actually very powerful.
It says
Is
releasing
this,
purging.
this has gotta be,
shave, partner.
Oh God.
And then we let it dry. That's
Seamoth fragments.
Oh, it's like yellow. Why is it yellow, Austin? Look at it.
Oh, I saw that.
Why
Yeah,
is it yellow?
the jizz yellow?
There's like little yellow dots and stains on it.
Oh God, that's so gross.
Is that blood? Does he have blood in his semen? What is that?
No, it's not blood. It's just.
So fucking gross.
What the
Is
fuck?
it so
Purple
old it's
Caveman,
like
thank you for the 10
rotten
gift
or
of sub.
something?
I think I'm straight now. You want to hit the club, Hazan?
Dude, fuck no.
What a-
I'm ace now. I never want to.
What a
I
nice
don't
time
even
to
want.
donate. Yeah.
I'm gonna go have sex with a woman and cleanse my.
I will.
Yeah,
After
this is
this, I will not be able to
actual
jerk off
effective,
ever.
Ladies, I'm on the
like-
market.
Bro, it's literally
Ladies,
orange.
I'm on the market.
With the
This is
recent
actually
ejaculation
effective,
ceremony
like,
we did, my intention was to purge
conversion
certain
therapy.
energies or certain narratives. Then we do some sex kung fu.
We've
some
discovered
sensory
how to
breathing,
make a man
and then
straight.
we draw up some of that energy as we're stimulating ourselves, as we're exciting ourselves, so that all the sexual energy doesn't get
Dude,
poured.
guys ruin everything, bro. Crystal mommies were just like being hot, maybe shoving like one of those goop balls into their pussies and stuff. Dudes, crystal daddies, on the other hand, straight up just like you didn't have to go there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, why are you going into all this depth?
Like men,
It's not sexy.
Men really do ruin everything. They
This
go
isn't
balls to the
sexy at
wall.
all. Not about this.
Literally balls to
erotic
the
or
wall, I
sexy.
tell you.
Maybe that's the point. But there's nothing sexy about this.
This is crazy.
Hello,
Maybe that's the
floaty.
point.
poured out of the ejaculate, and then
Floaty
eventually bring
boys.
ourselves to full ejaculation. And then later we'll
I mean, he's good looking for sure, but I don't like his beard.
What?
And he probably, does he drink his own piss like that guy does?
Drink your own piss, bro.
Zone is shame.
Worth
So
it.
leaving the comfort zone is coming to joy. But it's still, it's like, do I deserve to
It's a kink, dog. You have a kink.
feel so good? Because I felt so bad for so long.
And what I really want to say is that gay panic has been brainwashed into all of our psyches because these types of
Brainwashed.
activities
That's the
release
word.
high amounts of testosterone. They lower competition.
Oh,
in comparison.
laser
It's a
cutter,
sense
that's
of
right.
de-armoring. You know, there's far too much competition between men. And if the
We have
world's male
diamond,
leaders disciplined
data,
together, I believe there'd be a lot more peace and camaraderie.
Sulfur.
Yeah.
You imagine Trump sitting in a circle like
shit.
that?
Ooh, this is a nice part, actually. Alright, now I can make a repulsion cannon.
I don't know anymore. I don't know, man. I don't know. This one is definitely not one that you should be watching.
I heard there was a secret code. Actually, we have a lot of titanium.
I'm not even worried about getting banned because, like,
5, 6,
technically
7,
this does
8,
fall in
9.
like health and whatever. You know what I mean? Education.
And let's just make a
Even though it's like
one of
completely
the.
psychotic.
There.
It's still just so gross to see. Also, I don't know why it's brown.
Can you look that up?
I'm just describe what you're seeing. I'm seeing too much. That's what I'm seeing now.
Too much.
Why can semen get yellow?
No, dude.
Semen
You don't
passing the
wanna know.
urethra can get mixed together with trapped leftover urine, giving your semen a yellowish tint. This is most common if you ejaculate shortly after you pee.
Computer chip.
Some causes may require medical attention, including urinary tract infection.
I think this guy's got a UTI, to be honest with you.
Yeah, jaundice.
Oh, Billy Rubin.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's right.
Most common symptom is the yellowing
problem
of
with
your
the
skin and
pancreas.
the whites of your eyes.
Gold wire.
Drinking to the piss.
A prostate
I mean,
infection.
that doesn't make sense.
No,
You don't come out
dude.
what goes to your fucking stomach. That doesn't make any sense.
Pink, red, or brown. Prostate infection. Abstinence. Not having an orgasm for a long time or stopping yourself before ejaculation may cause blood to get in your semen. The release of semen from overly full seminal vesicles
Oh,
may
so
cause
that's why you
irritation
gotta
with your
jerk
bleeding.
off.
This usually isn't cause for concern and
That's
often
why it's
resolves
good
on
to
its
jerk
own. Yeah,
off.
when you come. Black semen. Usually
Ew.
caused by hematopospermia.
Black
Black blood is
semen.
generally old blood that's been in your body for
Ew.
a while. Black semen may also be associated with spinal
I
cord
remember
injuries and
now
heavy metals.
where my laser cutter is.
Du hast mich.
Yeah, metal music. Listening to too much. That's the Veil says, just got here. You said black semen, frame one, gonna be a good day. Oh, you have no
Black
idea.
semen.
You have not mentally prepared yourself or what the fuck we've been watching, okay?
Oh no.
Apparently he's a Hasanabi head. Oh, thanks, man. Thank you for the mom found the poop sock. You can't jerk off after watching this. Like I don't think I'll be able to come for a while. Like this gave me trauma.
I won't be able to
Weird,
come
man.
for at
That's
least
so
another
fucking
3
weird.
hours.
Bro, you're wondering why his semen is weird. Meanwhile, the dude is doing kung fu and CBT. That's true. God damn.
Yeah, he's doing CBT. Secret code. David played and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care for music, do ya? To a kitchen chair, she broke your throne, she cut your hair. Lips she drew, hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Oh, it's not someone who claims to have seen the light. It's a cold and
it's a broken hallelujah.
Bro, stop touching your shit, man.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Oh, here's Rebecca.
Dude, his head's so weird, dude. I can't get over the shape of his head. Look at this. Why is it like that? This is some new thing. Like, this guy's a new being, okay? Hey, what's up, guys? New being just dropped. You know what I mean?
New
I've never
entity
seen
just dropped.
such a perfectly light bulb shaped
What is this
head.
here?
Dude.
Oh, right. This is the first one I ever built.
Oh, he's just new.
Just
No, he's at Channel 5.
Everybody sing with me.
Where the hell am I going?
Bro, you're in the
Sing from your
splash zone
nuts.
if you're in the first if you're in the first row. That's the splash zone. It's like Waterworld, you know what I mean? You got to get a tarp.
Wait, did they Channel
Is
5
it Beacon
Live?
3 that I'm going to?
They did a live tour, and I guess they
Oh,
went to
damn it.
Toronto, and they brought my man out. P. Gallagher. Yeah, exactly. You're gonna get some nut on you, okay? This man is liable to come at any given moment.
He's gonna come, yeah. He's just bursting to come.
What you just saw was a surprise performance from Will at our first
Yeah,
ever
I thought I
Channel
was
5
going this
live
way,
show
but I
in
guess
Toronto
not.
about 3 weeks ago. Oh yeah, if you guys didn't know, we're going on a 43-city national Channel 5 live tour. Milwaukee, Madison, Phoenix, Denver, Philly, New York.
Maybe I
Camden,
should go
Connecticut,
to
New
one
Haven,
of
Connecticut,
those.
Orlando, Austin. I can keep it going. It's crazy. At these shows, we're gonna screen scenes from a movie you guys have never seen. We're also gonna hire battle rappers
movie?
and magicians
Which
via
movie?
Craigslist to open each act. And we're gonna bring out special characters from the Channel 5 universe for surprise performances.
Oh, I
It's
wonder
gonna be a
if
great
I
time.
can
If you wanna buy tickets to
collect
any
from
of
these
go to
guys.
channel5.news/pages/C5
I can get them to poop out the thing.
tour, or you can
Hello,
see
you.
the link in the description below. Hope to see you guys there.
Can I get it? Can I get
That
it?
was
Ooh,
wild.
Gas pod.
Go to Channel 5 Live.
Yeah, I gotta get it before it
This was
bursts.
insane. The only Channel 5 I'm comfortable with after this is like the 5 Xanax being channeled down my throat to get me through another video of that dude.
Oh gosh.
That was crazy, man. That video was the hardest
Crazy,
video to
man.
watch. Out of all of Andrew's videos, that one was the hardest to watch. Not gonna lie. He was not keeping it 50 Street. No, he wasn't.
Even
he
at
was
50
not.
Fifth straight. Hello, Leviathan. Oh, it's a whole herd of them. Nice. Do do do do do do. Wait a second. Oh, huh. I was like, I'm pretty sure there was more base. Wait a second. What is this? Wait a second. This isn't the base. Which base is this? Oh my god, I'm so dumb.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Oh, hey, we got some stuff here, though. Beacon 2. Oh, we have, have to go to Beacon 2. Okay. We'll do that. just me. Why is my computer so hot? This game isn't, I guess this game is kinda... how do you say it? It's kinda kinda demanding. Should we, hear about the Amaranth situation? Jews have to get their act together. Oh, he did say that. Oh, I was gonna make something about that, but no. Fallout for OP fire bills. G4. Who's G4 and why did they get fired?
It's a fact that
oh, hey, nice hair. Everyone's bleaching their hair these days.
And be replaced by something more contemporary, whether it's 10 years from now or 100 or even 1,000 years in the future. But in the gaming scene, it feels like
1,000 years is a long time, buddy.
Things don't last nearly as long, and if you've been around for even a few years, you've probably seen several companies come and go.
Oh, whoops, just hit something.
Subscribe because the number going up makes me feel a lot better. So, but it's pretty rare that a channel dies twice. In fact, dying twice has only really happened to Jesus, Gandalf, and G4. So let's take a look at the death of G4,
maybe.
which, if you haven't heard, was just announced yesterday. If you don't know, G4 is a gaming network that started in 2002. That was aired basically on GameStop. That was trying to make gaming cool.
Hold me, Morgan.
Nice try, but the show isn't going to blow up.
Nice
It
try.
informative to a lot of gamers in the early years. They eventually faded out in like 2014 and then announced a comeback. A comeback that was meant to happen in 2021. Here's the announcement trailer.
That's right, November 16th, 2021. There, we said it. It's happening. We're committed for realsies.
It's happening.
Saying for realsies aside, they did come back in less than a year later.
Realsies. Here's the base. I don't know why I couldn't find it.
A memo from the CEO of Comcast, Dave Scott, who basically said, hey, G4 was reintroduced. We tried. Didn't work out. See you later. And they cut everything effectively. And I did welcome aboard.
Here it is.
Basically, everybody who
oh, here's the power cell.
found out that they got fired. This is Gerard the Completionist saying, hey, this tweet is how I found out I lost my job. How neat. Nothing like finding out via an article that you don't have a job anymore while flying home to your grandfather's funeral.
Oh, yikes.
Mental health leave, and
Pathfinder tool. Is this useful? I mean, for exploring caves and stuff, it is. I'm not going to be doing that. No. So we got another one of these.
They were getting let go from this leaked memo.
We'll take this, maybe.
What was so wrong with the business model, and why did it not even last a year? Because I think, honestly, they had a few great things going for them. And just to be clear, they announced on Twitter that they are for sure done. But let's take a look for a moment.
Take this.
Because about a month ago, they let go 20 to 30 staff members. Right? Because they had a lot of people. I went to their studio to record Danger Price, and their overhead's huge. They have a beautiful warehouse. They had dozens and dozens and dozens of employees, and a lot of original ideas. But I think that's the problem, all right? The way the game works is kind of dominated by a bunch of individual people gaming creators. It's pretty hard for any network to tap into the space because it always comes off as big print. Think like Ninja New Year Celebration. Even that, which
Not
was
seeing enough movement, guys.
Project, was done by a giant network and came off super out of touch. And I think that happens a lot in gaming because it is so important and because influencers are so much more adaptive and there are so many and it's so competitive. Any network's not going to just be able to keep up with what the people want without coming across as outdated or just straight up print. And not to say that everything G4 made is cringe or outdated. more so to say that the viewership
Oh my gosh, I'm just a
did
mess.
not really reflect the amount of money that they were spending for that viewership. I mean, we're talking an average of 1,600 viewers with an overhead that is higher than any individual streamer. Now, averaging 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 viewers, it's great on its own. In a vacuum, that's an amazing number. But when you are spending millions and millions of dollars a year on employees, on a warehouse, on all the studio production equipment, it doesn't add up. The math does not add up. And I think the original game plan of G4, which is basically to bring back their original shows like X-Play and Attack of the Show, was a bad idea, right?
This
One of
with
the
us?
things that G4 did that were great, that worked out really well, I would argue, it was like Name Your Price. You don't know, that was a show made by Austin Show.
Okay,
That was produced by
and-
G4 Network. And it got 400,000 views on YouTube, and it had like, I think 40, 50,000 live viewers. And it was a very
Okay, where the
successful
hell
show.
am I here?
G4 produced it.
Good morning. It's nice not having to sleep, huh?
Honestly, if G4 had bar for bar just
Here I am,
done what we were trying
okay.
to do at Off-Brand, because they definitely have the ability to make new shows as long as they're influencer forward, then the influencer who they're working with can make sure that that reaches a big audience. And what G4 has that many people don't have is a great sales arm. They have a better sales arm than any streamer in the world is even close to. We're not just talking about like selling Snickers for Name Your Price, and now Snickers will get 400,000 views. Wow, cool. We're talking about the ability to sell that to network television. We're talking about the ability that influencers could actually touch traditional media. Like Scott the Waz actually had a show on TV through G4 Network, which I think was a cool opportunity for him that he was really excited about. Unfortunately, though, the overhead was too big to keep a lot of their original IP going, which wasn't really hitting the mark in terms of viewership. And although that might be the lifeblood, there was a lot of great talent in there, it just wasn't working. They needed to cut it earlier, and they needed to focus on making a show. It was announced that even Carl Jacobs was working on a show with G4. So I feel like if they had a longer lifespan, they would have made it. But that is also
Where the hell am I
problem
going?
with being funded by Comcast. You only have as much time as they give you. You don't show results in the time that they want. The investor pulls out. You're out of money. There's nothing you can do. You can't exactly go public and start asking people for money unless you're phased. You're making a SPAC. Anyway, what does that mean for the future of other G4 shows? Well, Will talked about it on his stream. He made a hate Donna for G4.
Here's what I'll say. I don't know enough to tell you that you'll never see Donna or Name Your Price again. You might not. Either way, really proud of both those projects. Really proud of Attack of the Show.
And that's about it. It's a big I don't know, because he doesn't know where the funding will come from anymore. G4 was hemorrhaging money to produce these shows in the hopes that they would somehow capture an audience, and never succeeded in doing it. It doesn't really transfer Austin based
Whoops.
price that those viewers suddenly want to watch.
It happens sometimes.
Attack the show, and I think the original IP aspect of G4 kind of tanked it. Even though I think, again, there was a lot of talented people who were working on those projects, it just doesn't make sense in the current age. Usually people who watch streams go online just to watch the streamer they like. And anytime it feels too corporate, people hate it. That's why there needs to be an element of scuff involved. So I'm just going to end with this. If anyone did work at G4 and is looking for an opportunity, hit me up. Because Off-Brand is a very similar company to what G4, I think, was turning into before Comcast cut them short. And we're looking to hire talented people. So I figured I'd throw it out there. You can shoot me a DM or email us if you go over to our website.
Okay, what was I doing?
Hey, a lot of people lost their jobs, so don't blame me for that. Thanks for watching, boys.
Oh, I need that.
G4 comes back a third time.
I wanted to make the repulsion cannon.
See you later.
Did I, though?
Last night, I turned on Emra's stream, and she's crying, and I did not know what was going on. And what I found was absolutely insane. I've heard in the past of things like this happening. It is, I would say, because of the industry that she's in, which is a sex worker, it's like borderline sexual.
Technically
It's
a
definitely
sex worker.
it's abusive, it's exploitative, and I could not comprehend how this got to this point that it did, especially with someone that I know, like someone that I've met, someone that I've hung out with, someone that I know is like a strong, independent figure, right? Turns out Amaranth was in a domestically abusive marriage for the past 7 years, and the husband
7
was
years.
basically dominating her life in every capacity. Had you met her husband before? No, I did not know that she had a husband. This was something that a lot of people were like beaming about, right? People were like, "Oh, Amaranth has a secret husband. Amaranth has a secret husband. And it's like, okay, but now you found out that like the secret husband was responsible for the husband being a secret. Like she wanted to reveal it, you know what I mean? And people are still somehow mad at Amaranth. And at that point, I think it's a perfect example of the reality that you just fucking hate women. Like you don't, like this person is a victim in every sense of the fucking word. And you're still finding a way to like flip this on her. You just hate women. That's what it is. When I first saw this, I could not comprehend it. I was like, how the fuck could this happen? I saw some of the text messages. Her husband literally fucking being like, you have to stream or I'll kill your dog. You have to stream or I'll kill your horse. He has control over the fucking bank account. So he's like, I'm gonna liquidate every fucking asset by dumping it into like shitty crypto. $250,000 down the drain. $400,000 down the drain. Like a nightmare situation. Here, let's get started on this. Okay, here. Trigger warning, domestic abuse. This is a very serious subject. It's weird because like Amaranth is an institution in and of herself. It's weird because like I've met this person. She has, you know, assistants with her all the time. Like it's just also puts her Vice video from back from a while in a different perspective. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like domestic abuse is such a tricky situation to like analyze and encounter and observe and be able to identify, because oftentimes, because it's the closest person to you both physically and emotionally, that they can get you to stop revealing anything. They can stop you from revealing everything. This is a person that you trust. This is a person that you, from what I understand, like I've been in an abusive relationship, but I've never seen anything obviously to this degree. I've never experienced anything obviously to this degree, but like you can literally, you just defend the partner from every instance of victims that I've talked to, from everything I know. These kinds of abusive situations are really hard to interpret from the outside, even if you're super fucking close to these people. You literally be their friend and not know, because they'll just hide it. They don't want to believe it personally. You might be in a fucking abusive relationship without recognizing it right now. You might be in an exploitative relationship without recognizing it currently, because you're like, I love this person. I've been with this person for so long. That feeling of comfort and security that that person has given you throughout that relationship is something that you want to desperately cling on to. And some people are fucking demons and they take advantage of that. And there's a cycle of abuse. And it seems like Amaranth 100% was a part of that cycle of abuse with her domestic partner, with her husband. What I understand, things went south when, and I cannot believe this was the most insane part of this to me. Apparently, she wanted to go to Disneyland. She had not taken a day off, and her husband was not letting her take a day off from streaming. And she said, if you want to go take, if you want to take a vacation to Disneyland, you have to stream 24 hours. And this was that 24 hours.
24
and
hours.
This is what like finally caused her to break down.
Oh my gosh.
There's obviously probably a lot of information that we're not privy to, but it was a forcible labor circumstance, and these text messages and phone conversations will basically show that to you. Let's get started with this though. Amaranth has revealed that she has a husband. Along with revealing his abuse, he has threatened to kill her dogs, take all their money, and forced her to stream.
You say you were gonna kill my dogs.
Leave the house.
Okay, I can leave the. You know what? I shouldn't leave the house because my dogs are here.
We'll take the dogs and leave. You're asking the question. I'm telling you, and you're interrupting my fucking like telling you, literally.
What are you saying? You just told me you were gonna kill dogs by taking a 24-hour stream.
No, did not say that. Now you're just fucking being a liar.
I'm not.
I said I'm going to tell you what I said in terms of the earlier.
How is this guy?
This person is like so insane. The text messages, the things that he is like so comfortable stating, like it blows my fucking mind that a human being can just be like, yeah, no.
How is Amaranth stuck with this guy for 7 years?
In that moment, like he is so comfortable in abusing and exploiting Amaranth that he doesn't even give a fuck. Like he's live in front of thousands of people and he's literally fucking behaving like he has very obviously behind closed doors. That shit is crazy.
Exactly.
See?
Why? I'm asking you. I don't even understand what you're saying to me.
My point is, are you listening or not? If you're not, then get the fuck out.
I'm literally listening, but you're not making any sense.
No, you're not listening. It makes perfect sense. I'm gonna say it one more time. If you don't get it, I need to get it out.
Apparently he's a streamer, by the way.
This guy's a streamer.
He forced her to continue saying she was single and commit to being a hot tub streamer. So there was a point in the relationship when they started going to therapy, from what I understand. And when they went to therapy, she said that things got a little bit better. Now, of course, this is a cycle of abuse. It's a repeat pattern. Once someone is like abusive to you, it's almost like Pandora's box. I believe in redemption. I believe in leading by empathy, even towards criminals, as I've talked about time and time again. But oftentimes when they're in that situation, it's clear that like most people don't want to fucking grow out of it because they're just waiting for the next moment. They're just waiting for the next opportunity to go back to their old fucking ways. And from what I understand, there were instances where she wanted to legitimately feel like things were good, and there was this whole, relapse, I guess, after. Therapy component to it, things seemingly were getting better. So after that, the hot tub meta popped off, and he was like literally telling her to be in the fucking hot tub nonstop. And once the hot tub meta popped off, that cycle of abuse exploded once again.
Oh my gosh, I keep forgetting what I'm doing. I'm such a dumbass. Oh right, computer shit.
And basically ordered that she was in prison, and then he was changed for a bit, and then the hot tub meta arose, and he was like, oh, this is an opportunity, and then he turned into an asshole again. and I agreed to commit to the grind because it was a good financial opportunity for us. I've been wanting to tell people that, like, let's just stream together. Just tell them that we're fucking married. Because it's like, our relationship's better. We just stream them. It's fighting all the time.
You're literally married.
So don't say that. I'm just gonna run the business model. It's not time yet. Fuck yourself. Don't. You want me to tell them I'm single? It's about to be true. Piece of shit.
Then he threatened to leave her. So when she says, like, I'm gonna leave you, he has complete financial control over her life. From what I understand, two-factor authorization, the two-factor authentication is like controlled by his phone number. He has access to bank accounts. What do you mean how? He was like a husband and a business manager. How do you guys not understand at this point? At first, I didn't fucking get it. At first, I did not understand it. At first, I could not comprehend it either. So I'm being very charitable to people who don't get it. Because I was like, how is this even physically possible that someone can get to this point? Someone can be abused this much. And that is because we're very privileged and very fortunate people, okay? That's the truth. I am a person with a profound amount of privilege that I have never, I can't even, it's not even within my realm of comprehension. But that's what this is. If this person has been around before she even blew up, she feels as though he knows the real her. You know what I mean? People, when they become famous, have a fear that, like, no matter who they encounter, they are going to want something from them. They're going to want not just who they are as a real human being, who they are when the cameras are off, but just what they can offer. So that's one other reason why people like this sometimes can find themselves trapped in a relationship and, like, routinely try to justify it internally in their minds to say, oh, well, this is the real me and this person loves the real me, and, like, maybe it will get back to the good days, the good old days. And this person very clearly took over every aspect of her life.
Now the good old days are gone.
With 1 million, and I'm gonna take the rest because I worked harder than you. It's like, and if you don't agree, then I'm gonna burn it all in court. I'm gonna put it all in fucking crypto. Blah. There's always threats, always threats. All the fucking accounts are like two-factor under his number, and all the he has all the login information and things. You know, it's like the keeps you there with the fear and the threats. You fear that he's gonna do something to your animals, and then he's nice again. So that everything's gonna be okay.
Then there are some text messages that she had screenshotted from him calling her a dumb fuck, supposedly throwing money away from her accounts, and his threats when she wasn't responding to him. This will probably offer a little bit more clarity for those of you who don't understand it, for those of you who are, like, still having a hard time comprehending it. These text messages, like, when I saw them, I was like, this dude is also, and this is not an excuse for his behavior, but it's very clear that this dude is also mentally incredibly unwell, okay? You don't write shit like this if you are mentally sound.
Dumb fuck, do you understand what I'm talking about? It's like, fuck this, I'm calling you. So I disappeared from stream. Take the call. So I can't, I'm gonna tell them I can't talk right now. We're getting Wi-Fi. I don't care. You get the call now.
Okay, should we
It's
go?
about to dump your luggage. You know, from my hotel.
Finally,
Throwing your stupid merch off the
finally got
You can get your stuff.
all the stuff in order.
Or the live view.
I want to go
Or
explore.
the clothes, huh? Deleting social media in 1 minute. Buying options that expire and blasting the cash. About to shut down the bank account. Your bank account too.
Boosh.
Lag is terrible. Stream is garbage.
Lag is terrible. This shit is garbage. Like, this shit is like an abusive boss, but it's additionally fucked up because, like, if this was just your boss, it would be illegal. It's criminal if this is just your boss. But it's not just her boss. It's her husband and also the person that controls every aspect of her life. Think about that. Like, the most deranged, psychotic behavior. Gonna donate 250K to Palamacy in the next 2 minutes. 250K gone. I will donate 500K in 3 minutes. If no call in 1 minute, I will absolutely make sure Kieran goes to the meat packing house.
I have to delete Twitter in 30 seconds. If you don't call me, your phone's literally off.
Oh no, I can't get to the storage. No.
The wording is like a disgruntled parasocial viewer. That's what I thought too. That's the most insane part about it. Like, I've read sequence of words like this on the internet a lot. I encounter shit like this a lot. I have, like, stalkers, parasocial fans, you know, deranged people online that are going through, like, a manic episode or something like that. And it reads exactly in the same way. It's just like, it's crazy.
I would lock my door, but he broke that too. And so I ran in here, called the cops, and the door. Like, this doesn't have a pin anymore. And then he also he was like trying to smash my phone against my computer, try to pull monster my computer, and then took the fucking thing. Just like one of the objects in my room. I think it was like one of the chairs or one of the tables.
Yeah, we don't need the storage log right now.
This was my dog. This was him. Water
No
bottle.
one should leave his hands on you in other than a loving manner.
But not at you to the side of you and hit you.
The wild part about it, of course, because it's fucking Twitch and because it's Amaranth, an institution, the chat was fucking insane. What I mean by that, people were literally partially being like, fuck you, bitch, you deserve it. People were partially being like, you're lying, whatever. You know, you had the freaks. And then you had the other freaks that were like, oh, baby, you look so hot right now. I would treat you so well. I would treat you much better than that guy, which blew my fucking mind. I see stuff like that. I'm like, I can't. This is insane. Like, just how?
Both
like, people trying to use it as an opportunity to flirt with her. Like, while she's literally going through a fucking mental breakdown. Did you back from her when you reached out? No, because I don't know who controls her accounts anyway. The continuation of this domestic abuse and the continuation of this exploitation relies on Amaranth being isolated from everyone. Because if she feels like she she has a comfort, if she
Okay,
feels
so
like she
we're
can have a support
off
system
to
outside, this is why
the
partners
west.
always should maintain a level of independence in relationships and loving relationships and trusting, loving, healthy
Right,
relationships.
because,
Partners should always have something
there's the
beyond
base, yeah.
codependency because that keeps the
We're
relationship
off.
healthy and also
Oh,
on
let's try
top
to
of
do
that,
this.
that kind of
Wait for silent
independence
running
will allow
and
you to
then
get a cooler head that is
top speed,
outside of
emergency
the immediate
speed.
cycle of abuse to offer feedback. But you gotta have a dozen assistants constantly surrounded. That's what fucks with me the most. The only guy who found his
I don't know
perfect
what's
camera.
silent.
That's what I don't understand. This is only just happening the final moment of the stream. One of her
I'm not
assistants
sure what
walks
silent
in
running
and then the
means
stream clicks
exactly.
Hello?
Okay, I guess we can't.
I haven't gotten any calls.
We just can't do that. Wait, have we explored that wreck before?
What are you talking about?
We'll come back to it.
Why would you ask if I'm taking...
Yeah, I don't know what that is. That's like something is moving in that situation, but...
Why would you ask if I'm taking...
Like the door
How do we
moves,
avoid
but
the
I don't know
engine
if that's the
overheat? I
assistant
already
talking
have
to
the
her through
efficiency
door. And she
mod.
says, "Are you taking your medications?" We don't know what that is. We don't need to know what that is really, but and then her internet cuts out. From context to this, he's been threatening to turn off her internet the whole time.
I've been wanting to tell people that, like, let's just stream together. Just tell them that we're fucking married. Because it's like, our relationship would be better if we just stream them instead of fighting all the time. No! Don't say that because we're gonna run a business model. It's not time yet. Fuck
Oh, hi, these are some rare fishies, aren't they?
I never to make her look crazy as part of it. Did you take your meds, her silence meds?
Yeah,
No,
what are
it's just like
these?
you say that. If you say that on
What's going
camera,
on?
it's just weird, and it made me feel
Wait, are
like
these just
'cause that,
floating?
I met her assistants. They seem like nice people. They seem very close. Like when she went on the
Should I get
Leftovers
out?
podcast, like she came to my house. You know what I mean? Like, and these are people that are like constantly around her, right, 24/7. And I thought that it was one of the things that I thought about immediately when this was coming out was like, how the fuck did nobody in her immediate circle say or do something about it? You know
Look,
what I
this
mean?
shit's
And
just
maybe they were
floating
afraid
here.
of losing their jobs. Were they
Gimme.
working for the husband? I just don't know. But it does strike me as like
Where were
almost
those
a
fish?
Britney conservatorship situation where everyone is like motivated by the money and control that the husband
yeah.
has. So their job security relies on the husband. You know what I mean?
Reginald.
Like if she can control the bank accounts like that and make these
Yeah,
kinds
it's
of
all like
decisions
gaslighting them to saying like,
they
oh,
literally
we're doing
are
this because we
hurting
care
her.
about
I mean,
you.
here,
No, you're
there's another
not.
threat
You don't
here
care
as well.
about
He
them.
made a threat.
You just want the money and the power, don't you?
I didn't say you were.
This part is fucking insane because like it's very clearly
Reginald.
it's clear that he's gaslighting, right? In a weird way. Like normally I would say, oh my god, it's so much worse to cover this kind of thing. It's so much worse to have this be live on camera. But it seems like this is one of those instances where, like, in a weird way, it seems like the only way to get out of it. You know what I mean? Doing it live is evidence. Like doing it live it makes it permanent. And even now, even when she's doing it live, it's very obvious that there's still people that don't fucking believe her. And part of the reason why people don't believe her is because she's a woman. Men often do not want to be empathetic to the plight of women in situations like this, and also because she's a sex worker. So like it's just like a double bind of you know, doubly misogynistic shit where people just like don't see you as a human being in any meaningful capacity.
Crazy.
Like
the fuck is he
those
so
text
mad?
messages, I have no doubt in my mind
Ooh,
that those text
extremely
messages are real,
filling.
especially after hearing
Pungent and
this,
smoky.
because he is basically saying the exact same shit that he's saying in those text messages, just live on camera, which is fucking nutty. He is so comfortable in gaslighting and abusing and controlling this person that she literally can be unhinged like this and not think about it at all. Like not think about how he's coming across. Doesn't matter if he didn't know it was live, which by the way, I don't know how he didn't know that she was live. I thought someone that has that level of control over her life, how the fuck did he not know? There's
Oh my
no
gosh,
shot.
is that a... That's a fucking thing.
Why would you want to do that? I don't
It's a fucking big thing. Can we avoid it? Let's just go above it.
That's what you'll do. Let me.
It's a Reaper. I think if we're silent running, then... Alright, we can watch the sonar.
Because you're really.
Phone conversation was muted at first on stream until he started doing this stuff, threatening the dogs, and then she unmuted. But how did this guy not think that this would be live? Like, he wanted her to be live 24/7.
That doesn't fucking help. That like.
Is she live 24/7?
Like two-factor under his number and all the.
Okay.
It's all like the login
Oh, right.
information and things. You know, it's like the keeps you there with the fear and the threats. You fear that you're gonna do something to your animals, and then he's nice again. It says everything's gonna be okay. Yeah, they're gonna be fine. I'm sorry.
Oh, camera, the
The
keel.
only reason why he would have felt secure and safe to be able to have this conversation
Conning
with her
tower,
is because
very
he's so
top.
confident in his own abuse.
The
He's
screw.
comfortable because he's like, I've done this so many fucking times that
This
there's
is
no
the
shot
bottom.
she's live on camera. You know, because like sometimes she just
Or
walks away
this
from
is
the
the
camera,
back.
and it's obvious that like from those text
The
messages that
keel
he'll be
is
texting
the
her and being like, "Get the fuck
bottom.
away from the camera right now to talk to me on the phone right the fuck now.
Yes.
Why is your stream lagging? Like even when it's things outside of her control, why is your stream not at 20K? Like insane things.
What?
So
Yeah.
he probably felt so arrogant, so narcissistic, and so comfortable that she
What do you
wouldn't
mean, why
dare
is your
unmute and show this.
Why do
know
you
what
not
I
have
mean?
more
He was just-
viewers?
I mean, this is a pimp. Like he was a pimp. He was a pimp here. I feel a little uncomfortable talking about a friend's personal
Okay,
life on social
keeping
media.
on
but
the
I also
sonar, there
think
might be
as
some,
far as I know, she's currently safe, and that's the important part. That's what Peach
Hello,
Stars
fishies.
says in her second account.
Oops,
I also
sorry.
want to note I trust their support system, and she also has many people around her.
Man,
on
it would be
Discord
so
as well,
scary
this
if
is
one just
online,
came
but I
at
have
me
full faith in
out
her,
of
is what
nowhere.
Peach Jar said. Dude, this is it's like a nightmare. It is a horrifying situation that Amaranth is in, and I really hope that she'll be able to get
Let's
through
keep going
get
west.
away from this as quickly
Exactly.
as possible.
Hello, Peepo.
This is
I
one
wish
Mo TV.
it was recorded. If he wants to really prove a point to her like that, he should record himself and her talking, say the fucked up thing he said, and then play it back to me and say, see, this is exactly what
Oh my
happened.
gosh.
You don't remember because you were emotionally triggered.
That's
But,
scary.
Still, like, it doesn't give him the...
Oh wait, what?
I don't know
Where's
what
the
this
habitat? We'll go there later. I think over here is where I find aerogel. Somewhere over here.
I'm not delighted. Like, I'm trying to like focus on the tears, but I keep looking down, and I'm not trying to look at her. But it's just such a big part. Like, I'm even focusing on this thing on the left.
Bro, even if you have intrusive thoughts, the best thing to do is just not fucking say it, okay? Streamers have no fucking filter.
Yeah, keep the
It's just
intrusive
like-
thoughts in your head.
It's crazy. Why did you show this to me? Like, having that thought across the board is wild.
Okay, we're getting really deep
But
now.
let's say you had it. Why are you saying it? What the fuck is wrong with you, man?
This is scary. How deep does it go?
Yes.
Hello? Is there anything here? Okay, we're down to almost 400 now.
Let's continue.
Where the hell am I? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is it?
So there was also.
Oh wow. We got really injured.
There was also this, as I saw.
It's going away.
Reminder that for every Amaranth situation, there are somehow people
Okay, I guess that's
like
when we
Kickstarter
use the
who downplay
emergency
the
speed.
situation and somehow try and put it back on the victim. Fucking weirdo. Says
Okay,
Jay
how do we
Sucky.
repair? Jesus. Emergency speed.
Clearly, the husband's abused. She showed the text. But here's what you don't have to do.
Are we?
Okay.
Are we safe?
Here's what you should do. Put the butt there. What do you mean butt? What butt? Amaranth herself has scammed so many guys online, claiming she's single for years. These Twitch streamers don't care about their viewers. They all just use you with your low IQs to fill their pockets.
Okay, maybe the silent running makes us harder to detect, right?
That is standard.
Let's go to the surface. God damn it.
Could have been a moment where
Where is it?
Keemstar
Oh my
did
gosh.
not find mathematically the absolute worst fucking take you can. Right? Could have been that moment.
Jesus.
And he chose to do what Keemstar always does.
Where is it? Where is it?
Okay? He chose to do what Keem does.
Oh my gosh.
So all of porn is a scam? Yeah. If you're stupid, then yes, all of porn is technically a scam. If you think
How do I
that
put it
porn
out? How do I
stars
put it out?
do not have, their own personal lives, if you think that they're like legitimately stepsister and stepbrother with one another, if you think that people are legitimately getting stuck
Wait, you
in
mean
the
the
fucking
porn
washing
actors
machine,
don't actually love each other?
unironically,
What?
If you think that people are actually doing a backroom casting couch, for example, then yes.
Extinguished.
Then
Fire
it is a
extinguished.
scam for you because you're too stupid to understand that it's entertainment and should be
Do I
consumed as such.
repair?
And that when entertainers
How do I
are not
repair?
entertaining, they're human
Is it
beings.
external
And this-
hull damage? So,
this
oh my
oftentimes
gosh.
is a thing that is hard
Those
to
power cells are drained.
it's hard to comprehend for a lot of people
Okay.
in the Twitch streaming sphere. It's hard for people to comprehend. It's hard for stans to comprehend this when they're talking about their favorite content creators and stuff, right? But I think overall, even stans are fucking
We have to
better
repair
equipped
from the outside.
than the weird like the
Yeah, let's
irritable
go
haters
up.
are in understanding.
Oh my gosh, that's a lot of damage. Must have been a
and understanding
reaper.
boundaries, right? But this is especially a part of the way that people operate and the way that people analyze sex workers in their personal lives, because they're like, well, she's
Do the
objectifying
Reapers patrol
herself.
the surface? I mean,
So
sometimes
ultimately, I
they
should be
do,
able to
I
objectify
guess.
her in every part of her life. There is no person at that in that moment. Just a completely irrelevant point. No, that is not an irrelevant point. It is at the heart of this fucking misunderstanding. Okay?
Okay, this is scary.
Everybody
It's
in
so
entertainment,
deep.
to a certain degree, everybody in entertainment to a certain degree faces this kind of thing. People just don't think like
Who
this
knows
is
what might
this
come
person,
out
they think he's
at
a
us from the
to a certain degree,
depths.
right? Obviously, mega celebrities have a level of privacy that is built in to their lives, so most people can't pry in as much. Do you understand? Whereas like the further
Okay,
down the
does that
fucking
make the
entertainment
health
content rung you
come
go,
back?
the more
Imagine if a Reaper just
feel like
came
they
at us
have to
from
say in your
right
lives, and the
below.
more people feel entitled to
Is
every
this
part of their
camera?
lives, and it happens all the time. It happens in every part of the industry. However, it is so much worse when you're a woman because of misogyny, and it's also infinitely worse on top of that. Okay, it's infinitely worse on top of that when you are a sex worker.
That looks good though. Nice.
Welcome aboard.
And like everybody understands it.
Welcome
You just don't
aboard,
fucking think that like Johnny Sins is an astronaut. You know? When Johnny Sins is done fucking your mom, he's Johnny Sins or whatever his real, you know,
Hey,
Christian
we're
name
at
is,
full health.
whatever his
Ooh,
government
almost
name
full
is.
health.
You know what I mean?
Okay. So
He's a
let's
normal human being.
go
The reason why I'm using the
down.
male porn stars as examples is because
Okay, we can go down to like 400 meters or
a better
something.
way of recognizing the
sonar,
humanity
too.
of people when and not objectifying them when it's a dude.
We're silently running. Why wouldn't we do silent running? I'm not sure. I guess
And in this
lights.
circumstance, it doesn't even
It'd be
seem
nice
like
to have
she
the
was the
lights
one
on.
who was, you know, keeping this relationship a secret. She wanted to come out with it, and her husband was the one who was like, "No, it's bad for our business model. It's bad for our business model." And it's not the
Business
case
model,
regardless. Like it's not up to us to understand, recognize, know what is going on there in their personal lives.
Oh wow, we're so deep.
It's disgusting to see the internet continue to invalidate and dehumanize victims of abuse. What Amaranth has been trapped in is very real, especially having joint accounts, married, dealing with threats, etc. I hope she gets the freedom and relief any human in abuse deserves. Yeah.
Okay, we can't go down any deeper.
And there was a guy, your fellow Arab or something,
Kind
I
of
think,
disappointing.
who said,
Is this just nothing? There's nothing out here, or is it just really, really deep?
like, I mean, he made a joke. He made a very tasteless and careless joke.
What if we go
basically
north?
about it being like, lol. Like, it's crazy that you fucking saw this video and then this is what you came out with. You know what I mean? Amaranth has had a husband this whole time, yet I've been gifting thousands of tier 3 subs every month. How do you charge back on a credit card?
Yeah.
I've been wanting to tell people that, like, let's just stream together. Just tell them we're fucking married. Because it's like, our relationship would be better if we just stream together instead of fighting all the time. No, Mr. Don't say that because it's gonna ruin the business model. It's not time yet. Fuck yourself. Done with it.
Oh, we're in a different biome. The light changed.
Like, it's just not the time, you know what I mean? It has to be satire. Yeah, no shit. I don't think he actually gave thousands of tier 3 subs to Amaranth every month, guys. He's making a joke about him being like the supposedly fake boiler synth.
Okay,
that,
when
like,
there's
Pokemon
a
has and
engine
shit, right? Like, they
overheat,
say
just
Pokemon
chill.
has as
You
well.
just gotta chill.
And like
Oh my
other
gosh.
instances, in other instances, like fine, it's like misogynistic. It's up to the context. It's up to the relationship that you have with the other individual. You know what I mean? If you're gonna make a joke like that, but like making it on top of this fucking person, like bawling her eyes out as she reveals her 7-year-long domestic abuse. Is
Okay,
you know,
be nice
this guy
if,
hates you because of the Andrew Tate debate. Okay, whatever. I don't give a shit.
You could see how hot it is exactly. Oh, we need the fire suppression system. How do we make that again? Somehow. Oh, we're going real deep now, boys. Okay, what if we go a little bit towards
Once y'all realize that
home?
your financial dedications to a content creator don't entitle you to anything other than what you specifically pay for, ad breaks, skips, special emotes, merch, etc., the world will know peace. They're not scamming you. Your parasocial ass is scamming yourself. Look at that.
Literally.
My fans
Yeah,
understand.
you're scamming yourself.
It's a boundary
you're
that I
choosing to
fucking
get
set a
scammed.
very long time ago.
You know
and it's
that,
one that I'm unafraid
you know that
of
she's not actually
repeating
into you,
regularly.
right?
Okay. There you go. It's something that I talk about routinely. I'm like, listen, I'm a fucking content creator. I'm a streamer. I'm very honest with you. Okay. But like, I want to maintain a level of privacy. I want to maintain a level of privacy when I fuck your moms. Okay. That's between me and your mom. Even you don't need to know. Just because she's moaning in the other room doesn't mean you need to know about how hard I'm fucking your mom.
That's
Okay?
between me and your mom. Nothing down here, really? You can go a little deeper. Gotta watch out, though.
But yeah. You get what you pay for, and you don't pay for private details, you pay for entertainment. Yeah. Man, I'm watching those videos and she's one room away. That's fucked up. Yeah, if you think that's fucked up. At TwitchCon, I found out that like moms actually do watch me alongside.
Yeah, that would be
Kids,
scary.
so-
Like, oh, what if your mom actually does watch him? Wants to fuck him? Huh? What then?
Anyway.
Oh gosh, what's that?
The Indian creator, thank you for the 5 gifted. But yeah.
It's
Fire
coming.
Community is
Oh
great,
gosh.
and this is also part of the reason why. Because they, no matter how big of a fan they might be of me,
Okay,
they
that's a lot
also
of
understand
damage.
and respect these boundaries. Okay?
Run.
They get it.
Is it going away? Does that mean it's below us? Okay.
And there's no amount of justification that you can engage in.
Oh yeah, we are really
If a
deep.
Hassan Stan account understands this reality, you should be able to understand it as well. Okay?
Is it coming for us? I do not want an engine fire right now.
Love to
God
say,
damn it.
like, oh, dick right
Okay, we
there,
gotta fire.
You know? Simpson crying right now, like with Pokemon. Lol. Like, no, it's just
Oh
like
my gosh,
everyone
what is?
trying
Oh no.
I don't follow her. I just know her from the pool streams, and I really don't care. Bro, she's being abused, and this is what you have to say.
Are
Jesus
we
Christ.
fucked? God damn it.
Yeah, people are
No,
fucking trying to farm impression.
we're gonna fucking die, dude.
Okay, and that's it. That's what they're going
Okay.
along. And it's
Oh my gosh, it's one of these things. Oh no. Can we make it? God damn it. What is that?
I don't care that I'm being a fucking dickhead. It's not the phone you think.
Why didn't I save?
When people are like, well, what's going on? Like, why are you behaving this way?
Why didn't I
And
fucking
you go,
save
I don't
before
care.
I...
It's like, well, you do care. You care enough to make a fucking joke about it. But also, you know.
Before I went off on a fucking suicide mission.
Like you, yes, like me. I farm off of every instance of war, but it's weird because I'm also farming technically when no one is actually paying attention as well. It's just an odd thing.
Is the fire gone?
You know, it's
Where's
so
the
odd
fire?
that I just you know, talk about issues like this, like larger concepts such as sexual assault, domestic violence, domestic abuse, all the time.
I can't believe you
Even when you're not
survived.
talking to me. I guess I'm
God
farming
damn
that
it.
too, but you don't give a shit.
Abandoned ship. Where is it?
All systems online.
5, 4,
Very hot.
3,
No.
1.
I've never seen you talk about those things when I wasn't tuned in yet. It's so crazy.
Fucking blew up.
Thanks for
God
tanking.
damn it.
You're the number 2 chat tank after the entire hot tub category. Yeah.
Oh man.
Team doesn't understand how fucking dense you have to be.
Is it sinking?
I've been getting a lot of tweets saying I support Amaranth getting abused. No. Or that I'm supporting her abuser. No. Or that I'm victim blaming. Also no. I was just making the point that I don't feel like any creator should lie to their fan base
It's
for money. It's
sinking.
wrong. Yeah, unless it's Keemstar doing it, in which case it's so right, like calling people pedophiles, without any sort of evidence
Where's my
whatsoever.
beacon? I don't have a fucking beacon.
Or, by the way, he's lying in that tweet. Like his business model, he's lying in that tweet. Even when you move beyond his business model of just like trafficking
didn't
misinformation
know.
regularly to spark up drama,
God damn it.
cause drama, when sometimes it's literally criminal actions. Like he's literally lying in that
I
tweet
didn't
without
think
realizing. Maybe he's too stupid to
I
understand
would get
it.
attacked
But
by
no,
so
he is
many
victim.
shits at
So
the
that's
same
a lie.
time.
When he says, I'm not victim blaming,
He literally
you're fucking
is.
lying. You did victim blame. Saying like,
Okay, I'll come back for you. Maybe
you know,
we can
Amaranth
salvage
is-
some
is,
stuff.
You
can get
Amaranth
the
is in
stuff
the
in the
wrong
storage
here
there.
when she is straight up being abused and exploited. is victim blaming. That's what that is. That is the textbook definition of victim
I
blaming.
mean, we were so close too.
I don't understand how people can't
We
comprehend
almost
that Amaranth
made
is a
it.
victim. If you understand
God
that she
damn
is a
it.
victim and you are placing the blame on her, that's what you are doing. Because you recognize that she is a victim.
Was it the
Here,
fire
let's
that
look at
killed
the
us?
Wikipedia of it so we understand what it is.
I thought we made it
Victim
out.
blaming occurs when a victim of a crime or any wrongful act is held entirely or partially at fault for the harm that befell them. Okay? If you look at a situation like Amaranth and you recognize that she is a victim of exploitation of domestic abuse, but then you turn around and say, but she deserved it, or you turn around and say she lied to her fans, and, you know, put the blame or the emphasis on her, well, then you're victim blaming. That's what that is. Okay?
Why did it explode though? I don't know. Did the engine just catch fire or what?
He has agency here. Don't compare to Brittany. Why not? I mean, why not? Literally, it's domestic abuse through and through. You look at the fucking actions of that. Like, her agency is quite literally so marginal in her own fucking life that she doesn't have access to her bank accounts. Chatter, what the fuck do you mean?
Okay, well, I kind of want to not play this anymore.
It's basically a conservatorship through marriage. Incels don't see her as a victim, so they just see it as victim blaming. Yeah, I know. Look.
Yeah, well, those are
Does
incels.
she have agency though? She looks like she might be a prisoner. From everything that she has mentioned, it does seem like she had pretty much no fucking agency. Like, bro, she didn't have agency to take fucking time off to go to Disneyland. Okay? What the fuck?
She had to ask for
take a
that.
day off to go to Disneyland.
What the fuck is that?
This dude was like, if you want to take a day off to go to Disneyland, you gotta do a 24-hour stream. Hello? Does that strike you as the type of person who has an agency in her life? Or does that strike you as the type of person who has no agency in her life?
Good question. We explored this before.
I work with survivors of abuse, and while we hope she'll leave a survivor, we'll leave 7 times before they're done for good. Hopefully no one criticizes her if she tries to work it out with them or walk statements back. Yeah.
I've been here before.
Why is no one mad at the abusive husband for scamming everyone like hello, the business model?
God damn.
Well, remember, it's misogyny.
Hey.
People weren't mad at Andrew Tate when Andrew Tate was pimping women and literally was the person who was duping dudes into fucking emptying out their bank accounts. And people were like, lol, that's fine. That's why I joined
Lol.
Hustlers University.
Yeah, I
Andrew
wanna
Tate
be
openly
that
was just
guy.
like, I was literally milking these motherfuckers. I was the one who was writing this shit. And people still place him high up like a fucking deity. Also, Amaranth, for years, got praised for being a genius businesswoman. Based on this new information, the hidden husband behind the scenes was the one making all the businesswoman moves. So, like, he is doing everything he can to be as, like, this is,
Yeah.
I hadn't even thought about this,
who's-
okay?
Oh, hello, you.
This motherfucker is, like, hitting
Oh
every
gosh.
angle he
Damn,
possibly
that's you gonna come in? Oh god. Oh god. You wanna fight?
Like, he's trying to be as misogynistic as he possibly can. It's crazy, dude. Notice how the scamming
You dead?
is done on behalf of Amaranth, okay? Like, Amaranth is the one
Okay,
lying
let's
to her
go.
audience, and that's disingenuous and that's indecent.
Okay, yeah, we gotta
Even
go
though
get some food.
the husband
Oh my
literally
gosh.
told her to lie and keep the relationship private, but also the big business moves, the big money moves, that was all on the husband. You don't know anything. Bigotry is like a puzzle piece, okay? I've talked about this before. Bigotry is like a puzzle piece, right? Sometimes, when you look at a situation, you have an empty puzzle piece in there that, like, perfectly locks the situation in place. You see, let's say,
And
a
that was
car
so
was
stupid.
stolen.
Why did I go so
Okay?
deep and so far? I shouldn't have gotten so deep.
If your immediate inclination is that a black person stole it, you have a racism puzzle piece, okay? You added that puzzle piece. You saw a car that was stolen, and you thought about suspects, and the puzzle piece was racism, blam. You thought it was a black person.
Oh my gosh.
In this circumstance, it's misogyny, okay? There are parts of the circumstance where, like, you have information, And then there are parts of the circumstance where you don't have some information, you don't have access to this information, and you're making it up as you go along.
They're gonna fucking base. Why didn't I put a beacon over here somewhere?
That is Keem though, so it doesn't really surprise you. It does. It does and it doesn't. It doesn't surprise me that he came up with the worst possible fucking take in this situation. But sometimes I'm like, God damn, dude, you really exercise, you massage parts of your fucking brain to come, to become as creative as possible, to be as misogynistic as possible. In a situation like this, where someone comes out openly talks on a live broadcast about their abuse, shows
the
proof
destroyed
about their
Cyclops
abuse,
does
their
have a
ongoing
beacon.
fucking
Okay,
exploitation,
cool.
this person that like has locked their fucking business
Let's
accounts,
see
like
what
has
we
a
can
tentacle on every
recover.
fucking
Hopefully
aspect
a
of their lives,
subhead and storage
and you
on the
still go,
Cyclops.
how am I going to make this in the most creative and unique way? The problem of the victim. That's wild. I mean, that's up there. That's creative.
Gotta give him that, I guess. Yes.
Why do I feel like he doesn't believe his own takes? No, I think he does. I think he believes his own takes.
Here it is.
I definitely think he believes his
I'm
own
home.
What do you mean? He's that stupid. Like,
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Thanks, robot lady. I really needed that.
I'm gonna look through this thread one more time to see if there's anything I forgot to mention, but I think I mentioned everything.
No, what happened to Reginald? No, I put Reginald in the fucking thing. In the storage.
He was the most rewarded out of all time. Fans will reach for anything to be in the spotlight, especially with a bad take.
Okay. Should I try and go back? I guess so.
When Rambo came out, Jesus Christ.
I think I just barely escaped those monsters. But man, how deep is the wreck? Because it might have sunk to a level. A certain level.
Anyway. I deleted the whole Amaranth thread. Too many people are making bad faith arguments, manipulating what I said and straight lying. I also need to take some responsibility for not communicating my points better. I'm going to respond to all this tomorrow live on the Keemstar show. Yeah, he's just promoting a show. Dude, remember when Keemstar said he was going to fucking... remember when Keemstar said he was going to fucking retire? It was so sick.
Oh, yeah.
All was well in the universe for like a brief moment. AB raid?
Still have
AB,
two of these
the
inside
raid.
of here.
Amaranth was in a domestically abusive marriage for the past 7 years.
7 years, imagine.
That's right. Past 7 years, Amaranth has been in a relationship. She's had a husband, and the husband was basically dominating her life in every capacity. And from what I understand, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I didn't see everything because I was sleeping for most of it, and then I went back to sleep, and I haven't had time to look into it further. But it seems like, had you met her husband before? No. I did not know that she had a husband.
Nobody.
This was something that a lot of people were like memeing about, right? People were like, oh, Amaranth has a secret husband. Amaranth has a secret husband. And it's like, okay, but now you found out that like the secret husband was responsible for the husband being a secret. Like she wanted to reveal it. You know what I mean? And people are still somehow mad at Amaranth. And at that point, I think it's a perfect example of the reality that you just fucking hate women. Like you don't, like this person is a victim in every sense of the fucking word. And you're still finding a way to like flip this on her. You just hate women. That's what it is. I think we saw a lot of that with the Andrew Tate saga where people felt the freedom and the comfort to be able to finally come out with this bold take, right? But it's nuts. It's just fucking completely
really bold
bananas
take.
to look at a situation where someone is like completely brutally victimized by their partner who she was in a relationship with, and this person put his fucking tentacles all around the business and was basically dominating every part of her fucking life, making her stream, making her stream incredibly long hours, telling her, basically telling her like, you know, we have another tier to go. We have another tier to go. We have to go further. We have to go further consistently throughout the entire relationship. She even had a phone conversation with this dude on stream. She showed. Now this is the perfect victim everyone wants, and they're still like, nah, fuck you, you lied. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
like
how
it's
much
through and
more
through.
of
It's
a
like
victim can
almost
she
a
get?
Britney conservatorship situation, pretty much.
Hello, you.
You know? Do you think Twitch has some sort of responsibility here? Wait,
What would Twitch be able to do here?
I mean, maybe. I don't think so. What? How does Twitch have a responsibility on this? What? What, you think Twitch knew?
Don't know about
Anyway.
that, buddy.
People think just because there's profit, they shouldn't feel sorry for her. Lack of empathy really makes people look really bad. There are so many different camps in the way that people analyze information. When I first looked at it, I couldn't comprehend it. Like,
Yeah, why is she staying?
when
in
I
this
first saw
relationship?
this, I could not comprehend it. I was like, how the fuck could this happen? I saw some of the text messages of her husband literally fucking being like, you have to stream or I'll kill your dog. You have to stream or I'll kill your horse. He has control over the fucking bank account. So he's like, I'm gonna liquidate every
She has
fucking asset
horses.
by
Of course
dumping it
she's a
into like
horse girl.
shitty crypto. $250,000 down the drain. $400,000 down the drain. Yeah.
The fuck? That's literally his money too.
Like a
Like,
nightmare
what?
situation. A nightmare situation. Saying all of this, and you know, she finally, I guess, had a breaking point. All of her accounts have her husband's number as a two-factor authorization. Yeah. Basically, here, let's get started on this. Okay, here. Trigger warning: domestic abuse. This is a very serious subject. It's you know, it's weird because like Amaranth is an institution in and of herself. It's weird because like I've met this person. She has you know, assistants with her all the time. Like it's just anyway.
Okay. Let's just go, right?
So
I think we can
also
go.
puts her Vice video from a while in a different perspective. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like
The Vice video.
domestic abuse is such a tricky situation to like analyze and encounter and observe and be able to identify, because oftentimes because it's the closest person to you both physically and emotionally, that they can get you to stop like revealing anything. They can get you from revealing, they can stop you from revealing everything. This is a person that you trust. This is a person that you, from what I understand, like I've been in an abusive relationship, but I've never seen anything obviously to this degree. I've never experienced anything obviously to this degree, right? I've talked about that in the past. But like, you can literally, you just defend the partner from every instance of victims that I've talked to, from everything I know. These kinds of abusive situations are really hard to interpret from the outside, even if you're super fucking close to these people. You can literally be their friend, okay? You can literally be their friend and not know, because, you know, because they'll just hide it. They don't want to believe it personally. You might be in a fucking abusive relationship without recognizing it right now. You might be in an exploitative relationship without recognizing it currently, because you're like, I love this person. I've been with this person for so long. That feeling of comfort and security that person has given you throughout that relationship is something that you want to desperately cling on to. And some people are fucking demons and they take advantage of that. And there's a cycle of abuse. And it seems like Amaranth 100% was a part of that cycle of abuse with her domestic partner, with her husband.
Okay, we have everything
what I
that
understand,
we need.
things went south when, and I cannot believe this. This was the most insane part of this to me. I could not comprehend.
Okay, let's see exactly what we can salvage from the Cyclops, because it sunk kind of deep.
Not letting her take a day off. And she said, if you want to go take it,
It's kind of far, not too far, but pretty far.
Have to stream 24 hours. And this was that 24-hour
clicks.
stream.
It might have sunk below 300 meters. I'm
And
gonna
this is
keep
what,
it
like,
real with you.
finally caused her to break down. It seems like, and there's obviously
I almost
probably
made
a lot
it
of
too.
information that we're
Actually, it's not
privy
too
to.
far from like 200
But it was
meters.
a
So
forcible labor circumstance, and these text messages and the phone conversations will basically show
might have
that.
been
So let's get started
off a
with this,
cliff
though.
though.
Like I said, trigger warning, Amaranth has revealed that she has a husband. Along with revealing his abuse, he's threatened to kill her dogs, take all their money, and forced her to stream.
You said you were gonna kill my dogs.
Yeah. Fuck.
Okay, I can leave the. You know what? Actually, I don't. I shouldn't leave the house because my dogs are here. What are you saying? You just told me you were gonna kill dogs. So I didn't do a 24-hour stream. I'm not.
Did he not say that? He's literally gaslighting. Okay, so it looks like the Cyclops did not sink
This
entirely.
person
It's
is,
just
like,
sort of
so-
floating.
So insane. Okay, the text messages.
Yeah. Also, you're literally
things that
married to
he is, like,
Amaranth.
so
What more do you
comfortable
want?
stating.
Like you got it made,
blows
dude.
my fucking mind that a human
Why do you have to
being
ruin it
can
by
just be
being
like,
an asshole?
Yeah, no, you're gonna fucking do this. You know what I mean? You're gonna do this. And it is in that moment, like he is so comfortable in abusing and exploiting Amaranth.
Yeah, it's like you could have it
that
made.
He doesn't even give a fuck. Like he's
Like,
live
why-
in front of
like, why
thousands
are
of
you
people,
being an
and he's
asshole?
literally fucking
Like a horrible,
behaving
horribly abusive.
like he has
fucking,
very obviously behind closed doors. That shit is crazy.
just awful person. There's no reason you have to do that, but like you're still doing
called me
it.
a liar. What are you even talking about? You brought up the dogs out of nowhere.
Oh no.
What point is there?
Oh hey, are these arms? Oh wow.
What? I'm asking you.
Oh, there's a lot of sharks
I don't
though.
understand what you're saying to me.
Oh hello. Warper. Oh, did it just warp in? From where? Oh wow, it was a big wreck.
You're
Okay.
not making any sense.
What are you warping, dude? Oh, they warped the shark. Yeah, warp the sharks away from there, please.
I just apparently he's a streamer,
What?
by the way, like, which is crazy. He forced her to continue saying she was single and commit to being a hot tub streamer. So there was a point in the relationship when they started going to therapy, from what I understand. And when they went to therapy, she said that things got a little bit better. Now, of course,
But
this is a
not too
cycle of
much
abuse.
better.
It's a repeat pattern. Once someone is like abusive to you, it's almost like Pandora's box. I believe in redemption.
Oh, wow,
I
we
believe
got a
in
lot of
leading by
mental
empathy,
salvage,
even
okay.
towards criminals, as I've talked about time and time again. But oftentimes when they're in that situation, it's clear that like most people don't want to fucking
Okay.
grow out of it because they're just waiting for the next moment.
Why are we
They're
going-
just waiting for the next
sinking.
opportunity to go back to their old fucking ways.
Okay.
And yeah, from what I
I'm like,
understand,
why am I
there
floating
were
upwards right now?
instances where she wanted to legitimately feel like things were good.
Okay, do I have to wait until it falls onto the seabed?
You
I
know,
guess
there
so.
was this whole like there was
Luckily,
this
it's not
whole,
too
you know,
deep, I guess. I
relapse,
mean, that is pretty
after
deep. Oh, we're already at
therapy component to
150.
it.
Oh my
Things
gosh, that is
seemingly
deep.
were getting better, but then he turned around and my mind keeps popping. I don't know what happened. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know how to fix it. Okay, here I'll lower my fucking noise.
Can you
gate
make a
little bit.
depth
Not low
module
enough,
for
but,
the-
like, I'll lower my voice a little bit more so it doesn't. Anyway. So after that, the hot tub meta popped up.
Why didn't I do this
And
before?
he was like literally telling
Plasteel
her
ingots
to be in the
and
fucking hot tub
magnetites.
nonstop. And once the hot tub meta popped off, you know, that cycle of abuse exploded once again.
The therapist even told him that.
Whoa.
Like psychological abuse.
Where are you going? Look at that guy.
Living in a fancy prison. And then
Where he going?
Changed for a bit, and then the hot tub meta arose, and he was like, "Oh, this is an opportunity."
Oh my gosh.
To commit to the grind because it was a good financial opportunity for us. I've been wanting to tell people that, like, let's just stream together. Just tell them that we're fucking married because it's like our relationship is better if we just stream them instead of fighting all the time. No, Mister, don't say that because it's gonna ruin the business model. It's not time yet. Fuck yourself. I'm done with it. I'm not gonna.
So like, what a lot of people need to understand is, first of all, Amaranth is a very successful sex worker, right? She has an OnlyFans. She does a lot. I respect her. I respect her for fucking grinding nonstop. Didn't even realize that it was also being forced
Is
by
this
someone
working?
else. But ultimately, sex workers are normal human beings. I know that a lot of people
special
think like,
equipments
oh,
do
well,
I
they're
need
objectifying
if it's
themselves,
not the
so we can
laser
objectify
cutter?
them all the time. This is a concept that we've talked about time and time again on this broadcast. That like, even like especially sex workers, but even sex workers, if you don't
Drill arm.
comprehend that, are still human beings when they're not doing sex work, and you're not supposed to be objectifying them. Why am I explaining all this? Because of course these people have
I need
wives.
one more.
These people have husbands. These people have partners. They are normal human beings. They have political opinions. They have real experiences. They're not just like an object of
Here it
desire.
is.
And it's fine to consume that content in the way that it's intended to be consumed, but those boundaries need to remain within the content that you're consuming. The moment that they're not doing that, you're not supposed to fucking behave like an animal, okay? And see, this karı götünü paylaşıyor internette, sen diyorsun ki onlar obje değil. İşte tamam Göksel baba, benim dediğimi anlayabilsen, gerizekalı aklınla, yarrağın kalkmışken bir düşünebilsen, anlardın ne demeye çalıştığımı. Aynen öyle diyorum, evet. İnsanlar kendilerini bu şekilde göstermelerine rağmen hala normal insanlar, okey? OnlyFans yapmadığı zaman OnlyFans'ci değil. Normal bir insan, Caitlyn. Anlatabiliyor muyum? Hayvan ola hayvan, ayı.
Where'd the shark go? God damn it. Or am I more importantly?
Anyway, probably gonna be some fucking Turkish people in here also popping off in identical ways that American people pop off because misogyny is a
Cyclops technological.
Okay.
There it is.
So.
Get him. Get him.
Like I said.
Oh, get fucked. Look at that ugly ass face.
Human being, regardless of her profession, sex workers should not be objectified and dehumanized. It's a genuine issue that they go through. It's one that I did not understand when I was younger either, but you can also change your mind, okay?
You want me to tell them I'm single? It's about to be true. Piece of shit. The therapist.
That's about to be true.
So, then he threatened to leave her. So when she says like, I'm gonna leave you,
I'm gonna leave.
he has control over, he has complete financial control over her life. From what I
Okay,
understand,
sealed door.
The two-factor authorization, the two-factor authentication is like controlled by his phone number. He has access to the bank accounts. What do you mean
Insane.
how? He was like a husband and a business manager. How do you guys not understand at this point? At first, I didn't fucking get it. At first, I did not understand it. At first, I could not comprehend it either. So I'm being very charitable to people who don't get it. Because I was like, how is this even physically possible that someone can get to this point? Someone can be abused this much. And that is because we're very privileged and very fortunate people, okay?
Oh,
that's the truth.
Shark, damn it.
I am a person with a profound amount of privilege that I have never, I can't even, it's not within my realm of comprehension, okay? But that's what this is. One of the things that abusive partners do is basically put their tentacles in every part of your fucking lives. Okay? If this person has been around before she even blew up, she feels as though he knows the real her. You know what I mean? People, when they become famous, have a fear.
Another door.
That, like, no matter who they
Shield
encounter,
generator. Ooh.
they are going to want something from them.
Nice.
Not just who they are
Hopefully
as a real
this'll
human being, who
stop
they
us
are
from
when the
being
cameras
just
are off, but just what they can
killed
offer.
instantly.
Okay, so that's
Once
one
you
of the
run
reasons
into
why
just a
people like
few
this sometimes
leviathans,
find themselves
you know.
trapped in a relationship, and
It'll probably take a lot of energy to
try
do
to
that, though.
justify it internally in their minds to say, oh, well, this is the real me, and this person loves the real me.
Yeah,
and,
electricity
like,
works
maybe
funny
we'll
in
get
this
back to the good
universe.
old days.
We're not getting electrocuted to death right
And
now.
this person very clearly took
Which is
over
nice.
every aspect of her life, every facet of her life.
Oh, wow.
Okay?
We could have gone in here.
1 million, and I'm gonna take the rest because I work harder than you. It's like, and if you don't agree, then I'm gonna burn it all in court. I'm gonna put it all in fucking crypto. There's always threats, always threats. All the fucking accounts are like two-factor under his number, and all the he has all like the login information and things. You know, it's like the keeps you there with the fear and the threats. You feel you're gonna do something to your animals, and then he's nice again.
Hey.
So that's gonna be okay. I'm gonna leave you with 1 million.
Now we just need to find some arrow
Then there
gel,
are some
which
text
is what I
messages
was
she had
trying to find
screenshotted,
earlier. I
from
could
him
just look it
calling her
up, but I've
dumb
looked up a
fuck,
few
supposedly
things
throwing
already.
money
I don't
away
want to
from her
look up
accounts in
anything
his face when she
else.
wasn't responding to him. This will probably
I just went in the totally
offer a
wrong
little bit more
direction.
clarity for those of you who don't understand it. For those of you who are like still having a hard time
Oh, wow,
comprehending
what
it,
is this
these text
place?
messages, like when I saw them, I was like, this dude is also, and this is not an excuse for his behavior, but it's very clear that this dude is
Okay,
also
we're
mentally
running
incredibly
down
unwell.
low
Okay,
on oxygen right
this
now.
is you don't write shit like this if you are, you know, mentally sound. All right.
Next time when I say plan,
Next,
do it. Dumb fuck, do you understand? Like, what plan talking about? Like, fuck this, I'm calling you. So I disappeared from stream. Please call. So I can't, I'm gonna tell them I can't talk right now. We're getting Wi-Fi. I don't care. You get the call now. Last chance. About to dump your luggage. You know, from my hotel room. Throwing your stupid merch off the balcony. So you can dig your stuff. You don't need the makeup or the live view, like the stream epic, or the clothes, huh? Deleting social media in 1 minute, buying options that expire and blasting the cash.
Deleting social
Shut
media?
down bank account, your bank account too.
Fuck.
Lag is terrible, stream is garbage.
Oh, we have the rebreather spell.
Lag is terrible. The stream is like.
We're just roasting her stream alongside of just
This
like.
shit is like, bro.
Literally, what are you doing?
This shit is like an abusive boss. But
And,
it's additionally fucked up because you're
and a
like, if this was
boyfriend.
just your boss, it would be
not just
illegal.
a boyfriend, a
It's
husband.
criminal if this is just your boss, right? But it's not just her boss; it's her husband and also the person that controls every aspect of her life. Think about that.
Fucked.
Like the most deranged, psychotic behavior. Gonna donate 250K to Palo Macy in the next 2 minutes. 250K gone. I will donate 500K in 3 minutes.
At least he's
If no call in
donating
1
it.
minute, I will absolutely make sure Kieran goes to the meat packing house.
What?
I have to delete
Oh
Twitter
my
in 30
gosh.
seconds. If you don't call me, my phone's literally off, right? I'm just like, it literally died.
Nothing down
The
here.
wording is like a disgruntled parasocial viewer. That's what I thought too. That's the most insane part about it. Like I've read sequence of words like this on the internet a lot. I encounter shit like this a lot in
Where am
my
I going?
You know, I have like stalkers, parasocial fans, you know, deranged people online that are going through like a manic episode or something like that, and it reads exactly in the same way. It's just like it's crazy. It's like and I think Kieran is either her dog or her horse.
Not the horse. Yeah, Vosh can take care of the horse. Right?
Link up
Resolved.
Yeah, here. This is
Okay, we're gonna go back and make the depth mod for this boy. Because if this is too deep, then Cyclops is gonna be way deeper than that.
And so I ran in here to call the cops, and he literally kicked the door in and broke like this didn't have a pin anymore. And then he also
There are sharks around here.
he was like trying to smash my phone into my computer, tried to pull my phone, and then took the fucking just like one of the objects where I think it was like one of the chairs or one of the tables and like hit it against this wall and made this. This was my dog. This was him. It was like the roast stuff.
No one should be putting hands on you in other than a loving manner.
No, I didn't. I threw it in your direction, but not at you, to the side of you. Didn't hit you. I wasn't trying to hit you. Just...
Don't.
yeah. The wild part about it is, of course, because it's fucking Twitch and because it's Amaranth, an institution, the chat was fucking insane. What I mean by that
Wait,
is
hold on. Have I heard this
that,
part before?
Like, people were literally partially being like, fuck you, bitch, you deserve it. People were
Yikes.
partially being like, you know, you're lying, whatever.
Okay, oh, the weird tiny apartments. I did a video on that. Did I upload that? I didn't upload it. Oh man. I was ahead of Hassan, but I did not upload it. Oh man.
Talk about Daily Wire host on anime. This is the one and
Anime?
only good take that Matt Walsh has ever come up with.
Is it though?
I'll admit it.
Is it really a good
What's
take?
your opinion on anime? It's really popular amongst teens and young adults. I think it's also satanic. I have no argument for it. I have no argument for why it's satanic. It just seems that way to me. All anime to me seems.
Just seems that way. Okay.
And in general, I don't.
I hate it. The worst person you know just came up with the truth, okay? He said the best thing possible.
Great
He's
point,
right.
yeah.
Anime is fucking satanic, man. Straight up. I hate it, but he's right. I hate the way he's saying it. I hate it, but he's so fucking right.
I think that adults should, whether it's anime or any other kind.
It's kind of shocking that Matt
Oh,
Walsh,
God.
who you know
Jesus Christ.
is on the record for defending
Yeah, that was
defending
close.
you know teenage brides, okay, like child brides.
Yeah, kind of weird.
Had this take. Would think that he would be a fan of some of the anime.
You'd think, but not.
Maybe he means it's satanic because not every single anime features child brides, you know?
Maybe he just hasn't watched the right
Iron
anime.
Mouse agreed to
I mean, has he
agree.
watched anime? Because if it just seems satanic from what he's seen of it, then that's a whole different story. And if he's actually
You do
watched
not
it.
have to, in fact, hand it to him. Okay, well, you know, listen, I call balls and strikes, brother. Sometimes you gotta say it, okay? I'm an honest man. I cut honest fucking content. Even if Matt Walsh is the one
Tree's
saying
fine.
it, I'm gonna admit it, okay? He's right on this.
Cartoon. With rare exception, adults really shouldn't be watching cartoons.
He's right about that too. Okay.
Yes, adults.
Adults should not be watching cartoons, he says. It's just funny. I love anime. You guys know this shit the fuck up, bitch. But it is satanic, and adults should stop watching it. I'm reading myself.
Yeah, anime is satanic, and that's why I love it.
Why are you, as a grown man, watching cartoons? 'Cause I'm fucking brain dead. What of it, dude? Yeah. I'd rather be brain dead and watch anime, which is satanic 100%, than be like fucking Matt Walsh.
Yeah, at least I'm not that guy. Oh. Oh, have I explored that? Okay, we'll explore that on the way back.
To look at Xi's nationalistic views of making America great again. He talked about you here. Okay,
Did we?
Stop sending me dumb shit. Okay? Top G is gonna make China great again. I gotta pee, I'll be back in a second.
Top G? Why don't we make this a forward operating base? Sure, but we gotta go make the mod now.
In the past, laying out his nationalistic vision for the country's future. But this year is like any other.
Depth module
after 10
R3.
years in
Oh, wow.
power, she is poised to be selected for an unprecedented.
Steel ingot, magnetite, enamel glass, and
It is a
then
watershed moment for modern China, and as Selena Wang reports now, one that was years in the making.
where am I going?
From a nation of farming villages to sprawling metropolises, in recent history, no country modernized as rapidly as China. And in just one decade, no person has changed China more than its supreme
Where's
leader,
the,
Xi Jinping. His image inescapable, his thinking indoctrinated in school children.
Cyclops Depth Module Mark 1.
China great again, but above all else, obey and follow his lead.
Cyclops Depth Mod Mark
There was hope
1.
that the relative
Oh, Cyclops upgrades.
China's economy and society more liberal.
Oh, I can make that,
Xi
totally.
had a different vision. Restore the country to its former glory, with his
Oh, I can
Communist
totally
Party
make that.
firmly at its center.
Running it invulnerable for a brief time. Okay. Yeah, I can totally make that. Probably costs a lot of energy, but yeah.
Is investing heavily in new technologies,
No problem.
infrastructure,
No problem, babe.
modernizing the countryside and the military. He's reasserted party control over business and society.
Okay, let's be real. When China says we're gonna make China great, they actually do that though. Okay, like look at it. Look at the. We're gonna make China great again.
At least they're
How much did
investing
he
in
talk about trans
infrastructure,
people?
Right? Why not?
I don't understand, because when someone says we're gonna make America great again, I immediately think no spending on infrastructure. None of that. Okay, we gotta.
At least they can.
We
do
gotta
that,
shit on trans people. That's right. There's a 14-year-old
We're gonna
girl
save-
in Iowa
Iowa.
that tried to go to the swim meet. Can you believe it, folks?
They destroyed
Iowa.
But honestly, China is sort of doing
Like,
that.
what
Didn't
the
they
fuck?
ban
Wait, what do you
fat
mean?
boys? That's fucked.
We gotta build a big, beautiful wall.
That's when China
The Great
lost
Wall of
me.
China just got 10 feet higher.
Yeah, China lost me when they banned
I don't get it.
boys. It's like, oh, I thought China was cool, but no.
The only trans he focuses on is portation. Yeah, transportation.
Transportation. Oh yeah.
Most sophisticated surveillance state, quashing people's
Bro, he banned effeminate men in media, and you think he's a champion of LGBT rights? First and foremost, I've literally never said that Xi Jinping is a fucking champion of LGBT rights, okay? I do not think that. I'm just simply
Why don't I build a
mentioning
repulsion
that when
cannon?
America says we're going to make America great
Oh,
again,
maybe I can use
that
this
is
to
often
repel the
associated with
sharks.
like trying to dunk on trying to dunk on like trans people or just like making ridiculous fucking statements that are completely irrelevant to like I don't know, beefing up American infrastructure, as a matter of fact. So considering this to be like a nationalistic vision when it's accompanied by like social services and whatnot and social safety nets that you are you're baking into some of the most underserved places, like you're talking
What was
about,
that?
you're straight up talking about a country like the United States of America, the wealthiest nation on earth, that
Okay,
is
alright, we need a
rapidly
fast steel
shutting down
ingot.
hospitals in urban areas. Meanwhile, Xi Jinping is talking about urbanizing all of the
Which means,
rural areas of China, which is a
lithium? Oh, gosh, we
gigantic
have
fucking
lithium,
swath of
right?
land to begin with.
Oh wait, we just got lithium.
That's crazy to me. They're like, it's so bad. This nationalistic vision is terrifying. Meanwhile, you're associating with like making trains.
during the pandemic.
Wait, oh god, I just fucking used the magnetite, didn't I, to make the repulsion cannon.
Oversaw the internment.
LGBT, yeah. That's right.
LGBT.
He put the G.
And the LG.
He put the G in LGBT.
Nice.
Anyway.
Up to 2 million Uyghurs and other minorities in Xinjiang in what Beijing claims are vocational training centers. He's amping up intimidation of Taiwan, vowing to reunite the democratic.
This is what I need. Of course, I need to make a prawn to use the drill arm. But once I make the prawn, then this is kind of easy to make.
Finally assuming its rightful place in the world. Anyone who disagrees is blamed for trying to undermine China's rise and quickly censored or even jailed.
That's crazy.
Aerogel.
You know, I can't believe they're doing that. Police brutality. Exclusive to the Chinese government. It's not right when they do it either, by the way. I'm not saying it's right.
Enameled
but it
glass.
is pretty funny when you think about it. They're like, what? The police are brutalizing and jailing protesters? Oh my
that's
god.
Crazy.
That's crazy, bro.
Is going back to his mythical vision of Chinese history when China was the greatest civilization and the rest of the world just followed the leadership of China.
That framing has ripple effects around the world. China no longer believes it needs to play by American-led international rules. When the U.S. tries to take China on in trade, technology, or human rights.
So that simply reinforces the sense of China under siege from Western
Damn, we need one more piece of magnetite. Okay, we're going back to the caves, boys.
The country is
And I can't believe I didn't build a bioreactor earlier. It's so much better.
China grows ever closer.
So
what? Bro. Pretty much this video you can cut about America except for like the good shit. You know what I mean? Like trains, transportation, and genuinely modernizing farmland. That's it. Like it's America, but with like some good parts on top of it. Okay. She said China is setting up shop in countries that are friendly to autocrats. Like what? Were you at French Laundry yesterday? I don't know what the fuck French Laundry is, man.
Doesn't make sense to carry both of these at once, does it? Let's just
instead of playing Valorant and watching anime, you are delusional.
Flashlight, battery, charge. Where are my other batteries?
The country is glorious and
oh, they were on the Cyclops, right? Of course. Why did I put this in here?
And shaping a new world order. Selena Wang, CNN, Hong Kong.
And I'm joined now by Stephen Zhang, CNN's Beijing bureau chief, and also senior international correspondent Will Ripley, who's standing by in Taipei. First to you, Stephen. 24 hours later, how has Mr. Xi's speech been received? What's your read?
Well, Michael, in this country, the speech can only be received in one way, with resounding support and enthusiasm, as we have seen, at least publicly from state media and social media by...
All the coverage I've seen of this thus far has been like NPR and all other American outlets being like, doesn't seem like Xi Jinping's power is going to be, his power is waning anytime soon. As a consequence of the past 10 years of, the Chinese economy prospering, but also on top of that, even some of his most ridiculous actions, such as the COVID shutdowns, are being seen within the party infrastructure as an overall net positive. Like, they're just like they're like upset that my man is seen as like a relatively popular figure, at least amongst those who are in close proximity to power, who are in positions of power.
I get it. Where'd it go?
China economy is stagnating though lately. Also, a zero COVID strat is really human unfriendly. I don't even disagree. I agree. I think that their COVID shutdown protocols and the uncertainty of how long those protocols will continue is genuinely fearful for a lot of people. It's not great. But also, you could just say that overall, he is still popular. You could say that.
Use this right here.
And for people who are like bringing up Xinjiang, for example, it's how do I describe it?
It's a recoil.
It's a human rights violation. I understand that. I mention it, right?
Yeah, maybe,
having said that, however, if you are looking at the angle of like, does it impact his popularity? Of course not.
Maybe can be used
I think Americans give a shit
predators.
when Haitian people that are coming over the border, for example, are dying? No, they don't. 52 undocumented migrants were dead inside of a fucking 18-wheeler. And that didn't even make the fucking mainstream news for longer than 30 seconds. You think that changes the popularity of a leader? No, of course not. They don't see the Uyghurs as anything but separatists, okay? They just, for the most part, they don't even think about it. It's not even a consideration. If you're going to talk about people like Jack Ma or whatever, if you're going to talk about like billionaires and the way that the Chinese government controls billionaires, then they absolutely, that is a popular provision. That is not something that people are upset about. There is no like Chinese understanding beyond Chinese prosperity. There is no Chinese understanding of like, oh, one day I'm going to make it. I'm going to be a fucking billionaire just like Jack Ma. That's an American attitude that you are placing upon Chinese citizens. I don't think they give a shit. I think the understanding overall is, look, As long as I keep my head down and don't talk about shit that I'm not supposed to be talking about, I know that the government is taking care of me, okay? That's the way, as far as I understand it, with my both Western-centric opinions and also some with my proximity to Chinese culture in China and mainland China. This is the way that it has been described to me, is that you just have this understanding that like the government is going to control a lot of aspects of your life, but ultimately if you fucking keep your head down, you know that they got your back.
Few pieces.
No shot. That's incredibly authoritarian, just like the ad break at the top of the hour. Okay, well, some of you think that it's incredibly...
I would rather a streamer runs like 1 minute of advertisements every half hour. I would rather a streamer runs like one...
Well, I mean, I run it once an hour at the top of the hour, which is slated to increase, of course, not to the same level that you have seen elsewhere. However, it is still slated to increase, but fear not. As long as you subscribe, you can avoid those ads. You can have an ad-free broadcasting experience. For $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. As long as you have an Amazon Prime account connected to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Here's your ad break now. The ad thing is so funny because it's like, it quite literally showed that I was right all along. It was another thing that like everyone fucking unjustifiably shit on me for a year. And then, and once again, as long as you kept your head down and you understood that I had your best interest, it turns out I was right, okay?
Yeah, just keep your head down.
Always.
And don't complain.
Anyway.
No complaining. Hippos. Hey.
Wait, what was I gonna talk about? Fuck. That segue took me out a little bit.
Everyone,
I just want to have more magnetite. Don't tell me I left it in the Cyclops.
Even grooms and brides at weddings. But of course, as we were talking about this yesterday, this opaque system means reading the speech is also like reading tea leaves. We talked about how him pausing a few times during the speech to clear his throat and sipping water got noticed, drawing attention on the issue of his
Only I could trade resources for
system of one-man rule as it's
some things, and I have so many diamonds. But no, I'm the only one around here.
Both domestic and international
that would be a whole different video game. There were other people around.
Noticing one of the words he has used the most often was struggle.
It would be nice if like some of the Gothies survived, right? Those guys.
And without naming the US
maybe they're still there, but no, they're not.
This is of course an indication that he's unlikely
to
back down from any of his hardline policies, including on zero COVID. And another phrase he used got people's attention was how he said China is now entering a phase of strategic opportunities and risks with growing uncertainty. Because in the past, both he and his predecessors has always said China is entering a phase of strategic opportunities. So the new phrasing would undoubtedly generate a lot of discussion.
Strategic opportunities.
Implying that in terms of assessing the external threat environment, China is actually going to moving resources, reallocating resources more towards a long-term war footing as China anticipates a risk or growing risk of conflict or even war.
Right on my shit.
Yeah. Good to have your analysis, Stephen. Thanks for that. Will Ripley, as we've discussed, Mr. Xi made clear in his speech his view of Taiwan's future and independence is not in it. What has been the reception to the speech there?
I have quite a bit.
China keeps saying, Michael, and Xi Jinping said it yesterday, that peaceful reunification with the island that they've never controlled since the end of China's civil war. This self-governing democracy has been running its own show for more than 70 years. They've evolved into this democratic system, and their people, more than 23 million of them, elected the leaders that Beijing calls illegitimate. And Beijing's communist rulers, while they lay claim to this island, you would be hard-pressed to find anybody here who believes that that the rulers in Beijing have rule over their lives. Now, does it mean that people want, a war with China? No. A lot of people, the majority of people here, continue to want to maintain this status quo where Taiwan basically looks and acts like a country without calling itself that, or at least without most of the world calling them that, because of, Beijing making sure that
what about America? Does America call it that?
That would be super cool. How do I get a bond suit down here, though? I'm gonna have to make the jet jump upgrade, probably.
But that might be difficult. But it's hard to imagine, Michael, when people here, they've just reopened the borders. They're gonna have a major, LGBTQ pride coming up in a matter of weeks, something that would basically be unthinkable in China, both open borders and the pride thing, because, we've seen what happens to ethnic and sexual minorities and feminists in the mainland. They're basically absorbed in silence, whereas here, those differences are celebrated.
I don't know why they built it all the way down here.
It's so cynical. I will never in a million fucking years look at this and go, that's actually such a legitimate point. It's being adopted in the most cynical way. It is just a cynical way to weaponize social justice causes to just say, like, yeah, we got to do something about this.
Oh, hey.
America and the American media has never given a single shred of a fuck about these kinds of civil justice movements, both internally, domestically, and certainly not overseas, okay? It's just not a thing. You don't give a fuck about it when it comes to our allies, our partners, our trade partners, our partners that we give weapons to. You don't give a fuck about it happening here, and then you just only care about it when it's you can weaponize it. It is so indecent.
Oh well, we have a lot of this.
It's so fucking indecent. You're wrong. They do care. That's why they enforce it. What do you mean?
Why they enforce?
It's just ridiculous. Anyway,
Why they enforce the authoritarian lockdowns because they want to keep the people safe. I mean, I don't know. It's actually not so far away. Maybe I should try to go.
Taiwan as a country was built around anti-communist sentiment. It was built by Western powers in an identical capacity to every other country. Taiwan also is in a unique. Taiwan is also in a unique predicament, and it's not as like black and white or clear cut. Obviously, people don't want to fucking join China, understandably, because Chinese civil liberties are mainland China and Chinese civil liberties are obviously not great. Okay, they're not. They're awful.
Oh right, this counts as a wreck. That's what I was looking at. Oh, it counts as 2 wrecks somehow. Okay.
It went through a hella fascist phase for its first 30 or so years.
Look at this dude. Hey, what you doing? Bonk. Gotta make him
The
mad.
Republic of China in Taiwan is the equivalent of Miami Cubans for the Cultural Revolution.
Okay, how do I get out of here?
Why is it awful in China? Civil liberties are awful in China.
Somewhere.
Governments in the East and West have different methods of control. Okay, it's not an East-West. It's not an East and West difference, but I'm just gonna use it right now because it's the easiest way to fucking comprehend it. Okay, you have an authoritarian mechanism of control with the way that information flows, or you have the neoliberal mechanism of control with the way that information flows. Now, Chomsky and Zizek don't agree on much, but this is one area where they are in agreement.
It's not as simple as East versus West.
Which is that the neoliberal method of control is by creating a comfortable window of acceptable thoughts, acceptable opinions that make it seem like there's a diversity of choice when there really isn't. Okay? Versus the authoritarian mechanism of control. The authoritarian version of that is basically that everybody knows that the state is just ripping out propaganda non-fucking stop, and you know what the boundaries are, and they're well established. Okay? That's how that works. In China, it's authoritarian. You can't watch porn. There's plenty of websites you can't access. There are some benefits to that, obviously. Not as much fucking misinformation and brain rot that goes through, unless it's misinformation directly created by the state, right? Which has a way to shape public consciousness in the way that the government wants public consciousness to be. In the United States of America and in Western neoliberal capitalist countries, there is this semblance of freedom within the way that information flows, but with that you have psychotic, ridiculous misinformation running rampant. People thinking that trans students are fucking
oh god damn it.
Trans students are pissing and shitting in fucking kitty litter boxes. But how is a country supposed to maintain control when an actors work diligently to undermine it? I don't think that that is the only reason why China has such a strong grip of power on information and its economy, okay? Come the fuck on. I mean, I get that argument for Cuba, which is shown time and time again that it cares about civil liberties with respect to like actual marginalized communities, but does not offer that same kind of civil liberty to information spreading. And they do that because it's a wartime country, no matter which way we cut it. But I don't recognize that for China. China is a very powerful country, and they choose to do this regardless. It is just their preferred method. Western involvement in China spans decades. I think that it goes beyond the same argument that you could cut for.
Does this go to 400 meters now?
For Cuba.
That should do it, I think.
There's some more color in the streets here. There's also less order. And of course, Xi Jinping has made order his priority. But yeah, you look at the polls, Michael, and not too many people here would willingly just reabsorb with the China that they're seeing right now, certainly with the rolling lockdowns.
I grew up in China, and your everyone keeps their head down phrase was very accurate. I mean, look, the Chinese prosperity thing, you could say that Chinese prosperity is overall propaganda, right? You could say it's state-sponsored propaganda. You do realize workers in China have literally no rights, right? Yes, I do realize it. But it goes along with what I just said. Keep your head down, you go to work, you do the fucking brutal work that you need to do, and you ultimately are living with the recognition that as a collective, as a whole, as a unit, the government has your best interest in mind, and slowly but surely they will modernize the country.
Why can't you say the same thing about America, though?
Also, we don't have any fucking rights here either. We just have like certain liberties, okay? We have liberties of consumption. And that, I think, is a way more adequate. That, I think, is a way more adequate mechanism of control. I like that. I like feeling like I have the freedom to choose between 30 different kinds of snacks, okay? I think that has a dulling effect. It has a sedating effect on the masses. But I do think that is a better way to control the population rather than directly telling them what they can and can't say. And actively pushing for, consequences.
Engine efficiency, hull
mine is not a very good wording,
reinforcements.
even though I know what you mean. Well, Chinese prosperity only works.
Then yeah, it probably will
if
need this.
the government actually does take steps to follow through. Can't say no to my boss, but I can get a new flavor of Oreo every month. Yes, but a lot of people prefer that. I prefer
damage in normal conditions. Cool.
I prefer that.
Yeah, we'll take a battery. We need a little more water. Okay. Grappling hook for enhanced environment traversal. Ah, I see. Yeah, so this is how we get down into the caves.
We don't have any rights. Okay,
as well
dude,
as
you want to
this.
exist in China as a non-government aligned commentator?
Jets propel the prawn
No,
suit
the
into
only
the
reason
air.
why I can
That's
exist
it.
in America as a non-government aligned commentator is quite literally what I'm stating, because
Kyanite.
I'm fucking powerless, okay? That's the point, which is why I'm
Wonder
saying
where we'll
I
get
prefer
that.
the American
Return
method. I prefer the
parcels in
Western
hot areas.
neoliberal method of control. If control
Depth
is a necessity for
module.
any form of governance, then I would prefer the free one, which is why I'm here.
The drill arm.
I like it. That's a big reason why I live here.
Torpedo system. Vortex torpedo. Maybe we can try using vortex torpedoes. Oh, right. Toxic gas. Maybe we can try using torpedoes. Once we,
I mean, a lot of people in China got out
we
of
can use
poverty
them against
because
the
of it, which is why
sharks,
they
yeah.
don't mind it. Yes, exactly. That's the point.
Okay, we can take the light stick, I guess. Do we
Would
need
you
the air
do it, Turkey,
bladder?
if you were to speak out against Erdogan on Twitch? No, I would not want to. No, because Turkey quite literally jails any kind of opposition. They have like they have no free speech and they have ridiculous defamation.
What if we just switch this battery out now?
So.
And the military intimidation, frankly, doesn't really faze people here because they've been dealing with it their whole lives. So even as China has stepped up intimidation, people are aware that someday there might be a conflict, and they just say they'll be ready to defend their way of life.
Yeah, deal with it when it comes. Will, thanks for that. Will Ripley there in Taipei.
I wonder how
In
deep
Beijing
the
for us. Appreciate
rush
it.
depth
Thank
can
you
get. Is it 800 meters with the final mod?
Bro, Chinese workers have instantly less right than American workers. Why do you think American capitals export their labor there?
Oh,
Holy
systems
shit.
online.
What are you talking about? I've never said that Chinese workers have.
All right, we
better
have plenty of salt, so
Why is it that anytime we talk about this kind of conversation, anytime we have this kind of conversation, you immediately rush to this like fucking ridiculous thing that I never said?
So.
Okay? I never said that. I never said that like things are great in China, okay? The only thing I will say is things are great in China in comparison to how things were in China, okay? All else considered, if you look at Chinese material conditions 30 years ago across the board, whether it be workers' rights or Chinese material conditions now in comparison to 30, 40, 50 years ago, there is a dramatic improvement that is so obvious that it's got Americans feeling fucking scared. Okay? That's it. And it has continued to improve. Continued to improve in a dramatic way. Okay? That is part of the fucking reason why
plenty of sauce,
Americans,
what we need.
the American government, just despises Chinese prosperity in general and sees it as an understandable competing superpower. Vast remote areas in China are still very poor. Yes, absolutely. And not only is it still very fucking poor, that is one element that
They're
Xi
slightly
Jinping is
less
claiming,
poor
which
than they
seeks to
used to be.
seeks to change.
No.
Except, you're talking about the entire country that was vastly poor. And there are still poor areas.
We can just take.
What do you think
some of this
the
rail
pro-democracy
quick.
forces in this country need to be doing now that we're not doing well enough?
Hey.
Well, I think you had it right when you were talking about the obligation to persuade. You can't content moderate your way out of this problem in social media, right? You can't say, like, the problem is the person who created this meme. People ought to know that the anti-Semitic stuff that's circulating right now around pro-Trump social media presence is not, like, edgy, modern, anti-woke bravery. It's old news.
I'm John Favreau. Welcome to Offline. My guest today is Rachel Maddow, longtime anchor at MSNBC. A couple months ago, Rachel stepped down from her daily show to give herself some time, in the spirit of offline, to unplug. But Rachel is a political junkie just like me, so instead she threw herself into researching and telling the story of a little-known but incredibly important moment in American history, one that ultimately evolved into her new podcast, Ultra, which is the topic of our show today. Ultra is the story of a right-wing plot to violently overthrow the U.S. government that was aided and abetted by members of Congress, not in January of 2021, but in January of 1940. According to Rachel, our unprecedented political moment isn't unprecedented at all. She argues that America has flirted with fascism before and came much closer to ending democracy than we did last year. So we talked about the threats of the past and today, how social media and the internet has changed the nature of those threats, and why it's so damn hard to hold together a liberal democracy of more than 300 million people. Rachel Maddow, welcome to Offline.
Hi, John. How are you?
I'm well. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm really happy that you do this particular podcast. I think this is a sign of maturity and investment in self-preservation and like intellectual health. And I'm really happy you do it. This is a cool framing. I love what you're doing.
Yeah, I started it for my own mental health as much as everyone else's, so it's been there's a selfish reason as well. I loved your podcast back then. I'm even more obsessed with Ultra. I was hooked in the first 5 minutes, even though it involves a plane crash and I hate flying.
Sorry.
I was about to fly after this, but I was listening yesterday. So I want to sum it up without spoiling it for people. You are telling a little-known, little-remembered story about a fascist plot to overthrow the U.S. government in the early 1940s.
Are you dead?
Seeded by Hitler's Germany that almost succeeded. How did you discover this story, and why do you think it hasn't really been told yet?
I think I'll answer the second question first. I think that the reason it hasn't been told yet-ish is kind of the same problem as Bagman, which is that there is a thing that happens in history where if you happen to land in the timeline close to a bigger thing, we can only remember one thing from that part of the timeline. And so Agnew getting forced out as vice president and the bizarre and interesting and complex role of the Justice Department and figuring out how to deal with this rank gangster criminal in the White House, that story is fascinating, but it happened immediately adjacent to Watergate. And Watergate is more important because it ousted the president, and so therefore we have to unlearn Watergate, basically, in order to learn Agnew. It's sort of the same thing with this, I think, in that these seditious plots and the Hitler government trying to build not just a fifth column here, but trying to support Americans who really did want a Hitler-style fascist.
Oh, it was a fifth column.
It was big news. It was front-page news. It was, everybody in the country talking about it.
It was the Nazis trying to infiltrate America. But honestly,
so what they were trying
didn't have to do much
here
work
soften
because...
us up for a fascist takeover, ended up being subsumed into the larger plot of us beating the snot out of them in the battlefield. And so that's understandable. And World War II is more important, but there is this other thing adjacent to it, sort of overshadowed by it in the number line. And that means that the story hasn't widely been told. Interestingly, where the story goes, where the podcast goes, is to a specific sedition trial in 1944, whereupon obviously World War II is well underway. And there is a little bit of a sort of academic and political live history of that, but only on the right. Because the right has told that history basically from the perspective of sympathizing with the defendants and saying, oh, the Justice Department is always just out to get conservatives and this was a political return. And I'm happy for them to tell that story, but there's a broader history to tell about it too, and so that's what I'm trying to do.
And how did you stumble upon this?
John, I live in a dark place.
I mean, same.
Don't we all?
I 6 or 7 years ago, started reading a lot and thinking a lot about democratic countries confronting a shift to authoritarian forms of government and fascist movements and how you deal with politics moving from,
that's right,
I would say, extremism to something beyond that, to kind of ultra politics, where you're no longer talking about solving things through political means and you're talking about using violence. I've been sort of marinating in that, both in terms of what I'm reading for fiction and also what I've been thinking about in terms of history for the last 6 or 7 years. And I actually wanted to write something, or at least study something, about really rank extremism on the right, adjacent to Republican electoral politics, kind of leading up to Reagan. David Corn's new book actually has some good stuff on this in terms of the stuff that you think is way too extreme to ever be touched by modern electoral politics, and through the 70s and 80s you end up getting it, a budding Republican politics. I was sort of interested in that, and then I got into, from that, the origins of American Holocaust denial, and then I got from that into actually Nazi acolytes in the United States. And then when I realized what was going on with this sort of revisionist history of the sedition trial from 1944, I realized, oh crap, I have found myself in the middle of something I cannot extricate myself from without doing 6 months of work on it.
Cheery stuff. I mean,
I'm a great girlfriend.
A very intentional and terrifying theme of the show is the many parallels between what happened in the early 40s and what's happening today. And that includes and really starts with a powerful ultra-right propaganda apparatus with tremendous reach. Can you tell us a little bit about Father Charlie Coughlin and his radio show?
So Coughlin is... I
Dude,
feel like
this is kinda
Coughlin is the
junk.
one figure from this whole podcast, from this whole story that I'm telling
Maybe
you
I'll
might
put
have heard
that
of.
in the
I
other
feel like people
thing.
talk about
That'll
Father
be
Coughlin.
junk.
He sometimes...
Cabinet.
I thought it was Father Coughlin, but it's Coughlin.
Me too, until I heard the podcast, yeah.
Yeah, me too, until I started listening to the contemporaneous stuff. I was like, oh. But he has more media reach than anybody we can analogize him to in modern
There we
politics.
go. All
And I
the
feel
tools
like the
we
reason
can
that his name is
need.
still alive is that people do generally
Laser
think,
cutter.
we've had right-wing populist
Little snap for the
demagogues in
road.
conservative media
I think
before.
we can go.
It's been dangerous before. You have this kind of vague sense about it.
Just a minute.
I don't think that he analogous to anything today. He had 30 million to 40 million people listening to him every week at a time when there were less than 130 million people in the country. Like,
That is just huge reach.
Yeah,
that is like
that's-
unheard of.
and when we think about like maximum reach and like universalist media experiences, we think about the big three networks. Like, no, he completely swamped them in terms of what was going on. And there's never been anybody that dominant since. And he was really, really, really radical. He didn't start off as a radical. He kind of started off as a New Deal FDR supporter, but then turned very explicitly to fascism. And, he printed the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, and he called for his followers to take up arms and become militia groups and effectively to overthrow the government, which they tried to do. And so we've got our share of right-wing media-driven political extremism. But Coughlin, there's nothing like that. And actually, for me, that's kind of a helpful benchmark, because I think it's worth being real about what we have faced in the past and how dangerous it was in the past, and what previous good-hearted, civic-minded Americans saved us from. And the threat that Coughlin posed was way worse than what we have faced in our demagogic times. And that should, I think, to me at least, that's heartening. Like, we've gone up against worse than this.
Well, and it was so overt, right? I mean, there was no. I mean, we're sort of past dog whistles now in our extreme politics.
Yeah.
But when you have Father Coughlin just being like just openly anti-Semitic, asking people to take up arms, and of course he facilitates the creation of the Christian Front, which is essentially a fascist paramilitary organization that nearly executed a plot to overthrow the government. Can you talk a little bit about the plot and how close it was to succeeding?
The thing that was scary about the Christian Front plot, and I mean, the broader story, the thing that's scary about the Christian Front plot is it's only one of like 4 or 5 that we can tell in the course of just focusing on 1940. There was a lot of this kind of stuff going on.
Okay,
But with the Christian Front,
finally
one of the
go.
things that was scary about it was its
Right.
the
I guess we can
combination of its
recharge a little
extremism,
bit.
its violent extremism, and how popular it was. I mean,
Yeah.
it grew out of this massive media figure of Charles Coughlin and his 30 to 40 million supporters. When the Christian Front unit in New York went on trial for sedition, 2,000 people in Brooklyn showed up to
Oh, I
cheer
don't even
them
have
when
to
they were acquitted in
build-
the West African
bring
trial.
this.
I mean, it was really well supported.
Right.
It wasn't some neo-Nazi fringe group standing on an overpass in Florida, right? This was a group
Yeah,
that had a
probably
lot
gonna
of community support, and so that's unnerving.
Take a lot of stuff back with
but then
us.
also just what they were capable of. Most of the people who were arrested in the Christian Front sedition
Actually.
trial and put on trial were either in the National Guard or had active military connections. They had heavy
can leave
machine
this
guns
at
that
the
they had
base. That's a
stolen
little
from the
closer.
military. They had explosive
Where
use,
we're
military
going.
explosives. One of the stories that we actually don't tell in the podcast, but is true, is that this machine gun unit National Guard commander who gave the Christian Front guys all this cordite, all this military-grade ordnance, also then
There it
advised
is.
them on how better to make their
Let's go.
bombs, how to better make their bombs to make them more effective. So they're making and stockpiling military-grade ordnance in bombs that are designed to blow up like a Jewish newspaper and the Federal Reserve Bank outposts and all these different things. They had a plan to kill
Of course,
12
they're against the
congressmen
Federal Reserve.
simultaneously. And they were hoping that by attacking
think that's how,
institutions of the government and
the
Jewish and left-wing
Jews control
targets,
everything.
they would inspire kind of an Antifa
All the finances.
violent response that they
Right.
would get anti-fascist, communist,
Hey.
Jewish, whatever they fantasize would rise up against them. They believed that the National Guard, which was already on their side, in
Oh,
some
of
ways,
course.
would side with them. The National Guard would be activated. They would bring Christian.
Yeah, they would
then
totally
military
be on our side.
on the eastern seaboard and then establish emergency powers over the U.S. government. And so it was to get rid of democracy, to have a military-based, law enforcement-based.
Oh
violent
gosh, where am
overthrow.
I?
And they
Oh.
had a date for it. They had the weapons for it. They were well trained. And the FBI believed they were within a
Where the
week
hell am I
of starting
going?
to set up the
Oh, here
bombs,
we are.
when they
Okay.
And then they were
Oh,
acquitted.
look
They
at
were
all those
acquitted.
schools of fish.
Well, it's also it's just
You know, they're like, yeah, don't do that again.
Because I feel like the history you learned in school, or at least the history I learned, even when you're like at advanced levels of history, is like, well, there was World War II and the United States was resistant. Like people didn't really want to go to war because we were World War I, and so there's a lot of people in the country who didn't think we
Oh,
should
but
before Pearl
also
Harbor, and
for other
maybe there were some
reasons,
sympathizers
weird.
here and there in the United States, but this was
There are
like
actually quite a few
full-fledged
sympathizers.
movement that
Yeah.
nearly took us to the brink of collapse if they had succeeded.
Hey, is this a big thing? I can
And
go
like you
inside.
said,
No.
This huge mass movement that had popular
It was
support.
one of the big
Yes.
things around.
And
here.
it wasn't just that. I mean, so there's also another. So the Christian Friends mostly Catholic. Father Coughlin is a Catholic priest. The Klan is very, very anti-Catholic. Well, you had a Klan-adjacent
Of
violent
course,
fascist
they're
plot to
all
overthrow the U.S.
Protestants.
government right after the 1940 election as well. You also had the Silver Shirt movement, which was kind of a middle-class movement.
Silver
Started by this
Shirt.
guy who was this very successful Hollywood screenwriter. He'd won an O. Henry Award for his short stories. Like this guy who had this weird.
Hey,
wanted to be the
guys.
Adolf Hitler of the United States. His followers
Oh,
used him that
sure.
way. He commanded that his
Illusions of
followers had
grandeur,
tens of
huh?
thousands of rounds of ammunition in every home,
Classic.
and lots of different firearms. They did. It was teachers, businessmen, very middle class thing. It was
Oh, I
very
love hoarding
popular
guns,
in
classic.
California, the Pacific Northwest. He had thousands of followers, and their plan was to take over West Coast armories, challenge the military,
yikes.
National Guard, and law enforcement there to join their fight against the communists and the Jews, and to install a Hitler-friendly dictator in the United
Commies
States.
and the Jews.
Basically by cobbling together a coalition of all the anti-Roosevelt
Two
forces.
peas in a pod.
Be
Oh.
satisfied by Roosevelt. So I heard, again,
Where is it?
thousands of people involved in these things. And so it wasn't a foregone conclusion
Behind
that
us.
we were gonna get involved
Where
in
is
World
it?
War II. It
Oh my
also
God.
wasn't a
Oh my
foregone
God.
conclusion
Oh my God.
to all Americans that if we did get involved in World
Run.
War II, which side
Run.
we would be on. And we had
Why?
to fight for it. We had to fight for it. We should remember that fight because the people who fought it, who fought
Did it go
the
away?
fascist groups and the violent groups, they have things to teach us about how to do this work well.
Offline is brought to you by OneBladeShave.com.
Did it go away?
Do you hate shaving?
Yes.
Yes. We used to hate shaving too.
Okay.
Razor burn, irritation,
Well, that's
ingrown hairs.
scary.
They're the worst. That is until
The
we
warper,
discovered
can you
One Blade
warp that
razor.
away
One
from
Blade is
us?
the world's most
That would be
intuitive
nice.
razor, and it's guaranteed to eliminate your shaving-related skin issues.
What's the movie where like one blade rules them all? Is that Lord of the Rings kind of?
One ring, yeah, sure.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, well,
for blades.
now it's
For blades.
yes, that's
Where am I
apt.
going?
That's why these
Yeah.
ages rule them all.
So I started using this. It's really good. You look great. Thank you very much. And I'm always
Hopefully
cutting myself.
we're going
And
to
I'm
the
always
blade
cutting
from the-
myself
is that it?
at the moment
Oh,
that I
gosh.
can least afford to be bleeding because
Is
of
it
butter disease.
nighttime?
And then you're like putting
Worst
pieces of
time
little
to be
toilet
going through
paper
hostile
on the
waters.
cut, and it's terrible.
How did I get damaged?
There's no other place where you're like, oh, I need to cut something. I should do it with 6 blades at once.
Hold on, what if I saved?
It's stupid. I never thought about it before. It's really stupid.
Shaving is actually therapeutic with a one-blade
Yeah,
shave.
just
If
in
you
case.
don't go to therapy, you just
I
use
didn't
one blade.
save
If
before
you're
my
using a
Cyclops
multi-blade
got
cartridge
destroyed.
razor, it's
Yeah.
time you learn that it's not
Gonna
you,
learn
it's
my
them.
lesson.
Them being all those blades. That's just, how about
What
this,
if we
guys?
chill
Big
over
razor companies
here?
have been lying to us for decades, saying that more blades equals better shaves. It's just not true.
The Onion tried to warn us.
All those blades are tearing up your skin.
What if the
OneBlade's state-of-the-art,
Leviathan's
award-winning
over
razor
here?
design makes single-edged
Oh
shaving
my God,
completely
that's
natural and
fucking
effortless.
scary.
With
Fucking
old-school
Gary.
safety razors, you're constantly trying to keep the angle right to avoid cutting yourself.
Gary, scary.
One-blade razors have a patented pivoting head that hugs the skin, ensuring the blade is always at the right angle all by itself. Also, your disposable plastic cartridge razor is not recyclable. Boy, this is highly problematic. Every year, literally billions of them end up in landfills and waterways. But One Blade refill blades are 100% recyclable. They even send you this great little blade disposal bank with your razor handle. As soon as you fill it up and it holds like 60 blades, you just toss the whole thing into the recycling bin. So, upgrade your shave, save your skin, and save the planet one blade at a time. Head over to onebladeshave.com/offline today and use code offline to get 10% off your first order. All One Blade razor handles are guaranteed for life, and all orders have a 60-day return policy, so there's no risk at all in trying the brand new One Blade razor today.
thank you.
You use because they're cheaper. Sales are by visiting for a plot to. You expect that a bunch of fascists go to trial. And after they've been arrested for a plot to violently overthrow the government, and they're going to get convicted. But instead, you tell the story of how there's like all these sympathizers, that there's sympathy for them in the jury,
Jesus
right?
Christ, fucking
Based on
fish
these two first
bumping
episodes,
into
like,
me.
the one lesson I think applies to today is
Really jumpy.
Like, we can't just
The
sit
Reaper
back
can
and
show up
expect
at
our
any
criminal
moment
justice
and
system
jump
or
scare
even
us.
our government will protect us from
What?
fascism.
Oh, it's above
because
us. Oh my
the
gosh.
struggle against fascism at its core is a struggle for hearts and minds, including the hearts and
Is it gonna
minds of
fall
people
down?
within those institutions. And I think about how many
Can we
people
get in over
seemed
here?
like over the last several years
That's
they were
not
waiting
parked
for
right
like
below
Bob Mueller
it.
to save us, and then the first impeachment, and the second impeachment, and now the January 6th hearings, and Merrick Garland. Anything that could free us from the actual burden
Can we get inside?
of having
Oh,
to
man.
do the
Okay,
hard work
I'll wait for
of
it to sink.
persuasion.
Yeah.
Like, have you thought about that?
Yes,
Yes.
exactly. Like part of the reason that I'm interested in this as a topic is not because
lots of metal
Father
salvage.
Coughlin is an
Oh, no.
analog to somebody
Warper,
who's
are
doing
you
that
gonna
kind of work
warp
today, or
us
because there's
or
some
something?
forgotten Trump-like figure who we can analogize. It's not that. It's the timeless and recurring appeal of
Better not fuck
fascism
with us.
and authoritarianism, and people being
Freaky ass
receptive to the
bitch.
idea that there's some other. There's some parasitic other, whether it's the Jews or the immigrants or the liberals
always
or the
has
gay
to
people,
be a
whatever it is.
scapegoat,
There's some
yeah.
other that's taking away what is rightfully yours. They need to be exterminated, and then we can go back to the way it was when we were in our rightful place as the people in charge.
When
That
we-
message is the core message of fascism.
Okay,
authoritarianism,
oh my God.
And it has appeal, and you have to win the argument.
Why does it have to
regardless
fall
of
on
who's
its
the figurehead
side?
at the moment. Like, there's a reason that all the strong men around the world who are preaching these kinds of messages all kind of
What was
seem the
that?
same. Like, if you squint, can you tell Berlusconi
Is that
from
the
Orban?
warper?
I don't know.
Okay.
They're both kind of the same. Maybe
Why
one's a
don't
little
you
heavier.
just stay
You know,
right
but they're all
there,
it's all
huh?
the same thing. And it's this
That'll be
recurring
fine.
political and human impulse to turn ourselves over to strong men and to give up on democracy because democracy allows
Oh my
other people
gosh.
to have a say.
Okay, well, we can go in the
And
back.
that is the fight. And that fight
All right, let's
is
hit it from the
about
back.
exposing people who are organizing along these lines and opposing them and, you know, making sure they're brought up on trial when they do commit crimes. But first of all, not all of these things are crimes. And second of all, the kinds of crimes these are really hard to win convictions of in a liberal democracy where you have the right to think anything you want, say anything you want, and
Oh my
associate
gosh.
with you.
Okay, this is
Our
weird.
constitutional protections that make us a liberal democracy also
we
make it
can,
hard to get convictions on sedition. Even when you've got it
retrieve
happening.
the power
Sedition
cells?
happens.
Okay, this is
It's
weird.
very hard to count on the
We're
criminal
all,
justice system itself to be the silver bullet for getting rid of that.
Well, especially
And so-
because
all
most
sideways.
sedition plots that get tried don't succeed by definition. So like
You'd have us on trial if you had succeeded. It's you on trial.
But it's a way. I mean, and we're seeing this, I'm sure, today
Oh,
with
yes.
the Oath Keepers and everything that's happening around
We can
January
get all
6th.
our
There is
stuff
a-
back.
And you get this from the right
was that?
sometimes, like, oh, was it really
Hello?
serious and that's scary because they didn't succeed?
Don't
But
fucking
yeah,
fuck
but if
with
they
me,
succeeded,
bitch.
there would be no government anymore. But they wanted
Okay,
to.
what do we
Adam
take?
Schiff was really good on this in the second
This.
impeachment, which I think we've sort of forgotten, like what
Yeah.
it was like actually when they tried the second impeachment. But Schiff was the one who made the point. He was like, "It can't
Okay, this is
be
what really
that
matters,
You can try
right?
to violently overthrow the U.S.
Hey,
government,
Reginald's.
and if you
Actually,
succeed, you get to be dictator for life. And if you fail, nothing
Ian.
happens." That
Yeah,
can't
so you might
be
as well
the
try it,
decision
right?
tree you are presented with as a potential fascist.
Yeah, you gotta have some
insurrectionist. And so,
consequences.
like, there has to be some kind
Right.
of consequence. But the consequence, you know, for our particular experience with this in January 6th, maybe
Yeah,
some of
this
it's
is
gonna
what really
happen with
matters.
who are the high-level conspirators, but more likely it's going to happen with what the January 6th committee is doing.
God damn it.
Exposing the truth of it, making sure there can be revisionist history, trying to bring about political accountability.
What's it doing?
That's as much.
Is it attacking my
So the Nazis are directly involved in this
thing?
plot. They spread propaganda in the U.S.
Please don't
Their
attack
agents
my
actually
CMOF.
influenced U.S. politicians, supported the Christian Front.
Okay.
It made me think about how Putin
It's
and
just,
other authoritarians
swimming
are
around.
trying to destabilize democracies.
Let's wait until we
Are
stop. It stops
similar
roaring,
tactics,
then we
and more
can,
advanced tactics now that thanks to technology. How much was that on your mind when you were learning about this story?
I didn't actually know about the Hitler government's direct funding and involvement in some of this stuff until pretty far into it. It was kind of like, oh,
the
and
Hitler
then
government
there was
directly
also
funded
that.
it.
And it ends up being important
Are these all
because
zero?
the Justice Department goes through this process, which you can sort of see from the outside. I'm not sure anybody's ever kind of written about it this way, but you can see that if you put it on a timeline, you line it up
Let's just get some
chronologically.
oxygen
you know,
real
the Justice
quick.
Department is looking at where the FBI had informants and stuff. You can see the Justice Department.
Maybe a storage
realizing
module will be good here.
chronologically, okay, the Hitler government has
We can just drink some
infiltrated
water.
the U.S. Congress.
God damn it. Oh my god, it's right there. Jesus Christ. Oh, swim right through me. Oh, please don't kill my CMOF.
To the American people at the expense
Are you
of the
there?
American taxpayers using Congress to do it.
It's right there. Oh my god.
And the Hitler government is
Oh
also
my
funding
God.
and supporting
Is it-
violent pro-fascist movements in the United States that are planning on attacking the U.S. government.
Okay, it's going away.
And those things
Damn,
are
that's
happening
scary.
at the same time. And so
That
you
war.
have, each of those things is scary, but if
You think I
put
might
them
try to
together,
attack the Cyclops?
That's
I mean,
very dangerous because then that's very
it's already destroyed,
violent
but,
and aggressive, and also very close to real political.
maybe they could like tear it apart or
So
something.
being able to run a potential
Even the metal.
inside-outside strategy.
Oh, hey, this is still working.
The Hitler
Nice.
government's spending a lot of money and a lot of energy trying to operate this way in the United States. I think that's what flipped out the Justice Department. Not flipped them out, but sort of spurred them to action. When they put the Christian Front on trial in 1940 and failed, it was a huge humiliation for the government, and they were really unwilling to pursue any other kinds of prosecutions like that for several years thereafter. It was only when they got to the point where both of these things were happening at once. And
What is happening?
plants
Are they
started blowing up
attacking
in
it?
the United States, and there started to be what appeared to be acts of Nazi sabotage.
What does that sounds?
And the
Oh, wait, we can go out
prosecution
here.
they
That's
brought
right.
for
Can we though? Oh, we can
alleging
swim
a
out here.
conspiracy where the Germans
Cool.
were doing it, and Americans were carrying out those wishes. It was a totally unwieldy prosecution. And
Yeah, let's
we'll get
just
there later in the
take all
podcast
the
to
stuff.
explain how that fared out, but that nexus was what was
And
doing that. And I think that's, Russia being
this.
interested in shaping U.S. politics and shaping American public opinion is something that I don't think we need to be hair on fire.
We can make
all the
another
time.
trip back here, right?
The reason it was sort of, way
What
it
is
becomes
that
a
noise?
more hair on fire moment in the United
Oh,
States
wait,
is when
what if I
those
just,
interests get close to real power, and when they get close to those who are
Wait, can I change the mods?
Putin's intervention in U.S. politics.
Real
Those
quick.
are some tripwires to watch for, and that's why somebody getting into the White House who welcomes Russian intervention in the election to get him there is a scary thing and is worth flipping out about.
Well, you know, you mentioned that there's no one analogous to Father Coughlin today in terms of
Which one do we trade out?
But you know, one thing we talk about on this show all the time is how the internet and social media
Oh god, there it is.
supercharged the spread of propaganda and
Coming.
misinformation. That's especially true on the right. How do you think
I mean,
that's changed the
we
threat
kind of
that
need
we're
all
facing
these. I guess we
today,
don't need
and
the
also how we face it?
energy efficiency. I mean, we have
That's a really
energy.
good question. I mean, on the one hand, talking about nobody
Let's
having
just turn this
power
off then.
is kind of comforting in terms of no one person being able to do that much damage. On the other hand, how much more damaging is it when you don't have a Coughlin to sort of monitor and respond to, and instead it's coming from everywhere?
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, the iterative nature of social media, where you feed something back to it and then it accelerates what gets fed back to you, so it accelerates extremism. That's something that really there wasn't.
Just take all the
there's
stuff.
a historical part of Hitler's rise to power, right? What happens between 1823 and the Beer Hall Putsch in 1930?
Damn, these
Part of what
sounds
happens
are freaking me out. Oh, there's a shark.
I can't just
Okay.
take power with a violent cadre. In order to take power and hold power and rule the country, I need to move people and manipulate them by propaganda, which we need to do as the first priority of our governing strategy. And the United States never took that as seriously as the Germans did. We saw it as like malign disinformation or bad advertising or something that might, or might be somehow, you know, giving us bad
Not
ideas.
cool.
But they appreciated the pure power of it, which is why they spent tens of millions of dollars in 1930s money attacking us that way.
Oh wait, what if my
So,
CMOF
I mean,
gets eaten?
I do feel like there's
Will the stuff in the storage go
when
away?
technology
Probably.
changes, things can get more toxic. But our strategies to
So let's
interfere
not
with it
have
can
that
also just get more
happen then.
sophisticated.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's
well, it's decentralized in a way also, and you don't, like you said, it's harder to monitor like the effects of the spread of information because people are going down YouTube rabbit holes and they're on Reddit and then they're on like 8chan and,
of course,
and the
they're
stuff
on
bubbles
Reddit.
up. I go back and forth where like, was it better to have Trump on Twitter where we're all watching him all the time and can see it, or is it?
I mean, we
is
can
it
still
worse, is it
watch
better to have him on
him.
Truth
He's on
Social with a bunch of
Truth.
other right-wing extremists who are
Jesus
just like
Christ,
causing
dude.
all kinds of trouble that's
Okay.
not getting bubbled up
Let's get out of here.
all the time because we're not monitoring it, and I haven't been able to figure out which is
Okay,
worse, but
so
it's
we're
really
up. There
hard
it
to
is.
sort of wrap our arms around all the different.
Oh my gosh, is it coming?
out there.
Do not come.
And I think that's
Do
partly
not come.
because of,
Oh my god.
But it also affects him, I think, because
way. Okay.
one of the things that happens in his
Is it
Truth
attacking
Social
the
is that
Cyclops?
he's only speaking
It is attracted to
people
that.
who are going to egg him on, rather
I
than
mean, it's not moving or anything.
And
Or
so what
making
he
sound.
thinks is resonating, what he thinks is working, what he
I
thinks people
explored
like
this
to hear
thing
from
before,
him
didn't
is from a more narrow sort of corner.
Okay,
and
dude.
it means that when his message
Okay,
does
stay
cross
over there.
to a broader
You
audience,
stay
it sounds
there.
crazier than it might otherwise
That
have
is-
done had
yeah.
he been able to work it out on a more broad-based platform like Twitter. And so it makes
Okay,
him.
Beacon
I think
3.
it actually
That's the
does push
closer
him into more
base.
extreme positions, and that is dangerous to the extent that he still holds sway over the Republican Party, but to the extent that people who aren't necessarily politically engaged or
Not much of a base, but hey.
these days, he does sound more bananas.
Oh wait, this is actually, it's actually
and that
like
was true of the 2020 campaign even versus the
on a
2016
similar
campaign.
distance.
He was talking about things in the stump in 2020 that you had to be so online to understand even what he was talking about, and that's happening again today too at his stump speeches.
And so does, I mean, do you
What if I
want him
take
out
some
there like
titanium?
spreading 8chan memes and like putting out, you know, stuff about QAnon that nobody doesn't resonate with anybody? I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much the danger of Trump right now is that he appeals to disengaged, non-political people. Who
We're really gonna go back.
Is that the danger of
Oh
Trump
my
right
God.
now? Or is the danger of Trump right now that he is speaking to true
Up
believers
there,
who may commit extremist acts of violence or
Just
harmful
chill
attacks on
for a
country
minute.
that are coming from the real fringe?
Oh
I don't
right,
know.
okay.
Yeah, no, I think
the
I
wreck
think the
should be
latter is
safe.
quite dangerous.
Oh no, there are
What
sharks
did you
there,
learn
right?
from this story
Okay,
about
let's
what
just
draws
prepare.
people to fascism? Because that
Okay,
does
we're gonna
seem
build a base around here. All we need is some titanium.
happening right now.
I don't know if I know what draws people to it, but I know that you don't have to be very good at it to sort of strong that chord. Like, you don't actually have to be a genius or a maestro or an excellent.
Okay.
You just have to be good enough at pushing.
That's kind of annoying, but I think we can get around it. Oh, I have the zapper installed on my CMOS.
To problematize it, to dehumanize it.
I'm not sure how to use it. I guess it just activates automatically. Hopefully.
That problem hadn't overtaken us.
Ruined
our otherwise.
What was that?
We are just wired for that. And the thing that strikes me over and over again with the Christian Front plot and the Silver Shirts plot and the clan adjacent plot and all these other things that I go through, like the podcast, which we did sort of 1940, late 1939 and 1944, before, is that they did get dismissed by people.
Oh, there you are.
Dismissed as crackpots or as being.
There's the shark.
Or as being, you know, kooky.
I wonder if the repulsion cannon will work against the. Oh my god, dude!
Being clownish or being ham-handed
Are you dead?
in some way doesn't map neatly onto being effective when what you're playing with is this kind of psychological and sociological. And so yeah, it's just dangerous. You know?
No, and it's also I'm so glad that you said that it's easy and you don't have to be that smart, because I do think one thing Democrats do today is they look at Republicans and say, oh, they're so smart. They always figure it out. Why can't we be that smart?
Okay,
like,
I think,
what at least the extreme right is trying to do, that's easier, right? It's easier to burn down the barn. It is easier, actually,
than to build something
resort
new.
to hate and violence. There's nothing, like, magical about that. Liberal democracy is really hard. Persuading a country of 300 plus million people that is incredibly diverse, that we all gotta hang together and follow laws and let each other say things that we hate. That's really hard, and I don't think we get that. Like, our side just has a much tougher challenge ahead of us.
Chill.
Yes,
I really
and
should have bought a
also, given that we're a
med
liberal
kit,
democracy,
but
like,
oh well.
Some people, I think some people look at this kind of content in this podcast and stuff that we're talking about here and think, God, that is a drag. Why are you working on that? Like, don't you need a break from this stuff? To me, this is hard because the lesson of this to me is, hey, sedition happens.
Good thing it can't fit through the door.
Like, sedition happens. You know, fascist uprisings happen. Like, we're a country that has more
shit
guns than people.
happens,
So
right.
when we have people who have been preached to that violence is the answer and politics must be abandoned and instead they need to take power by force, they're going to have access to a lot of force to do it. That's going to happen. That's part of the mix. It doesn't mean that things are working well, but it does mean that life proceeds apace and we ought to learn from history. Americans
Should I try to fight it?
Face these things before ought to be studied and ought to be remembered, and we ought to know their stories because this stuff does recur. It's human nature.
I do have the reinforced dive suit.
Have the right to think.
But on the
say,
other
say,
hand,
say,
it's a fucking shark. Okay, it
and
went
we
away.
just have to be good at fighting it. We need to expect that it's going to keep happening. We need to inoculate ourselves so that we're not shocked when it happens. People need to know when they start hearing anti-Semitic tropes or, you know, blame the immigrant kind of tropes.
That should be
that's
enough.
old news. That this is something that we've been, you know, that demagogues the world over have been pushing over and over again, and they ought to be laughed at when they say it. But we ought to expect that they'll keep saying it, and we just need to get way better muscles. We need to be, I think, more connected to our history of fighting in the past to know that we're not alone.
Okay. Any
Offline is brought to you by hold-on bags. Plastic.
Is that the
it's everywhere we look, and not enough is being done about it.
Okay.
100 billion plastic bags are used and then thrown away every year. That plastic bag you see in the gutter or floating in a
We're
stream
lucky
or
that
washed up on the
they
beach,
stick to
multiply that
their
by
own
100
territory.
billion. It's not bad.
Right, instead of just roaming around.
Sponsoring. She said, please don't suffer. We were broadly affected in fighting fascism.
We can just have to go this way. Oh my gosh.
Exposure is
What's
the
happening?
most important thing. Actually, I mean, I think that's the lesson, and I don't know that that's true time
I don't
immemorial. That's certain. That's
really
certainly
want to test the zapper, you know. Might be cool to see, but
you get very.
would it work
popular,
against the
very
warper?
influential
Do the warpers
journalists
do
and
like
scholars, people
melee damage? I guess they do.
And Walter Winchell and Dorothy Thompson deciding that they can sort of train their fire in this direction, and that defines this as a problem and as a specific type of thing bubbling up.
It'd be nice to make a forward operating base around here anyway. Okay, there are sharks over here, so how about
those very influential
in this forest over
that
here,
really helps. You
right?
also get individual activists.
Right
very
here's a
brave
good place,
activists.
right?
There's a woman named Frances Sweeney in
No
Boston who's
sharks.
a herself a devout Catholic young woman who's horrified by what's going on.
There's a lithium thing right here. These things are harmless, right?
Basically radicalizing Irish Catholics in Boston.
Sure hope so.
And she takes it upon herself to infiltrate those groups, to heckle them, to make sure
there's
that they know there's opposition,
oh,
and then
there's
she
big
basically
sharks.
berates
Okay.
the local police department until they agree to start
Can
monitoring.
you guys,
them.
can you warp them away for me, please? Yeah, that would be great.
In the same time,
he did.
in Southern
he did.
California,
Oh, wow.
the Jewish community there
Thank you.
is absolutely horrified by the fact that there
Maybe
is
they're
an
not so bad
Aryan
after
bookstore.
all.
It's called the Aryan
Those
Bookstore,
warpers.
operating adjacent to something called Deutsche House in Los Angeles, and there's brown shirt meetings.
I wonder
happening in Los
why they
Angeles, and
warp
there's-
things the
there's
way
a
they
Nazi-
warp
There's a
them.
Hitler Youth Summer Camp in La Crescenta, California. Like, it's happening, and
That's
the Jewish
cringe.
community is scared.
All right.
There's violence against Jews that's happening in Southern California. These groups are getting stronger. They're openly recruiting. Police and the sheriff's department want nothing to do with it. The FBI is no help, and they like.
I guess we can
decide,
orient
okay,
it
we're gonna
however
form
we
our own
want, and
private
then
spy
we can
groups
build everything
where we
around
persuade
that. So we're
people
gonna
who
build
we
it
know,
like
who
facing
look
out
German,
like
to
that,
go
right?
infiltrate
So
these groups and report on them and expose them. And essentially, they become like an Antifa spy organization to expose what
Hey,
these
that's
groups are doing. They
badass.
serve
Why
sort
is
of
it
as
minus
a provocateur in some
1.1?
cases,
Oh,
and
is it
they,
because we're
again,
deep?
Force law enforcement, and in some interesting cases, military.
Wait, what if we build it
to
above
respond to
100
what they're doing.
meters?
So, it's
200
all,
meters.
It is intrepid and it's brave
We
and
can't-
it's interesting.
oh,
It's
it's
something
too
that's
high
very funny,
above
but
the-
it's all about exposure.
the
It's about
floor,
not allowing the
floor.
to operate only in their own bubble and to define.
Wait, what if I build it right here?
Terms, but
Huh?
rather to shine a light on them. and to trust that Americans will recognize the fascist message as being problematic as much as it appeals to some of them.
Minus 1.1.
What do you think the pro-democracy forces in this country need to be doing now that we're not currently doing, or maybe not doing well enough?
Well, I think you had it right when you were talking about the obligation to persuade, right?
Okay, let's build it.
Moderate your way out of this problem in social media.
I wonder what the
say, like,
threshold
the problem
is.
The person who created this meme.
It's not 200.
The person who created this meme created it and sent it somewhere, seeded it somewhere, but then the reason it became a problem that you know about is because it was widely circulated by people for whom it resonated. That is a persuasion.
Oh wait, do I have
problem.
glass? Oh my gosh.
An education problem in the sense of that people should.
I need glass to like get into. Wait.
Sort of take on the mantle of education around this issue.
Oh, now it's dark. Great.
People ought to know that.
Where's my CMOS?
That's circulating right now around Trump's social media presence.
I can't be losing that right now.
Is not like edgy, modern.
Oh my gosh. It's up here. Oh, okay.
Anti-woke.
Right.
Bravery. It's old news. Like, are you seriously trafficking in this old stuff? You know what you sound like?
I can find quartz around here somewhere, right?
Inoculation, I think, to people so that they don't just get moved by this stuff uncritically, is the work of public intellectuals and journalists and activists and people who have sway in the media landscape where people are otherwise these kinds of messages.
Yeah.
So
just one piece of quartz.
The other podcast I do,
what I
Wilderness, I sat down with focus groups of voters who aren't very connected to politics, but they were all Biden voters.
Move away from the Reaper.
And you know, everyone on Twitter
big piece of
who
quartz
listens
right
to these
here we
focus
go.
groups, like, I listened to a couple episodes.
Is that the sound of a shark?
If these people don't know by now that we're under a fascist threat, or that the Republicans are extreme, if they don't know this by now, then I can't help them. I give up.
Sleepy
and I'm just like, on one hand, I'm like, I totally get the frustration. I sat in those focus groups. I had to have a poker face when people said, like, what's a midterm? You know, like, I get it. But I'm not trying to be, like, naive here.
What is that, a test? I don't want to take a test.
If we want a liberal democracy, we're stuck here with the other 307 million people.
Yeah, we have to
persuade them.
do
It's the
something.
only way, because the only other option is violence.
Yes. And here I brought.
Oh, hello.
Brought this. I know we're on audio.
You just chill.
Oh yeah.
What are you doing even?
So this is an anti-Christian front pamphlet that was put out by an anti-fascist organization.
Am I gonna have to take care of you, huh?
In the late 30s, trying to get people in the Bronx to mobilize against the Christian front.
See, they are
thugs that
nice.
were holding street meetings
I asked them to leave politely and they left.
Practical steps. It can be stopped now before it acquires the prestige of success. Here are things that you can do. First of all, keep us, meaning keep your local anti-fascist organization, advised of incidents such as stabbings and beatings that may happen in your neighborhood. Number 2, petition your local city council and police to take action within the existing law and without violating the right of free speech against the incitements to riot from the Christian front. Number 3, organize local tolerance committees in your own neighborhood to hold street and other meetings. Number 4,
Respect the right to free speech.
Sermons on tolerance. Distribute literature exposing the Christian front for what it really is. Like, this is, in the 30s, people trying to deal with the threat of a group that, at that very moment, was stockpiling bombs and heavy machine guns to go simultaneously assassinate a dozen congressmen and set up a national civil war to install a fascist dictator.
And
the way they're doing it
let
is
us
like,
know if you see anything
on your
around.
block in the Bronx.
Well, I mean, this is the struggle that we all have right now. Is like I wake up every day and before we do the pod, it's like, all right, I think that the danger out there is real and extreme, but I also don't want to completely
Maybe we can make a
freak people out and
bioreactor
sound
because I guess there's no
hysterical
sunlight
all the
down
time,
here, right?
Like, and social media makes this easy too, right? Like everything's
Ooh, I
at
wanna
11
build a
all the
nuclear
time.
reactor,
If everything's at 11
but I
all the
can't.
time, then like people start tuning you out. But at the same time, you don't want to be completely calm. You're like, hey, there's a potential for a fascist takeover out there.
And so learning about what a fascist takeover is something that's a live option for some people who are doing some of this work. People who are like, that's a good thing to know. Like, this isn't so extreme that it's impossible. There was actually a violent armed attack on the U.S. Capitol within the last 2 years. We should get real about that and not have revisionist history about it.
Yeah.
But also the solution to it is to give people who might be attracted to those ideas contact with other ideas.
Yeah.
There has to be human-to-human contact. There has to be door knocking. There has to be civic organizations that aren't designed
Let's
to
see.
polarize.
Oh, I
folks and
can.
decide to bring
What if I
people
release
together. And
Reginald?
there has to be a way for people to whistleblow.
And then
if they start getting
hit him with the
into
thermal
or getting
blade.
adjacent to some of this violent stuff that they then have doubts about. There has to be a way for them to truth tell about it, whistleblow about it, and a place for them to go. And so part of it, yes, is law enforcement, but there has to be civic strength. People who are part of professional organizations, people who are part of religious organizations, people who are part of civic groups that, again, aren't designed to polarize, that aren't designed to set you against somebody else, but rather to get you talking to each other. All that stuff builds us as a liberal democracy. And it sounds boring,
smoky.
but it's the work. And it never stops. It never stops. That's what it means to be a citizen.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
100% correct. You're one of the
Find
most
another piece
brilliant
of,
and influential progressive journalists and storytellers of our time.
somewhere, that would be nice.
How do you see your role in this fight going forward? I know you're pursuing other projects. You're not doing 5 nights a week now on cable. What's your sort of thought about how you're in this fight?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like I'm
feel you.
really. I was saying something.
Feel the
today,
same way.
The story that's in this podcast is something that I feel like I've been 20 months pregnant with. Like, I have to get the story out there. But it's also hard to do well. Like, this is, this is something that have been working on for months and months and months, and will be working on until the last second before the last episode is posted in November.
Cool.
Each new episode comes out every Monday.
Oh my gosh.
And so I'm just going to keep
Crawlers.
doing that. I've got some other projects that are kind of along these lines in terms of, for me, what speaks to me is history. So I think that there are things in America's relatively recent
So many
past that
schools
help
of
me
fish.
realize and understand.
It is good looking.
Energized about the work that's to be done now. So I'm going to keep doing that. I like to have. I'm really enjoying having a little more space, not having to be on the air every night, so that I can work on longer term projects like this. So I've got like kind of 7 or 8 different things along these lines. Podcasts.
Oh my gosh.
But then I'm every Monday night on MSNBC,
dude.
and I'm leading our coverage of all the January 6th hearings. I think the last one's going to be.
Hey, can I see if you get shocked?
And I'll
you
be there
get
on election
close.
night and.
With
I
that.
don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of stories to tell. I want a little more elbow room to be able to read more and not get my.
How do I shock
I want to be online. I don't want to be in the news cycle every day. I want to be.
Is it if it's trying to attack
stuff
us?
from the 40s that helps me tell stories that hopefully illuminate where we are. I don't know. I'm just trying to say a lot.
we are all extremely fortunate that you
Okay,
decided
well,
to
I don't
get
think it
offline
did
a little bit
anything
more and tell
there.
the stories. It is a
Yeah, how do I
fantastic
use the
podcast.
shock?
Everyone go listen to all
If
of
it's
comes out every
does it
Monday.
activate
and
automatically if I get attacked?
John, thank you so much. This
That'd
is
be
really
nice.
fun, and I'm so glad you're doing the show. You guys are doing fantastic work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, can I use Ocean Cannon? Ah.
I went and got my booster on Friday. And
It's nice that,
I sat down, and as I sat down, I reached into this coat pocket here and pulled out my phone and flipped it open.
It's nice that my thing has an infinite supply of oxygen, right?
I really need to do that. I have 15
My sea
minutes
moth.
Because you have to wait 15 minutes before you leave. Right. 15 minutes here, I could just spend 15
I can
minutes.
just stay on the ocean floor forever if I just chill in the moth.
And every single person was on their phone. Look at their phone. And so I went, fuck it, I'll do the same.
I'm John Favreau. Welcome to Off. My guest this week is Stephen Colbert.
Colbert.
Stephen is, by all accounts, one of the funniest and most successful comedians of our time. He's an alum of Second City and The Daily Show, who went on to play a satirical version of a right-wing pundit on The Colbert Report before taking over for David Letterman on The Late Show. I wanted to talk to him about how internet culture has changed comedy, and we did that, but per usual, Stephen had incredibly insightful things to say on so many other topics. We talked about what it was like to tell jokes during a really tough year, why his job requires him to be so online, how the debate over cancel culture could use some humility, and why he's worried but optimistic about
Oh yeah.
Here's Stephen Colbert.
All the cancel.
Stephen Colbert, thanks for making
the
the time.
cancel happy people.
It is my
are
pleasure.
the
You have made the time for me
most
so many
cocky and
times.
annoying
I was gonna say,
one of the top live guests. One of the top live guests, you guys.
Well, I've been so excited to do this because ever since you kindly
Hey, it's
invited me on
kind
the
of,
Colbert
light
Report
out
back
now.
in 2013,
Cool.
I feel like our conversations are almost entirely one-sided. You ask me
right.
questions, I talk about myself, we cut to commercial break, and that's it.
We talk about politics too. It's not just you.
That's
As fascinating
politics.
as you are, Mr. Favreau. Yeah.
So I guess my first question is, after more than 200 remote shows during the pandemic, how has it felt the last few months to be back in front of a live audience?
Oh, it's nice.
Well, man.
Indeed.
I don't know how to begin because I have to. I first have to tell you what it was like to not have a live audience.
No, I want to hear that too.
Because it's the delta between
That's
those two
the real-
experiences
yeah.
that really.
That's what I meant.
The arc of that angle.
Cute little
is
bass,
really
isn't
what
it?
was remarkable. Is that I mean I never wanted to do a talk show. This was never the
Really?
goal. I was going to be an actor, and then I said, okay, well, I'll be a comedic actor, and then that just got me by hook or by crook and by happy accidents. I became the host of the Colbert Report, and when I decided to end that
just
show,
a happy
I still didn't
accident.
have this gig.
Right.
All I knew was, well, I was going to miss a live audience and doing it every day
Oh, there it
with
is.
my staff. And then out of nowhere comes, would you like to take over for Dave? And I went,
Dave
it
who?
scratches every itch. But the biggest itch it scratches was live audience. I am no fan
That's nice.
of performing comedy to a camera. Like the theoretical comedy, like you know if comedy's working. Comedy's hard.
Yeah.
But you know it's working because the audience makes this noise with their mouth. And if they're not making that
it's
noise,
a
it ain't working.
Instant
So,
gratification
15
right
months with
there.
no audience. And so, I
Right.
don't know, you do the math, call that over 200 shows. No
Okay,
audience.
should I try
It's
to
like shooting a
fight these sharks?
like a movie or something. It's like a single camera, it's just me and the camera. And in your mind, you have like the old occipital Rolodex of all the possible ways a joke will land, and the rhythm with which you have to hit it, so you're hitting the next joke properly. And the thing is, that's almost entirely, but
Hello?
not completely.
All right, the glass is still here. Okay.
Reaction. Yeah, that's the idea.
In the same way as walking on stage and reading sheet music to an audience is music.
Hello?
You know, no, just reading sheet music to silence is music. And so,
what happened?
going back to it was like,
oh no, what happens? Hello?
slowly being suffocated for 15 months, and then going, and like getting the pillow off your face.
Just
It was
gotta
fantastic.
do that.
And the great thing for the audience too, like
no.
they've been so high.
Oh, no.
Lately the audience is so muted because things aren't changing. And the things that aren't changing are bites or poop or hittings.
Yeah, no, we get that too.
But what's it been like? Everything.
All right, I can build a
possibly
fabricator, can't I?
Some people didn't want an audience back. You know, I think Trevor doesn't have an audience back. Seth took a long time to get an audience back. We talked about like what the value is of not having an audience. There is some value, but I just can't imagine doing it any other way. It's I want to be with other people. I like people.
I've been playing for too long. Is that
not
it, or
having
what?
an audience. I mean, we our podcast is different. Obviously, we do that like sitting around the table.
Here's
but
some
we do live
glass.
shows. We haven't done them in over a year, and I am like so eager to just see people again. Like I don't understand people who are like, I'm totally changed now. I don't need to see people anymore. I just,
I don't know.
That doesn't, I don't get that. Is there?
That's sour grapes. That's sour grapes right
I think
there.
that is sour grapes.
I would say this though, and I'll say this by
Sour
I've said it about
grapes.
others too, is that you know, it's
What
not like
I'm
your live shows
saying,
aren't
yeah.
good. They are good, but I feel like you're cheating. Because when I'm listening to your podcast, the great feeling is that I'm just the fourth person at the lunch table.
Yeah.
And I'm just listening while you guys are talking about
gosh.
this thing you know
It's
about,
literally
care
right
about,
there.
I do too. But I'm just eavesdropping with like
It's
these
like,
three,
peekaboo, I know you're
interesting guys.
here. I can
And
see
when
you
were in
in
live audience,
there.
like, wait, I thought this was our thing.
I thought we
Who
had
other people.
I don't know
Why
them.
did the relationship to spice things up? Like I'm not into that
What's they
scene.
doing here? Is there anything from doing the show at home that changed you in any way, that taught you anything about yourself?
I reinforced how much I like my wife's company.
Oh, that's
Because
nice.
she ended up
That's
being
nice.
for 3 months.
What was that?
And each of my boys was a crew for 1 month, and then each of them, one was graduating from high school, one from college. And they said, Dad, I want
What is the noise?
to continue to work for you. Because it was essentially a full-time job, being my crew. Because we couldn't let anybody else in the house. And because we did it home for 5 months. And then Evie took over, and, you know, it's just great. We've been married to somebody for 30 years, and it turns out, like, they're a great company.
That's
That's
it
nice.
turns out
It would
that we
it'd
actually
suck
like
if you were stuck with them and realize,
it was really lovely. And then
they
she
actually
became
kind
part
of
of the
suck.
show. Like that was one of the best
That
parts.
did
of
happen
me
with
is
some
that
people.
she's now
That's like,
I know I saw her on the other night. I saw her on for Halloween. And I was like, this is great. That
oh no, their boyfriend and girlfriend, they just got together
I mean,
and now they're
one
like
of the
stuck
reasons I
with
did
each
this show
other.
is because I felt like
It's like they can't meet anyone else,
forced
right?
our, like already extremely
And they
online
learn like,
culture
oh, this person's
spent
actually
even
kind
more
of a piece
time
of shit.
online. And
Oops.
I'm not sure that's been a good thing. What do you think? Have you experienced that at all?
If only they had found me, they wouldn't have had to look for another guy.
If you own a smartphone, you can't say that you're not.
Oh god damn it.
And I sat down, and as I sat down, I reached into this coat pocket here and pulled out my phone and flipped it open to look at it. And I went, oh, why did I really need to do that? I have 15 minutes here, because you have to wait 15 minutes before you leave.
Right.
15 minutes here, I could just spend 15 minutes just people watching. And so I did.
That's nice.
And I had people
Oh right, I don't have energy.
and every single person was on their phone.
Maintenance
And
access.
so I went, fuck.
How could I forget?
And so
Okay,
there
well,
wasn't
go
that
back and get the materials for a bioreactor.
Scroll. I have the little thing. I don't know. Maybe everybody has this, but I have the how much.
Yes. How much you spend on your phone? Comes on Sunday. Comes on Sunday. Yeah.
That's an app I've installed, or whether it's some toggle I flipped over in my iPhone. I'm not sure where that information comes from.
Okay.
But I do
This will be our
find it
last trip and
distressing
we're going
that
back.
It's like 8 hours a day.
You're 8 hours. Wow. Oh, I thought I was like hitting 5, and I was worried about myself.
Well, no, because I am.
Wait, weren't there rocks
constantly
over here I can break?
Searching for what is the conversation today. And I know you have very much the same thing.
Hey
Because we have
guys.
to do a new one
What's
of these
up?
every day. I'm constantly trying to peel the onion and say,
Let's get
what's
some
really
stuff on
behind
our way
that?
back if we can.
What's behind that? Just give some context for the conversation. So even as someone's pitching me their jokes on the story, I'm listening with one ear, and the other ear, I'm reading about the story to see whether there's any sort of juxtapositional information here that could be comedic or does it relate to some of the things we're talking about today. And so, for what I do, which is really
Oh,
not
hey, what
just
is
media
this?
criticism, is that I'm a
Just
curator
like a,
of the daily media experience.
vent? Oh, hey, it's getting hot here,
Like,
yeah.
We watched it too, or
Hey,
I
there's a
read
ruby.
it too, or I saw that
There's
one
that
too,
thing.
or I had that reaction to
We
this
can do a
event
thermal
as well.
reactor
and
here.
Here's how we process it.
Hello.
You have your emotional process, you the audience. This is our emotional process.
Oh, and if we have a
but to
Cyclops,
have such
an
a
operational
wide net
Cyclops,
cast all the time,
then
it is-
we can,
we
if we have
to
the
lower
mod,
ourselves
we can
into the
recharge with
radioactive that
getting
is
close to a heat
the internet.
source.
Just
So
to
we can-
know, yeah.
So that we can be pulled out like a carbon rod at the end of the day, and they put the carbon rod in front of a TV, and I irradiate it back at the audience at a much lower rad level that's not lethal. You know what I mean?
That's
We
one
feel
way of saying
poison.
it.
Part of the job is that I'm drinking the radioactive, I'm doing shots of the radioactive pool in order to radiate it back at you. So that's part of the job that I don't particularly dig, Daddy-O.
Is it all Twitter that you're doing? Are you
I don't
scrolling
dig
through
it.
Twitter, or
Oh,
you-
no. I don't ever do that anymore.
Oh, that's good.
I don't even have Twitter anymore.
Wow.
That's
I still tweet.
solid.
I still tweet, but I literally give a tweet to somebody else to tweet, and that's one of the only way I've been able to reduce my intake at all is that I never read Twitter.
Well, I was gonna say that's a.
Hey, you can say that I'm gonna read the people I follow, but you're lying.
That'd be
No,
nice.
you're gonna look at. You're gonna start
No,
looking
you're
at
gonna-
mentions.
you're
You're gonna look
you're
at the
gonna look
comments.
at
You're
the-
gonna
That I
look
don't
at what they say
do.
about the show. You don't want to.
That I don't do. I
Trending
haven't
stuff.
looked at my mentions forever.
Well,
I
see,
don't do that.
this is already a much healthier social media diet or
I don't search
phone
my
diet.
myself.
That's
I
weird.
haven't done that since I have not searched for my own articles since the correspondence dinner in 2006 because
You figured that was
Nice.
enough.
That's a.
Jesus wept.
Oh, hello.
Not
you.
exactly. That was
Are you,
enough protection for
he's not
anybody.
inside. Okay.
Oh,
I think it's ultimately. Here's the thing: does it break our brain? My brain came pre-broken. You know, my head.
Yeah, my brain's
is
already broken.
I always have 6 thoughts going at once in my mind. That sort of balkanized way that we all think now at the same time. It's as if, like how you can partition a hard drive. You know,
Oh, I'm out
my
of
brain is
water.
always
Okay,
partitioned and
I really
running
gotta
3 or
go
4
then.
programs at once. And
Yeah,
the
it's time
internet
to go.
merely is, as my daughter once said to me, Dad, I've never been anybody more ready to receive the internet than you. Because you are the internet. Like that's how your brain works in good ways and bad ways. And so I don't
Yeah.
feel.
That's why I don't
feel
know if I can
basically
do
the
that
culture
full
of the
time,
internet,
'cause, yeah.
the mechanism of the internet, I think, is wonderful.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because I talked to the New Yorker journalist Gia Tolentino for the show, and the crux of her
Name drop.
Yeah, I'm just dropping it. That's just one of many. But get ready. The crux of her argument is that
Oh,
the
yeah.
internet, and
You know,
especially
just
social media, has
casual-
become like an endless performance.
Casual
backstage,
drop there.
where we're all forced to create, maintain public identity all the time. And it made me think about something that you said, which was that becoming the host of the Late Show required you to figure out what part of you and how much to put out there. what was that process like? Figuring out how
Did
to
not notice me. Okay.
become
Oh,
the
and
host
it's
of the Late Show?
going underground. Okay, good.
Show that
Well,
identity.
yeah. You just
Still
go. You
figuring
just
that
go
out.
over there.
I mean,
That would be.
honestly, because,
Well, that's
not to
nice
go wall
of him
on
to
you,
let me
but
pass.
I and all of us contain multitudes. So
I do want to see. Oh, I should have repaired when I had the
within our
chance,
family
but.
life, growing up, of
Oh, well.
what our identity is there.
Yeah.
Then we have another identity with our friends, and another identity in our job, and another identity with our loved ones. And so it's not an easy thing to figure out what part of that is a form of entertainment for people. And I think stand-ups have a better transition into the kind of job that I do because that's part. You are yourself, but you're also a persona. Unless you're like high concept, like emo.
That's a nice. That's a cute little bass, isn't it? In it.
For me,
well,
Evie was the first thing. There's a seat called E1 in the suit that's in the theater. That's Evie's seat.
E1.
And is that for the first month, I asked her to be there every night.
Oh, wow.
So I could look at her and go, okay, I'm her husband. That's the first thing I know. Because in my character, the truly curated Stephen Colbert.
Oh, here's
was
the thing.
Everything we said and did was
There's
highly
shit inside
intentional.
there. I just know
And
it.
there was a big backstage for that show, and I never let anybody see the backstage for that. I think right toward the end, I let the New York Times.
There are a
in,
lot of
but
fun stuff goes
I
on
never wanted anybody to see the
backstage.
curtain. For this one, I don't really mind the pulling the curtain because it helps me be myself. You know, these shows all
Beacon
revolve around the
6.
person at the desk, and it all revolves around what that person cares about. And it took me a while to figure out how much I cared about the national conversation on a daily basis. And it wasn't until right before the conventions that I went, oh, you know what? I'm trying to not be quite as political as I was before, but there's no escaping.
But
I really care about.
you can't escape the politics.
And so I should go.
I don't know. I can just not care about politics. I'm glad I can just shut off that part of my brain. It's
Really, I just gave in to my
convenience.
appetite. I was kind of denying.
But then
my
other
own
people
feelings.
are
That's
like,
who you are.
why don't you care as much as I
care about the
do?
news. I really care about.
Are you saying I should just
what happens. I really
not
care about
care?
American
And it's
democracy,
like,
such as
I
it
don't
is.
know.
Yeah.
And that made a big difference for me. I'll tell you what made
Maybe
a
I'm
huge
just
difference
able
for
to
me
turn
was
off that part of my
doing the
brain.
show during COVID. There was a whole. We already had found the show, but I, as a person that the audience gets to see, made a a big leap in my own sense of self on camera during the pandemic, because truly there was no trappings, just me in a shirt, like not even a suit, just me in like whatever linen shirt I found in my closet. And I would talk to the camera, and an hour later I'd go, is that a show? And I would walk away. So it's just you.
Oh, I can detect the life pods with
the chapters that nobody likes to talk about, which is the Bombadil chapter. Well, there's 3 John Bombadil chapters, but
scanner rooms.
John Bombadil. And,
well,
and
I already found all the
hobbits are sitting in trance.
All the wrecks, I'm pretty sure.
And Frodo says, "Who are you, Master?" And Tom says,
got him.
What's that?
You gonna attack me?
Don't you know by now? Who are you, yourself, alone, and nameless?
Swim away, bastard.
That's what it felt like for me as a performer. You alone, yourself, and nameless.
Welcome aboard,
And
Captain.
what were you comfortable sharing with the audience was an organic thing that was driven by the absolute agony.
Okay, we're home.
And you like publicly go through the same thing the audience is going through, albeit with all the trappings and safety net that is being a rich and famous celebrity, but still going through the anxiety and still going through the dread and the horror of that year. Truly a horrible year.
Horrible year.
Well, a horrible year.
So
And it's
bad.
horribilis. and that was a very raw experience. There were times that I couldn't do jokes, and there were times I couldn't even sit down. Literally, I just had to stand for the monologue, and just because sitting down seemed too passive. But that pulled out of me some real part of myself that I had not yet shared with the audience. And I'm not saying it's a positive or a negative or better or worse, but it was a new thing that I discovered. And I think we discover ourselves in ways that we don't control. You can't say, I will discover this part of us. You just learn things about yourself in moments of crisis.
I was going to ask about sort of the comedic challenge of going through this year. Like,
I have
you guys
plenty
had to come up
of,
with some of the heaviest, most depressing news we've had in decades. Pandemic, police killings, protests, violent insurrection. Like, how do you stay funny through all of
I have
it? What was
titanium.
the process?
I would not claim to have stayed funny through all of it. That's the one thing that is all
Oh, yeah,
theoretical.
he kinda
because there's
lost
no
it.
audience. So
At least,
I have no data to give you.
But you guys
especially
still
around
wrote jokes for each night.
Oh yeah, we
January
still did our
6th.
job. We still stepped up to the plate and took a couple of
Jan
chops
6.
at everything, because that's our job, and it's also our sort of form of self-therapy.
Yeah.
That's our talking.
Surprised with how
We're
efficient
there
the bioreactor
to deal with our own
is.
anxiety, because
Definitely
we're
be
all
building
our own
that.
toys in show business, and especially comedy. And
you can put a.
We had no other choice. Like, how else? This is how
One
we
of
dealt
these down
with the,
here.
everybody in comedy. Not everybody, but pretty much everybody in comedy's got some trauma back there, and that's how we dealt with that trauma in our lives, is to do this for a living. So it's not that big of a stretch
Everyone
to
has
now do
something,
that
yeah.
on an immediate way to the audience that almost has no veil between performance and reality. However I felt in the morning, I couldn't believe it. I would come into that pitch meeting at 9, and God damn it, if those writers did not have ideas. And we would acknowledge, we all acknowledge, like, what do you feel like?
That's what I was wondering. Okay, so there is
Yeah,
like that
that
moment.
idea.
No,
Right.
you have to. One thing that you know is that the show, like, listen, the show's not a confession. It's not therapy.
Let's see,
but one thing that I did learn fairly early on.
I guess we have
is
to
that
build a
you
new
have some level of
Cyclops,
emotional honesty with
so-
the audience, just so they kind of know what. Getting back to baseball,
6, 7, 8,
what kind of
9.
pitches I'm throwing. You have to have some shared emotional
And
state. Or at least we do acknowledge each other's
10.
emotional states. So I don't just.
Then we'll have all
just
the ingots.
Throw a hammer right past their ear.
We need
You know, there's literally a
lithium.
sound the audience makes if I tell a joke that they weren't ready to receive. And they literally make the sound like, oh. And it's like the sound you make if somebody like buzzed one by your skull without telling you how they were going to throw the pitch. And that's literally the metaphor my exec and I use. Like, we got to let them know what we're pitching here. And then we can throw any pitch we want as long as we've established
Sometimes
an
it's
emotional agreement.
shocking.
That's interesting.
And so,
Ooh, yikes! Ooh, that's
that
not
emotional
that ain't
agreement
it,
was real
Chief.
challenge last year.
I mean, what really struck me about your monologue after the insurrection, which I thought met the moment perfectly, was that it was filled with more
justifiable
anger
anger.
and
Why do I carry this air bladder around?
than any of the other late night hosts.
I've rarely been as upset as I am tonight, and I'm sure you are too. Hey, Republicans who support this president, especially the ones in the joint session of Congress today, have you had enough? After 5 years of coddling this president's fascist rhetoric, guess whose followers want to burn down the Reichstag?
Can you talk about like how that came together? What your thinking was during that?
Well, we had a show. I mean, every night before we leave, because we do the show, and if the show goes really well, you've got as long as it takes to walk off the stage down to the rewrite room to enjoy that.
Yeah.
And then you go in and you basically say, you know, the ad boys, ad girls, to like whoever were the MVPs of whatever happened that. And then you immediately go, okay, so what's tomorrow?
Advanced wiring kit. Oh, I can
And
finally
who's
use that
next?
one that's been
Where are the
floating
trucks gonna be
around.
tomorrow? You know, what the footage we're going to be working off of. Because again, we're a shadow of news. We're we had a plan, not scripts. We had a plan.
Oh damn, we
for
almost
Starcraft.
have enough.
And we knew that there was going to be this
Lithium.
thing on the ellipse, I guess, that the former president was going to. I don't even think we even knew whether he was going to be there.
Wait, do we?
That it was going to be pro, and it's possible, pro him. It's possible that he would be there, and that it was bad. That's all we knew. So we had eyes on. The one pitches were all just about certification and who might vote, who might not, and basically the people who are still promulgating the big lie. But we didn't expect this, as most people who aren't in the Republican caucus did, and those who weren't at the planning meetings at the Willard Hotel, who knew exactly what the fuck was about.
Right, exactly.
And literally were saying, "Hey, tune in tomorrow because it's going to be
wild.
Be wild. It's going to be
Bastille.
earth-shattering." Yeah. So, at about 1 o'clock is when we look at scripts.
Damn.
And
Okay, we
this was
need
back
2
in
more
time when
pieces of
we didn't have live
lithium.
shows, we didn't have the audience, so our process was a little different. I stayed home right until I went and did the show. Now I go in midday to rehearse, but I stayed home just till the last minute. And I've got the TV on in my office at home, and we're doing the read-in. We're about 10 minutes into the read-down. I say, "Guys, I just got to stop here. Does anybody else have this on?" And I said, "Let's just take 5 minutes and stop and watch and see how
Let's
far
just
this
watch
goes."
this.
And it was kind of in that critical moment where it went
And you're like-
absolutely cuckoo banana cakes.
And you're like, "Oh,
It
shit,
went
this
to
is
this is
something."
bad to this is historically
Historically bad.
tragic. And I said, does everybody agree that everything we've written is of no use? like the last 4 hours of work is of no consequence, unfortunately. And Tom Purcell, my creative executive producer, he said, "Okay, here's what I think you should do. I think we should stop right here. I think
we
you should
have
get in
an
the car,
glass.
come to the theater, come to the Ed Sullivan. We're going to do the show tonight, and we will watch this, and you watch this on the ride in. And when we get in, we will have some concept of what our emotional reaction is to this, and then we'll see if we can even do a show." And so I come in, and I'm watching the whole way again, like everybody else, having a unprecedented emotional reaction to the threat to the great experiment. And I got to the office, and we started talking about, should we do a live show? Because there's no way to process this. We don't know. Don't speak too soon because the wheel's still in spin. How do you do this? And so Chris says, I don't.
Oh, we can use the
it's up to
grav
you,
trap
Marla.
to get food.
And I said, I have to go to the
Keep
bathroom.
forgetting.
I'm out of the bathroom. I'd really like you to have an opinion, and I bet I'll agree. I said, because I actually have to process this.
That's management. That's management.
I can't process this functionally. I
Gotta
can
go
only
to the
process this
bathroom.
emotionally right now. I can't use that part of my brain right now, and I know you can, because he's so great under that kind of pressure.
Right.
So I went to the bathroom, came out, and he goes, "We should do a live show." And I said, "I think that's a great idea."
Great idea. Oh man.
And then, like
Carry
everybody
on
else,
this
we
light
just
stick.
wrote and wrote and wrote and wrote and wrote and wrote and wrote. And at one point, we found out, and I think this is okay to say. I don't know why it wouldn't be, but I've never said it. So we had no sponsors.
Oh.
Every sponsor pulled out. No one wanted to be associated.
Yeah.
No product.
Whatever might come out of your mouth.
Understandable.
Well, what they show, like a late night show that's dedicated to that, And so what Chris said, remember that what that means now is there's going to be a live show and the camera will never go off.
And you can say whatever
that's a
you
high
want
wire
because you
act
can't be
Right.
afraid of losing.
I said-
Oh, I do have lithium.
said,
Okay, great.
Okay. So, okay.
Forgot to check in here.
Listen, compared to what I'm seeing on TV, throw that log on the fire.
Dude,
Fine, that's great.
What more damage could you do at that point?
What does that matter? What does that matter? And then we wrote for hours and hours and rewrote and kept adjusting and seeing what reaction is and like watching the certification, and I can't even remember whether it didn't happen by the time the show went up. I think they were still, it wasn't until the middle of the night, right? Certification. Right. So it went on, it was still going on, and
Okay, there are teeth around here. Wait, where's the thing? There's the shadow.
How could you be madder?
Where's the sun coming?
I mean, I've never been that furious in my entire life, and it was just absolutely blood-curdling fury is all I could feel.
Was
Now,
there-
here's the thing, but now there were jokes. You can make jokes when you're mad. It's
Right.
easier to make
Over
when
there.
you're mad than when
Aha.
you're horrified, because horror and fear is the opposite of comedy.
I guess we can let them keep the metal
That
salvage.
self-editing thing in the brain where you're
Oh.
like, okay, I'm mad.
If
I
they
want to
use it
say
to
what's on my
make
mind, but I have,
the
I have to be
teeth.
careful, or I don't want to be.
Or
I don't wanna go-
teeth,
There was
I
nothing.
guess.
You were just like,
I
I'm
can't
gonna say what I
drop-
want to say.
I can't drop an
That's the right
F-bomb.
word.
I know that because we're on a 7-second delay. They bleep
I
me,
can.
and that kills
I
the rhythm of the
fucking
joke or
can.
whatever. So,
You
like,
bet I
I know not to
fucking
do
can.
that, but I
Drop
mean,
the fucking F-bomb,
is there any
dude.
superlative
No one's even
of,
watching.
of condemnation that is too great for that
No one's
moment?
even
Is there any
fucking
joke that's
watching me
too
now.
harsh? I don't think so. I remember saying somebody, some footage of some couple coming out, and they're pouring milk in their eyes or whatever. They've got the snot right on their face because they've been maced or they've been.
It was storming the Capitol. It's a revolution.
And the reporter goes, "What happened?" He goes, "Like we were pepper sprayed."
I got maced.
And
I got maced.
And they said, "Well, why?" And he goes, "We were trying to get in." And he goes, "Well, what?" They were mad. They were pepper sprayed. He said, "Well, why?"
They're mad. They're pepper sprayed because
We're storming the Capitol. It's a revolution.
And I remember saying, I think this is from
We're
the night
storming
saying,
the Capitol.
"Revolution? If it was a revolution and you lose, they
You
cut
get
your
shot.
head off." And I don't. There might have been more to it to actually made it a joke, but how is that not truly treason? And that's why people give their lives for their country. There is something more important than you, and that is the continued existence of the United States of America, because there will never be another one, and it is the last best hope of humanity.
I mean, this brings up a question I wanted to ask you for a while, which is, you said that what you do is interpretive but not instructive. And, like, are you only hoping to entertain every night, or is there a part of you hoping that when you go out there and you talk about issues like this as passionately as you just have and have on air,
Lubricant,
you're
advanced
trying
wiring
to
kits.
persuade people to either think differently or at least think more urgently about the issues that you cover?
I would say most jokes have, at some degree, hey, see this my way. I invite you to see this my way, whatever the thing is. And so, is that persuasion? Well, to the degree I want you to see this my way, so you'll get the punchline.
We can go get some more.
And it's easier to make jokes on a daily
it's
basis
right here.
about something you sincerely care about. I mean, you can't kind of do this work about stuff you don't care about. I mean, I love silly jokes or what Conan calls going to the strawberry patch.
Oh, hello.
And I hope
You can say
I
away.
believe I am. I certainly admire him. But I don't derive the value of our work from whether I've persuaded you.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
The value of the work is the laugh. We harvest laughter. We're laughers.
Or laughter.
The setup is the seeds, and the punchline is spring. That's that we see the thing come up, and we harvest it with our microphones, and then we sell that to CBS.
This.
But to be mechanical about
Let's
it,
make this.
I really do care about most of the things we're talking about. So, look, do I care what then happens about the thing? Yeah. Do I delude myself that what I'm doing is going to affect that? I don't. I've been doing this for a long time now, and I have not seen a material effect.
Okay, I think I can finally make another.
Well, it's not just on you, but you're contributing, I think. I think
I'm contributing to something, and I don't know what it is. I have been accused of contributing to a lot of different things.
How often do you feel
I
constrained?
have a feeling
in
it
what
should
you
take
joke
more
about
to make a
because
big
you might
ass
get
cyclops
criticized,
like
offending
that,
people or
but
crossing the
hey.
line. A lot of comedians have been weighing in on this issue, especially in light of the controversy over Dave Chappelle's last special.
I'll
Chris
take what I
Rock
can
has
get.
said the fear of
Also,
getting
it somehow
canceled
makes
comedians
6
unfunny
power
and
cells
boring.
for me.
What are your thoughts on
To
that?
put in the engine, right?
Being unfunny and boring.
That's convenience.
I would say so, yeah, especially in your line
And
of work.
also, especially when you talk about things that are a current topic of controversy.
Yeah. Delicate, right?
Yeah, it's delicate. I think, and I have lived my career
Hey, let's do it.
with the idea that I can
Finally.
control my intention, but not.
I'm glad it's not too hard to make.
That said,
Yeah, it should be harder to make, but hey, shouldn't complain. Not a big deal. Look at that.
I
Isn't
also
it beautiful?
value humility.
It's so fast to make. Look.
That is something that I have.
It's
not
4 little
always
robot dudes just being like, yeah, oh yeah, we
When
can
I
do
was
that
doing
for
Big
you.
Brother 4,
No
I
sweat.
got to piggyback on that guy's ego.
Just
and pretend it wasn't
build one of these subs
mine.
for you.
And
Nice.
listen, I didn't believe what he was saying, but I was indulging in.
Okay, we'll be more careful with
one
you.
of the appetites is
I
I'm not saying
promise.
anything you want about anything, and I think that you should have the ability to say anything you want.
Isn't it beautiful?
That doesn't mean
I
you
love
get the
it.
response you want.
Okay.
For having said anything you want about anything.
So we don't have to
There are
use the
consequences.
engine.
What does cancel culture
right
mean?
now.
Somebody didn't like it. They got a lot of people to agree that they didn't like it, and now you have to deal with their feelings.
And now you have to,
Okay.
yeah.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing? It's a real thing.
It
You
is
gotta deal
reality.
with
It
it.
is
It is
reality.
reality.
I had to deal with
and if
cancel culture for the
really
first time,
existed,
and I
why
was
is
like,
Mel Gibson?
I can't deal with this. And they're like, no, you have to deal with this.
He's
Why?
still here. He's still here.
Yeah.
Really? Why?
Whatever. It's
So
frustrating, but you just gotta learn how to be
I never
patient,
hide behind
right?
it's just a joke. It's a joke, and those are hard.
Okay.
Jokes are
try
hard.
to do them thoughtfully. And if I have some
You
place
gotta
to stand,
apologize, I guess.
where I think it has an
I can
overt
totally
meaning,
make this.
then there's no joke.
But what if I
feel
use
I'm
the...
saying. But So that's my pre.
Can I use a power cell
My
that's like not
answer,
charged?
having to do with humility,
I guess it
is
doesn't
I have
matter
come
really
to
because like
believe
I
that
have solar panels,
saying
but
to historically marginalized people from whatever category of marginalization you would choose to name, to say to those people, y'all got to take a joke, is a little Olympian.
it's
And
might be a little insensitive.
You can say it, but I think it might
Boy, do care.
be a little solipsistic to think that your intention is more important than the effect of your work.
Oh, I lost the engine efficiency mod when I. Oh wait, can I get it back from the wreck? Okay, we'll see about that.
Here and try to imagine their experience in receiving whatever that joke or criticism is.
Crystalline sulfur and aerogel. Gotta find aerogel.
And it doesn't mean that if you do jokes.
But polyaniline, advanced wiring kit.
You don't owe anybody. You don't owe anybody anything. That's what I'll agree with. Is that you are not obligated to do any kind of work that anybody wants you to do, and you will find an audience for it. That is guaranteed. It's there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Free speech doesn't
Might
mean
piss
that
people off, but hey,
reaction
let them.
Well, it goes both ways.
Yeah. Well, in my dinner with Andre, hilarious. In my dinner with Andre,
Coral.
Andre Gregory talks about
Copper wire gold.
He sort of perceives a
more
kind of a perfect
gold.
emotional life where he could just say to his wife Marina, like, "Get away from me! You're annoying me. Get away!" But of course, if I do that,
But-
she has her right to her own emotional reaction, and when I'm ready to talk to her again, she may not want to talk to me because of the way I've behaved.
I mean, if you felt like walking out on the person you live with, you'd walk out. And if you felt like it, you'd come back. But meanwhile, the other person would have reacted to your walking out. It would be a life of such feeling.
And there's this
Yeah,
perfect
you gotta
world
deal
where we're all
with
willing to
people's
piss each other off, to say what
feelings,
we want to say,
so
but then
annoying.
we have to live with those consequences.
Yeah, that's a good way to think about it.
And a hilarious way to think about it.
Gives me a little existential.
There is nothing funnier, man, than deconstructing what jokes you can or cannot do.
No, I mean,
I will say this though.
That's
I
why
will say
comedy
this,
seems
though.
so hard to me. It seems so hard to figure that out.
Chappelle, you know,
Okay, and then we gotta make
I respect
another
him enormously.
computer chip.
He did something on Michael Richards, dropping N-bombs at the Laugh Factory.
Aniline.
At a set that he did at the Laugh Factory. Saying like, every time
Oh,
I see
wow.
that sign behind me, I think about Michael Richards being up here. And he goes, you know what? I think I might be only 20% human. And I'm 80% comedian. Because I watched that and I thought, boy's having a bad set.
Whoops.
You know, he'll get him next time. And then went, oh, nope, there's not going to be another next time.
Next time will be next time. I
Whatever comedian you
apologize,
name.
even though I know it's lies.
You know, I know you gave Dave as an example, but any comedian you
Just
name,
gonna
I would say
and
that I
watch me
am,
burn.
I value human beings a lot.
That's
I'm married to one. One
alright
of the reasons I love
because I
him.
like
Boy,
the
I love
way
him.
it hurt.
But, you know, I've said it many
You're
times,
just gonna
comedians and comedy
stand
writers
there
aren't
and hear
necessarily
me cry.
looking at things the same way.
But
And they're
that's
looking, and you can look at it
alright
sort of
because I
mechanically,
love
or,
the way
or
you
just with
lie.
respect to a craftsman.
Love
And
the
if
way
somebody does a
you
good joke,
lie.
however rough that joke may be to
Alright, I
somebody,
gotta build the
my first reaction as a comedian is like, oh, that's well constructed.
Build
Oh, that's
the
a good joke.
Cyclops
Oh, I
mods in
totally
the
see why somebody would be mad
Cyclops.
about that. I 100% get it. Shit, I wonder how he's going to deal,
Benzene.
or how she, because it happens to women too. I wonder how he or she is going to deal with the fallout from that thing, because I had to deal with
Cyclops
fallout. from
shield
shit.
generator.
But my first reaction is, I'm afraid it's not the human reaction.
Just
My reaction
gonna
is,
stand
no,
there and hear
that was a
me
daring
cry.
thing to do, knowing what the reaction is.
That's
And boy,
alright
certainly did land that
because I
dime right in
love
the
the
cup,
way
man.
you
That was a
lie.
nice little toss.
I love the
It was like
way
Carnival.
you
And you throw the dime into
lie.
the fishbowl, and when when I see somebody throw that dime in there, I don't know what they're gonna win. They might win just a bag of shit because of what they get for having done it. But I do notice how well they threw that dime.
You know, Trump has been gone for a year. I know that you breathed easy, as many of us did, if only for a moment when Biden won
Titanium
and Trump left.
lubricants.
What is your current
Let's just
view about
bring a ton of
level
titanium.
concern about the state of democracy? How you feeling?
Oh, not good.
Well,
I partly ask you
Good
because
question.
you've always been such an optimist. I've always considered myself an optimist, partly by nature, partly because I worked for Barack Obama for so long. But you've always talked about America in such an optimistic way, and I've been feeling it lately, and I've been wondering what you felt.
I haven't
Oh, yeah,
lost
it's
my
hard to stay
optimism.
optimistic,
But
but
it's
hey,
like, you know, it's like watching
you
a
should.
flood come into your town and cover everything with mud and whatever was in the sewer today.
Yeah.
And an optimist says, we're going to clean that up. Well, an optimist doesn't say, that's not a problem.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's not ignorance of reality optimism.
Right.
It's,
I actually had a
too
conversation with your old
optimistic,
boss about
maybe.
this.
Uh-huh.
Or what
And
was I gonna
fairly
make with a
recently.
power cell?
And he said, I am optimistic, but I am not naive. And I would say the same thing.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is Barack Obama and I are a lot alike.
Talk about the name drops, Jesus.
Well, you're up there.
Yeah, what a name drop.
Yeah,
I'm just talking with my good friend Barack Obama the other day.
Your religious background at all?
You know.
I've always because I was sort of raised
I
Catholic.
could have
social
disassembled
justice,
the
Jesuits,
lockers.
and it's
Okay,
sort
well,
of
we'll do that when
driven
we get
me
there.
That even though things are awful, that there can always be something a little bit better. That we can always sort of push towards something better.
Bring copper.
I fundamentally like people, and for all the
I like people, sure.
History of humanity and our ability to do terrible things to each other, that almost always arises from being led toward darkness, as opposed to you choosing darkness as your default setting as a person. And we were led toward darkness for these past 4 or 5 years. And then that was like commodified, that darkness. And that was seen as a
What am I looking for? Oh, right.
a successful gambit. And politicians, or certainly political strategists, I believe, are not particularly imaginative, you know, much like television programmers. If it worked for that person, it'll work for me. And so right now we're feeling the backsplash, you know, the it's not an echo because it's got force behind it. Yeah. You know, like the wave that hits the seawall and comes back in with this double force and higher peaks. We're seeing a critical incursions of evil in our political marketplace. And I'm not sure how many of those words actually fit that sentence, but you get the vibe. I do. Stay here. But I actually think that without the actual sense of leadership toward the darkness, I think it is not entirely an American problem.
Just
my son
gonna
pointed out to me,
stand
why
there and hear
why is there a
me
rise
cry.
of totalitarianism
That's
or
alright because I love the way you lie.
All around the world.
I love the way you lie.
And at least in every hemisphere, if not in every country. And I think it is, again, not a new problem. Or rather, the fascistic tendency is not a new problem. We have new crises that fascism is a lazy response to.
That's a nice.
It is the lazy man's political ideology, because it's only about appetites. It is not about values.
Yeah, fascism.
So I think this too
You
shall
don't have to
pass.
think about
Is
it.
it get terrible?
Is
it going to get worse?
Nice, right?
I don't know. It's not
Just thinking it's
inconceivable
hard.
that people like, you know, Gozar or I do not see the difference between the two of them.
Oh my gosh.
Because someone who
Already?
knows better, you know, okay, let's get back to your Jesuit training. Someone who knows better but does the same thing is actually in a state of greater sin than someone like Gozar, who apparently is mentally ill. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I have more sympathy.
The distinction without a difference at this point. It really is.
Right. I mean, Gozar probably is insane. You know, allegedly, if any lawyers are listening. So I've heard. Satire. Just a joke.
Of course.
Or a joke. No, just a jokes. And the not unlikely next speaker should know better and does know better, and therefore is far more guilty of sticking a knife in our democracy than some mentally deficient former dentist. We were talking about hope, though.
I was going to say, yeah,
we were talking about hope.
We started with hope, and then we ended with
What gives me hope is, I mean, I will say, in the light of eternity was a phrase my mother would always use. Try to perceive this moment in the light of eternity. And
Light of eternity.
I would
like
say,
that.
not in the light of eternity, I would say, but in the light of the power of the Constitution, I believe in the American people, this too shall pass. I truly believe it. But it will take effort.
Yeah, it doesn't happen on its own.
Nobody gets to opt out of this decision. And that was one of the things that was very hopeful to me. Hey, did the former president get more votes than anybody else other than Joe Biden? Yeah, but that's kind of cool that America actually saw this moment as important. And people did step up. That actually gives me hope. And it also gives me hope that 8 million more people thought it was a bad idea to continue where we're going. There is actually a, you know, one thing I'll say about Democrats is that they never cease to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
No, that's our thing.
Snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
What do you
That's
want?
what they do.
Enjoy it. You know, enjoy this. Because of course it'll end. You know, was there a blue wave? Yes, there was. And the one thing we know about waves is they go up onto the beach and they stay there forever.
That's how
Of
waves
course this
work,
is cyclical.
right?
Fucking enjoy it while you can, you maniacs.
And get to work. And get to work. You just gotta you
Right,
gotta tend to
Okay.
democracy
Only
over
way
and
is-
over.
Exactly.
How do I,
it has to
activate the
continue.
shield
And
somehow?
will there be bad news? Of course, there's always been wars and rumors of wars. But you shall not know the hour nor the day. And I think that it is a little. Listen, let's get back to humility. It is not for me to say how people react to my work. It is not for me to say whether my work has an influence. It is not for us to say what this present moment brings as its fruit next year. Is Virginia a bellwether? You can't prove it until next year.
We'll find out.
You can't even prove it next year because, God bless him, he's somebody's little boy. But the minute I heard that Terry McAuliffe was going to be the nominee for Virginia, I went, really?
Oh,
I mean,
come on.
lots of great
This
service,
guy,
and I'm
this
sure there's
fucking
many
guy,
positive things. He does not look
seriously?
like the future.
You don't think Terry McAuliffe? You don't think an old Clinton Clinton?
I refuse to see that as indicating anything. 4 months ago, Joe Biden was riding high in the polls, and it was no COVID summer, and we were all vaxxed and waxed and ready to get
No
saxed.
COVID summer.
And we were still in Afghanistan, and
No
that,
more
you know,
COVID.
tragic
that
and
was bad.
terrible but eventual and inevitable withdrawal hadn't happened yet, and Delta hadn't come back. Man, who knows what 4 months from now is like?
That's how I try to think about it as well. Last question I'm asking all of our guests: what's your favorite way to unplug? How often do you get to do it? So no phone, no internet, no nothing.
I've got a nice but not, hellacious boat in South Carolina. where I'm from.
Hellacious.
I've got a Scout LXF 275, which is a center console fishing boat, 27 and a half feet, big enough to take the waves offshore. And I have always wanted this kind of a boat, and my wife relented a couple years ago. And my favorite thing is to take that out of Sideland. To go anywhere between 13 and 70 miles out, which is where the drop-off is in South Carolina. And out there, there's marlin and mahi-mahi and tuna. And,
have to take all this stuff.
Sailfish, and it's a beautiful, extraordinary place with deep blue water. That special deep blue you can't get anywhere else. But
Okay,
listen,
we
I
have
just get
the
10 miles
wiring
offshore, and I just
kit.
feel the wind in my hair, and my cell phone doesn't work anymore. I do it at least once a trip when I go home, and I try to do it more than once, and I'm home, I don't know, 7 or 8 times a year. But that's really where some switch goes off in me. And the nice thing is, you can't stay out there forever. You have to come back. You can't actually, lose yourself in it, because you actually very much have to keep yourself found so you can get home. You can't really
because there's not going to be
drift
any.
away with it. But
There's not going to be
it's
any
a
fires in
profound
this
spiritual
base, is
experience
there?
that is entirely renewable.
Probably
I'm always a
not.
little bit better when I come back.
I love that answer. A lot of guests have just said marijuana, so this is much more poetic than that. I appreciate it.
Not into that scene, man. I know you Democrats.
Just
yeah.
Stephen Colbert, thank you so much for doing this. We really appreciate it.
Aid kit. Oh, what if we build a first aid kit maker? Fiber mesh. Oh, it's late. I gotta go soon. Yep. Let's talk about mobilization.
We're going to talk about the mobilization over there, how it's going. We're going to talk about Putin's statement, because we've got a question about
Another
that.
computer chip.
And we will talk about unit integrity and unit cohesion, because these are things that are becoming important over there all of a sudden.
All of a sudden.
Okay, so what was the question? If you missed it, Putin said that the mobilization would end in a couple weeks. They have the troop numbers that they think they need. Just a couple more weeks, don't worry about it. And
gold.
I got a question asking me if I thought that was true. Well, do I think it's going to be over in a couple of weeks? No. But if you take Putin's
Actually,
whole
we'll have plenty of
statement,
titanium once
then
we
it
get there.
becomes true.
Right?
What he said was that it would be over in a couple of weeks and that there weren't further actions planned for the foreseeable future. That's a key
Foreseeable
phrase.
future. Okay.
And that, I believe, is true. Because if there is one thing that we have learned about Russian command from this little excursion, is that they can't foresee nightfall. 2 weeks out? I mean, that's a long-term strategic planning for them at this point. So,
2
yes,
weeks.
for the foreseeable future,
What do you expect from
it's probably it. But the foreseeable future ends before
They're
his
not
2 week
fortune
grace
teller.
period. No, I don't think the mobilization's over. I think it'll continue because I think they're going to continue to run out of troops. How's the mobilization going overall? not well. They're meeting a lot of resistance. There's been the protests. There's been people fleeing the country by the hundreds of thousands. There have been the attacks, and now you have the situation that has arisen at a mobilization center. If you haven't heard about this,
I think I heard about
all
this.
reporting, with the exception of Russian state media, is suggesting that there were some Russian troops and some Tajik troops at the same mobilization center.
And what troops?
And one of the Russian officers basically insulted their god.
Oh.
And the Tajik troops lit him up.
That
is the report. That is completely believable.
Ooh, strong.
It's almost like
fiber.
arming a whole bunch of people with different cultural identities, with different ways of thinking, and throwing them together isn't a good way to build unit cohesion.
Shocking.
What would have stopped this? A little bit of sensitivity training. When you hear Republicans talk about how the military is becoming woke,
what are they, snowflakes?
They want that hyper-masculine military. That hyper-masculine military exists.
And it's Russia.
It's that steaming pile of failure over there in Russia. This type of thing,
them army,
much more unlikely.
So much superior
with the U.S. Why? Because the second those Tajik sergeants went and washed up after somebody insulted their god, the American troops would have known what's up. The whole point of being woke is so they don't catch you while you're sleeping. Anyway, it's just a thought.
That's a good line.
Y'all have a good day.
You gotta be woke so they don't catch you while you're sleeping. I'm gonna use that. Herschel Walker's fake badge. Well, oh, he lied about being a sheriff. Is that it?
There is a nationwide shortage of Adderall.
Oh man. Oh, just when I was looking for some Adderall.
Genuine need for it, please save it for anyone who has a legitimate prescription. And if you do have a prescription,
Oh, it's totally legit.
sell it at school,
I promise.
Cash in. Make that money.
Yeah, cash in.
In international news, the
Ooh,
superstar
mate. Honestly, if I can get a prescription for $10, I can sell it for like $40 or even $50. Hey.
Yeah, which is great news for South Korea. Oh, because their army is basically unstoppable now. There's no army in the world that is going to take a shot at these guys. Are you kidding me? Who's going to be stupid enough to take a shot? Everyone's a fan. Enemy soldiers are going to be like, I just got stabbed by Jin. This is the last and best day of my life. Oh, in tech news, Kanye West announced today that he is going to buy the right-wing social media platform Parler because, quote, he wants to make sure we have the right to freely express ourselves.
Oh yeah, sure, buddy.
I've been waiting to hear Kanye's unfiltered thoughts on things. You just never get to hear that. You guys ever hear of anything he has to say? So shy.
Yeah, finally, I can hear what Kanye has to say about all this.
Starting as we so often do with Donald Trump. And I know when Trump is in the news, it's usually because he was caught doing more crimes, but this time, it's also because of that. The man loves to crime. What can I say? So,
Love doing crime. Love it.
America's most tremendously wanted. You may remember that after he left the White House, Trump created his own social media app called Truth Social, which is basically just Twitter, but for white supremacists. And before you say, wait, aren't the white supremacists already on Twitter? Yes, but on Truth Social, they're verified. Now, believe it or not, there might also be a dark side to Truth Social.
A whistleblower is now accusing former President Trump's social media company of violating federal securities laws. Will Wilkerson is a former executive at Trump Media and Technology Group, which launched the Truth Social platform. He tells the Washington Post that Trump's company tried to raise capital by making fraudulent misrepresentations about its finances. The SEC is now investigating.
The co-founder told the Washington Post the former president asked one executive to relinquish his shares in the company to former First Lady Melania Trump and had him removed from the board of directors when he refused.
What? Donald Trump's social media platform was reportedly engaged in shady financial gimmicks? How is
Shocking.
Truth Social? I don't know what to believe anymore. Oh. You know, one of the most interesting allegations is that he tried to bully one of his board members into giving his shares to Melania, which is just...
That's, yeah, kind of weird.
Yeah, ladies, find you a man who will commit securities fraud for you. Are you kidding? You have to never
find
share
you a
if
man.
Truth Social or a lesbian, you know? it almost sounds like Trump didn't remember until the last minute. He was just like, of course I remembered your birthday, Melania. I got you.
Of course, Melania.
I got Truth Social shares. Surprise. Surprise.
Hello. And whoop. All systems online.
You know, it's almost like
Okay,
when
let's
give you that
go.
gift, but it's just like a piece of macaroni art for your birthday. You know, she was always like, oh, so
Powering
cute.
up.
This is worth something. Thank you, Donald.
Thank you,
Just to be
Donna.
clear, I am totally on Trump's side in this story.
Of course.
It's the year 2022. If you go into business with Donald Trump and you are surprised that you got scammed,
That's on you, man.
thinking, well, I know the last guy that Trump worked with almost got hanged by an
Oh,
angry mob, but
oh.
I'm going to turn out fine. I don't know what could go wrong. I don't know what could go wrong.
That's cool.
But let's move on.
I hope I didn't use up a lot of energy there. I guess I did, but whatever.
Herschel Walker, Georgia Senate
Uh-oh,
candidate,
how do
most
I
actually
get
most
around
likely.
this?
There are a lot of controversies swirling around Walker. His attack on absentee parents, despite being one, his opposition to abortion,
Emergency
despite being
speed.
one, his attempt to become a senator despite not knowing how many states America has. And in his first debate over the weekend, Walker
Not surprising.
clear up one controversy with Trump comment.
We don't want to overheat anything. Oh, was that a...
Walker responded to accusations that he has pretended to be a police officer by flashing what appeared to be a fake badge.
That's kind of weird.
You know what's so funny? I am with many police officers.
In a new interview, the former football star says the badge is real. He says he got
It's
it from
real.
the sheriff of Johnson County, Georgia. Walker clarified it's an honorary badge.
Honorary badge, of course.
An honorary badge, quote, is for the trophy case. Why make the decision to flash it at the debate?
Not true.
You know,
You gotta respect him some way. He's just a
or the fact that he pulled out
amazing
his badge
guy.
during a debate. During a debate. Or the fact that after the Sheriff's Association said that his badge
I wonder
is
if
an
silent running
honorary
makes
one,
this
he said, no, they're
go
wrong. They're
slower.
totally wrong. That's like, it almost makes me wonder, how many people has Herschel Walker arrested? Huh?
I don't think so.
Locked up in his basement right now, who's just like, is this a real prison? There's a foosball table in here. He's like, it's an honorary prison. Does he treat every single
Look at this rate that we're going at, and then...
Why would I have this
Whoops.
world's best dad mug, huh? Not okay dad, not good dad, world's best dad. That's official. In fact, I have 7 of these mugs to prove it. And some I haven't even received yet. You know the saddest part of the story is that there are people who are
Emergency speed.
law enforcement because he pulled out this badge. This is something I've learned in America. People see it, they believe it. It's the same way there were people who believed that Trump actually did step away from his company
yeah.
just because he posed next to a stack of empty folders. Yeah. You know, he's lying. People are like, why would he lie? He's standing next to empty folders. Well, would he stand next to them if it wasn't true? Are you next to empty folders? No, you're not. But it's honorary. Like Taylor Swift, for instance, got an
I wish you could see how hot it
document
is.
this year. But you don't see her.
I just gotta chill.
Like, well, kill
Right.
another one, huh? All right, let's get lunch and try again later. Guess maybe I'll try brains next time instead of heart.
Wish I could turn on the floodlights from here.
Some good news. Because this means that Georgia voters don't even need to elect Herschel Walker senator. They can just give him a certificate that says,
Oops, sorry, Peepo. Boop. No, Peepo. Save the Peepo.
But let's move on to some criminal justice news. Right now, a right-wing militia member named Paul Bella is on trial for hatching a plot back in 2020 to kidnap the governor of Michigan.
All right.
Which means every day, the jurors have to look at a man accused of an evil, heinous crime. Just imagine that every day staring into those eyes. No, because apparently someone was.
Well, a juror has been dismissed from the trial of 3 men in connection with the 2020
Oh, well, there's nothing to see, it looks like.
She was dismissed by the judge on Friday
call.
after her attorneys accused her of flirting
Jeez.
with one of the defendants. Now, the flirtatious behavior was described
Honk.
as nonverbal communication in the form of eye contact.
Wait, are
and
the
smiles
floodlights
between the
on or
juror and
what?
defendant Paul Bellar. While the prosecutor originally pointed out the
They are
conduct,
on.
several others, including Bellar's attorney, stated that they
I can
had
kinda
seen
see down.
interactions between the two.
There's
The
nothing
judge
to see.
dismissed the juror out of an abundance of caution.
God damn, first of all, congrats to this woman for finding a new way to get out of jury duty, huh?
There's the floor, right? Yes.
I have to say,
Oh my god. Where is it? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay.
We, the jury, sentence the defendant to
Okay. It's gone. Oof. Scary.
This guy's
Okay.
literally on trial for trying to kidnap.
It'd be nice if I could like make a map and I could mark like where the
all these groupies are like,
big guys are, where the Leviathan territory, the Reaper territory is. Or those other Leviathans, of course.
would like to know how this happened. How did this happen? Because when you report
How did this happen?
in America, they
Eh?
make you watch a video that expressly tells you what you should and shouldn't do.
Oh my god, I forgot. Oh jeez. I'm so dumb. Is that my base?
Going like this to the defendant. Going like this to the defendants. Going like this to the defendants. Thank you for your service, and please don't try to smash. Everyone watches that video. How did that happen? All right, finally.
Oh, are you gonna warp me? Huh?
Let's talk about the latest news in Russia's war with Ukraine. If you've been following the war, you know that almost everybody has been helping Ukraine fight off the war.
Oh no. Okay.
America is sending weapons. The
Let's
EU is
back
sending
up a
financial
little
assistance.
bit.
England is sending Prince Andrew. Not to help, they just want to get rid of him. But it may surprise you to know who has been giving Ukraine their internet service and how close it recently came to going away.
Elon Musk reversing course. The billionaire now says his SpaceX company will continue to fund Ukraine's critical satellite service. SpaceX's Starlink internet service has been a vital source of communication for the Ukrainian military during its war with Russia. The
This is kind of creepy, isn't it? They're all red lighting.
SpaceX sent a letter to the Pentagon warning that it may stop funding the service unless the U.S. military kicks in tens of millions of dollars each month. Musk tweeting this weekend,
Back up
"The
a
hell
little
with it.
bit.
Even though Starlink is still
Oh,
losing
what?
money and other companies are getting billions of taxpayer money, we'll just keep funding the Ukraine government for free."
Oh gosh, okay.
The only person who can do a good
Okay.
thing, but in the bitchiest way possible.
Mhm.
You know, it's like, guess I'll just keep helping Ukraine for free.
I guess I will.
I'm not going to even try to tell Elon Musk how to use his money, but I will tell you this, Elon. This is not how you get remembered as an inspiring figure in history. All right? You're doing a good thing,
no.
then you're saying it like that? Can you imagine?
It's like, okay, I guess I'll do the right thing.
I have a dream, I guess.
I have a dream. It's kind of a shitty dream, but hey. Yeah, why don't you come up with your own damn dream?
There's some bullshit, but I guess I gotta do it anyway.
That's some bullshit.
Can I tell you what I think happened here? What I think happened here is Elon Musk saw an opportunity to be the good guy and make a lot of money. Give the Ukrainians.
Yeah, I mean, he is getting paid for it.
American government step in and pick up the tab.
Right? Where's the breach? Can I repair it?
He is keep losing money or be the asshole who cut off Ukraine's internet. And I know some people think Elon is evil, but he's not cable company evil. Come on. And I actually get Elon's frustration, because think about it.
Well, I don't know. He can get pretty bad.
Jesus Christ! Like everyone else, I'm sure Elon didn't expect the war to go on for this long. You know, it's sort of like when you hold the door open for someone.
Jeez, that was fucking scary. Okay, you gonna fight me, huh? You wanna fight?
You broke my nose! And then your boss runs up and he's like, you're fired! And you're like, I don't even work here. He's like, not with that attitude, you don't. And now you're an asshole and you're unemployed, just because you were trying to be nice. All right, that's it for the headlines. But before we go to a quick break, let's check in on the stock market with our finance expert, Michael Costa, everybody!
I wonder. Okay, first of all, how do I fix this, huh?
Good to see you, Michael. Monday markets, what is happening in the market today?
And it didn't attack the sub, it looked like, because
like a 19-year-old me used to crush
the health is...
getting ready for the big party I wasn't invited to. All right.
Okay.
I also got a hot tip for you. Okay?
And we're on silent mode. Oh,
Albertsons has been acquired by Kroger.
back up a little bit.
Goes through, it'll become the second biggest grocery chain in America, right after Walmart. Okay, but before we get to that, I want to talk to you about that flirting juror, you know, in Michigan. Yeah. Everyone says she's flirting. I mean, that's not flirting. You know, she's just being nice.
Oh, it's over there.
People in New York think someone's flirting just because they haven't pushed you down the stairs. Okay. She's just being Midwest nice. I'm from Michigan. Okay. I know about.
Yeah, that's like, oh, she didn't tell me to go fuck myself? She must be into me.
You see how good I am at eye-f***ing? Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Costa gets the girl's eyes wet, all right? Which
It's the eyes wet? That a thing?
technically is crying, but it's a moist eye. Look, Kroger. Let's get to Kroger.
Yeah.
Kroger bought Albertsons for $24.6 billion. All right, now that's this big jump right here. This is not when Kroger actually acquired Albertsons.
Oh, wow.
In my expert opinion, this is when Albertsons
You're right
implemented
here.
self-checkout, okay? Now, this saved them a lot of labor costs, and that's
Okay,
why the
where
value
is-
shot up. But what all grocery stores don't realize is that
Cyclops.
self-checkout is really just inviting us to steal, isn't it? You know, and it takes people some time to figure that out, but when they do, it hurts profits. And that's what you start to see right here. I mean, self-checkout. What, I got to know what type
Oh,
of mushroom
here's
this
this.
is now? I don't know. How about I just steal it, okay? Trevor,
I know
I'm in a
that.
bushel with carrots, okay, and it's not coming up, and it's not coming up, and then it's like, what's the produce number? I don't know the produce number, so now I'm spelling it out on the keypad. Carrots, K-A-R-R-O-T-S, and it's still not coming up. It's just easier if I steal it, okay? I used to work at a grocery store.
Yeah,
I
it's
did. I was in charge of stocking.
true. It's just
oranges, but I
easier.
got fired.
Why wouldn't I steal it?
Concentrate. But, actually, thank you. But actually, I threw a cantaloupe at an old lady I thought she was stealing. So, but look, hey, look. This supermarket merger, it's great news. Everyone's working on the
Jesus. Please leave me alone and leave my Seamoth alone.
Speaking of doing the right
Hello.
thing with the internet in Ukraine, I love that he's helping Ukraine. This is so cool. Everyone's helping out.
All right, where's
Europe
aha.
is sending money. Trevor, I assume Africa is
Nice.
sending some of your child soldiers, or oh, stop! I can make that joke. I have an honorary African badge.
Yeah, sure. He's honorary African.
Yeah.
That's why I know what the African badge looks like. Just do the model.
Okay, I got a hot tip. Here's my hot tip. If you work at a grocery store and you throw a cantaloupe at an old lady, you have to be 100% certain that she was stealing. All right? Now back to you,
Yeah,
Trevor.
I gotta be real sure. Okay. Benzene. Yummy. I love benzene. Oh my gosh.
We are
Freaking
really
sharks.
very close to the 2022 midterm elections, and what I want to do is take a look
hello.
at some of the most important races, potentially what we might call bellwether races, also potentially difference-making races as far as the U.S. Senate is concerned, see where things are, and talk about where we go from here. Now, a little bit later on in the program, many of you, dozens and dozens of you, emailing me over the weekend about so many of the incredible debates that took place over this weekend. Marjorie Taylor Greene debating her opponent,
Okay,
Marcus
well, I
Flowers.
think I got
Herschel
about
Walker
as much as
debating
I
Raphael
can.
Warnock, Ron Johnson debating Mandela Barnes.
Actually,
Carrie
I do
Lee,
have the storage.
in a very strange CNN interview about whether or not she would accept the results. We're going to look at all of that, but to first set the stage, let's take a look at some of what I consider to be the most important races, either because they could be the difference maker in who controls the Senate, or because they have some other particular importance, like Pennsylvania.
Jeez.
Now, I know
Scary,
people are going
dude.
to email and say,
Oh,
David, sir,
unpowered.
you missed this race, or you missed that
Sir.
race, it's so important. I can't look at every race. I'm also not looking at any congressional races in this segment because it's very unlikely that the congressional balance will depend on one seat. And so there's just so many congressional races to look at that I'm not doing that right now. But let's just start going down the list and see where these races stand. First and foremost, Pennsylvania governor. Pennsylvania governor matters so much because when you look at swing states for a presidential election, and then you look at which of the swing states could be the sole difference maker in who
It's
becomes the next president
Pennsylvania,
of the United
yeah.
States. Pennsylvania is at or near the top of that list. And Doug Mastriano, the Republican candidate in Pennsylvania, is openly running on a big live
QAnon
campaign.
shit.
If given the opportunity, if Doug Mastriano is the governor of Pennsylvania in 2024, he gets to choose the Secretary of State, which oversees the election, and he will pick someone who would be willing to just straight up try to steal Pennsylvania's electoral votes. If a Democrat wins and they don't like it, they will try to steal it for the Republican. This is an extraordinarily important race. The good news here is that Josh Shapiro, the Democratic candidate, is winning by an average of 10 points. That is a significant lead.
Nice.
I'm not going to say
What
this
if,
after every one of these races, but assume nothing. Everyone must vote. This is just a reflection of where the polling today is, based on the best data we have. There's still time. Things can depart from the polling. But this one so far is looking pretty good. Josh Shapiro,
Welcome
there's very
aboard,
little to say about
Captain.
Josh Shapiro because he's so uncontroversial. Some might say he's milquetoast.
Yeah, this is dangerously
Others will say
close to the,
he's just a completely normal person who isn't going to try
Oh,
to
God.
steal any elections. This one is looking
Oh
good.
my god.
And we really have to hope that Josh Shapiro
Literally,
also in Pennsylvania is the Senate race. The Senate race is television Dr.
You would
Brennan
think it would
Oz
attack the
against
sub. Maybe if the
Lieutenant
sub
Governor,
was totally
John
still
Fetterman.
and
Oz
silent.
is the
then-
Republican, Fetterman is the Democrat. John Fetterman
Okay,
had a
the
stroke
base is
months
up
ago.
there.
There is now a big campaign in which
Let's move away from
Oz's
here.
campaign is participating, even if Oz himself is less overtly participating in it, to basically say because of the stroke, Fetterman can't be a senator. We already addressed that last week in quite a bit of detail.
Not true.
The good news
That's
here is that
ableist,
Fetterman's
actually.
winning. The bad news here is that Fetterman isn't winning by that much. Right now, it's about a 3.5 point margin on average for Fetterman in recent polls.
Oh, damn, it's just up there. I can see. Oh my god.
maybe
Oh my
the
god.
most important state in the midterms, both because of
Oh,
it's
it's
the
moving
Senate
away.
race
Okay.
and it's the gubernatorial. Our friends in
Be
Pennsylvania.
real
I
quiet.
hope every single one of you is planning to vote. Florida. Florida has a very interesting Senate race. And again, the Senate may come down to just one seat. So every one of these big Senate races is important. Incumbent Republican Marco Rubio, kind of a pathetic character. There's just something about him that's very pathetic.
Epo, no.
He, in a bad way, not in the old philosophical sense. He is facing a challenge from Congresswoman Val Demings on the Democratic side. It's not looking great for
You're not
Val
sounding the
Demings,
horn
but this
right
is
now.
still potentially winnable. Rubio
Hello.
is up by somewhere between 4 and 5 points. We will be carrying the debate between Rubio and Demings.
There it is.
You know, it might have been rescheduled, so
Bonk.
it might be tomorrow, it might be later
Nice.
on in the month. Anyway, when it happens, if it does, I will carry it. Florida voters, you've got an important race there.
And
as
hey,
well.
it's daytime.
Also in Florida is the gubernatorial race. And again, when we think about, listen, think about Florida. Florida could be the difference maker in who becomes president in 2024. But moreover, the guy who wants to be reelected as governor, Ron DeSantis, may end up being the Republican presidential nominee in 2024. So this one is doubly important. And as I've said before, it's not looking good for Charlie Crist, the Democratic challenger. Ron DeSantis has a comfortable lead of just under 8 points. That will be difficult to overcome. But listen, all of our Florida viewers should be voting regardless because of that Senate race. So when you're there, you vote for governor.
Of course.
We try to get Ron DeSantis out, even though it is an uphill battle. Then we go to North Carolina. This one has not gotten that much
300%.
attention,
Cool.
but it really should because it's so close. Sherry Beasley is the Democratic nominee. Ted Budd is the Republican nominee. It's almost a tie, okay? If you look at the only polling from the last month, okay, it's a tie and the Republican +1. And on average,
Losing
including
track
earlier
of time.
polling,
Gotta
Real
go
Clear
soon.
Politics has this as a 1.5 point lead for Ted Budd. Let's not sleep on North Carolina. And I know there's the assumption in
Here's
North
what I'm
Carolina that the
looking for.
undecideds are going to turn out for the Republican and all the different things. What better thing do we have to do than vote? Okay, let's vote and let's see where we get. But that's a race not getting as much attention, and it really should. North Carolina, you can vote for Sherry Beasley. Then we go to Wisconsin. Wisconsin, I'll be
wouldn't do
honest,
that.
I don't really know exactly where this race is going right now because there was an absolutely humiliating debate over the weekend where the incumbent Republican Senator Ron Johnson was booed. He was and he bombed in his debate against challenger Mandela Barnes, who, by the way, Mandela Barnes is a guest on this program. You can go check out in the
Warper.
archives on YouTube
No
or on our
warping.
website my interview with Mandela Barnes. Super smart guy. Barnes crushed the debate. So all of the polling I
Rushing
have
it.
is at least 8 days old. It has Johnson leading by just under 3 points. Even if that's the case today, that Johnson is leading by
titanium,
about
don't
3
I?
points, this one is possible. And the disastrous debate performance for Johnson over the weekend.
Don't tell me I don't
may
have
hurt
enough
him further.
titanium.
So this is a
You're
very
not
important
telling me
race.
that.
This is a possible seat that can be taken from Republicans. Then, of course, we have the state of Arizona, 2 important races there. We covered the Arizona Senate debate. That's incumbent Democrat Mark Kelly, challenged by MAGA Trumpist Blake Masters. Blake Masters is horrible.
Oh, wait, I can
dishonest
make
and unethical
titanium
and just
here.
vile, gross guy. He
That's right, of course.
scrubbed all of the violently
Out of metal
anti-abortion stuff from
salvage.
his website after the primary, but now is kind of trying to explain it away, and he can't. He is a big lie proponent, although he downplayed that during the debate a week and a half ago with Mark Kelly. Right now, the good news is Kelly is up 4.
It's like, I barely believe
The
in that
bad news
shit.
is
Come
Kelly
on.
should be up 4. But Kelly was not particularly good in the debate. Kelly is not like an electric, exciting guy. So if you vote in Arizona, not only do you have this Senate race, but you also have maybe even more disturbingly, the Arizona gubernatorial race. In Arizona, the
I have no power.
incumbent
That's what I'm trying to solve.
is
There we
leading,
go.
and there is an open seat.
And-
The Democratic nominee is Katie Hobbs. The
put
Republican
this in.
nominee is one of the most aggressively weaponized from a disinformation, big lie standpoint candidates, Carrie Lake. She's
Gel
Trump
sax
endorsed,
boy.
she's Trump loved. Right now,
Oh, hey.
it pains me to say this, Carrie Lake is winning by just under 1 point. And the last 2 polls
wait,
that
can
were
we
done,
make,
an Insider Advantage poll and an OHPI poll, each has Lake ahead by 3. Carrie Lake is a lunatic.
Advanced wiring kit,
Again,
titanium
it's sort of like if Herschel
gold.
Walker were to win. If Carrie Lake wins, it is another
That's
serious
bad.
humiliation for the United
Bad.
States. Our Arizona viewers, you in Pennsylvania, you've got a lot on your shoulders here. We really have to do everything we can to prevent Carrie Lake from winning. We then have in Ohio, J.P. Mandel, right? No, J.D. Vance versus Tim Ryan. Tim Ryan is not the best candidate. His debate performance was not exactly beautiful. But J.D.
Oh,
Vance
ours
is a
only
Trump
2.
ass kisser, exactly the way that Tim Ryan described him in the last debate. And sadly, J.D. Vance is winning by just under 1 point. And the polling seems to be moving in Vance's favor. If you vote in Ohio, this is a big one. And then lastly, in Georgia, we have...
Okay, can we catch you guys? Nah.
Second to last, the state of Georgia.
Must be,
incumbent Republican
adolescents,
Brian Kemp
huh?
versus challenger Stacey Abrams. Stacey Abrams is extraordinary.
I love
Kemp is
you.
horrible, and Kemp is winning by 5. Okay.
I kill you.
So our Georgia voters, many
Oh, gosh.
extraordinarily important races for you. And let me just get
You
the
go off
Walker
to.
Warnock numbers up as
Made
well,
like a
because
robotic
those are so
noise
important.
there.
In the Walker Warnock race, and we will get to their debate a little bit later, Raphael Warnock is up by a hair
They were
over
like,
3 points, but Herschel Walker is gaining. So Georgia. And I know I didn't do Texas. Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Arizona. Multiple important
I wonder if I can make a
races.
solar
I hope
panel here.
everybody there is voting.
It'll work.
Last week, the January 6th House Committee investigating the Trump riots voted to subpoena the failed former president himself.
Nice.
Is he going to show up? Almost certainly not. One of the best legal assessments, Trump's reaction was
oh my
to
God,
send
dude,
a
what the-
delusional
Oh my God,
14-page
dude.
letter,
Okay.
including pictures of the crowd on January
oh my gosh,
6th.
he's
Why
warping.
on earth would you want to point fingers at that? Donald Trump
Okay.
was investigated and subpoenaed. Everything's legal.
Okay, you want some of this,
every
huh?
I is crossed and dotted, to quote Sean Hannity. And Trump flipped out. Peacefully and patriotically, he
Okay.
posts this letter. And he writes to the chairman.
Peacefully. We're all peaceful here.
The presidential election of 2020 was rigged and stolen. The same
Rigged.
group of radical left Democrats who
And he
utilized their
teleported
capital
sharks
and
right on top of me.
majority
What an
position
asshole.
in Congress to create the fiction of Russia.
Russia.
Impeachment hoax number 1. Impeachment hoax number 2. The $48 million
Oh, God.
Mueller report, which ended in no collusion. Ukraine,
No
Ukraine, the
collusion.
atrocious and illegally capital S spying on my
Illusion.
capital C campaign and so much more are the people who created this committee of highly partisan political capital H hacks and capital T thugs. Whose sole function is to destroy the lives of many hardworking American patriots whose records in life have been unblemished until this point of impending ruination.
Right here.
Folks, that's one sentence.
Does it matter if it's in sunlight or not?
This goes on and on and
You think
on.
it would,
and it is
but
delusional, and it blames Antifa.
the video game.
And it blames Black
Antifa.
Lives Matter. And it talks about Trump having Time magazine covers and stories.
We are
It's
kind
absolutely
of,
bonkers. And I encourage you to read
below
all
the
of it.
seafloor,
It
but I
includes
guess,
such lines as, since 1888, no incumbent president has gained votes and lost re-election.
Wait, it's 75 now?
Trump says we swept all 4 bellwether states,
Oh,
Iowa,
whoops,
Florida, Ohio, and North Carolina,
this in
and
here.
they have correctly
Oh,
predicted
goddamn, I
election
ate
winners
it.
since 1996. Trump using
Gary,
a lot of what we don't
get in there,
actually
Gary.
call evidence that he won. It's not evidence that he
God damn
won.
it, I ate it.
And then he even goes on later in this
There we go.
completely delusional letter. And by the way, it's riddled with lies, like he tried to get the National Guard out on January 6th. There's no evidence of that, none
Nah.
whatsoever. He goes
Did
on
not.
to talk about,
He did not.
presents evidence from Wisconsin, which we will get to. Trump includes an appendix
I kinda
in
wanna
the
eat
letter,
Reginald's.
which has an image of Washington, D.C., I guess on January 6th.
Kind of
I
want
don't
to
know
eat
why
him.
you would call attention to that, because your followers rioted and committed hundreds of crimes. Many pictures. And then he
Many-
starts
many
talking
such
about
cases,
Arizona
yes.
and Maricopa County, including lots of debunked claims that there were
Good.
mismatched signatures and that there was fraud, and auditors found this, that, and the other thing. He also cites Dr. Shiva, who's a completely conspiratorial nut job. It's completely bonkers. And when you actually take each of these claims and
Bonkers.
investigate them, you say, okay, well, let's look at Arizona. What actually happened in Arizona? You look at Arizona and you find that
Nice.
almost every single one of these claims, every claim is either an outright lie or an exaggeration. That the numbers were looked at.
Reginald,
the,
you can chill
what are
here.
called overvotes were actually less significant in 2020 than in prior elections. You look at every single one of the lawsuits that was brought in Arizona, and you find that some were voluntarily dismissed. For example, the Aguilera v. Fontes lawsuit, known as the original Sharpie lawsuit, it was voluntarily dismissed. The second suit brought by Aguilera alleging, oh, my vote wasn't counted, I want to cast a new ballot, it was dismissed
Okay,
with prejudice
plenty of
on
power
the
now.
merits. It was not an issue of
And plenty
standing,
of
as
shit.
many people like Mike Pillow like to claim. You just look through all the lawsuits and you see every single one of these claims Trump makes was either so baseless that it didn't go anywhere,
Okay, I'd
or
really like
it
to
was
build-
evaluated by a court and it was dismissed with prejudice in many of these cases. It is a
of
delusional letter.
these.
He goes on to talk about Georgia. We've looked at Georgia extensively. These claims are not accurate. Just to pick one random one of these things.
Advanced wiring
Trump writes at least
kits.
10,300 illegally cast votes in Georgia. Maybe 35,000 are from individuals who voted in the wrong county, more than necessary to tip the 2020 result. Remember, some of the people that voted in the wrong county, what happened is they moved. They moved.
copper
They were
wire.
registered in 2 places, as is common. As long as you only vote in 1 place and you are legally registered there, you're fine. Also, look at this margin of error. Somewhere between 10 and 35,000 such votes. It's all lies, and you can page through it. It goes on eventually to talk about Michigan. We've talked about Michigan endlessly. Pennsylvania has maybe been looked at more closely than any other state. Wisconsin, and this is really a gish gallop of outrageous proportions. Trump so triggered by the subpoena that he sends a 14-page letter riddled with lies and pictures in response. Now, will Trump actually respond to the subpoena and show
Table
up to
coral
testify
sample.
before
Did
the
I
January
take
6th
that?
committee?
I should have.
Almost certainly not. We're linking to 2 articles, one from NPR called "So Donald Trump Has Been Subpoenaed. Here's What Comes Next." The other article from the Lawfare blog, Trump responds to January 6th committee subpoena. Almost certainly, Trump will not be showing up to testify. And then the question becomes what happens next. These articles we'll link to them. We'll talk about them tomorrow. In the meantime, you can find me on Twitter @DPacman. Don't forget that the best way to support the David Pakman Show is by becoming a member, which gives you access to the daily bonus show, the regular show with no commercials. You also get access to our entire archive of every episode dating back a really long time, and plenty of other awesome membership perks. Go to joinpakman.com and use the coupon code BETTER21 for a huge discount. Join Pakman.
Oh gosh.
The David Pakman Show continues to be a viewer, listener, and community-funded program. I would love for you to sign up on my website, joinpakman.com, where you can get access to the daily bonus show, as well as commercial-free audio and video streams.
I wonder if I can bump in. Let's talk into him. Oh my gosh. Damaging myself.
To get yourself a discount. It's cheap, it's quick. The money goes directly into our operation. And you get some great perks. So you can sign up at joinpakman.com. Coupon code BIGVOTING22. The last 48 hours have been some of the most overtly anti-Semitic in the American media space than I can remember in a very long time. A little bit later, we're going to get to one of the most insane anti-Semitic rants I've seen short of actual Nazis, and it came from Kanye West. That's after. But first, we have to talk about failed former President Donald Trump. Seemingly cracking in an authoritarian fascistic tirade against Jews, not only attacking American Jews, but warning American Jews.
Kind of cringe. Or he's upside down now.
Or things could get very bad. A typical anti-Semitic fascistic tirade, which I'm going to explain to you. Donald Trump went on his platform, Truth Central, known to some as Truth Social, and Donald Trump said the following over the weekend, and I do quote, "No president has done more for Israel than I have." Somewhat surprisingly, however, our wonderful evangelicals are far more appreciative of this than the people of the Jewish faith, especially those living in the U.S. Those living in Israel, though, are a different story. Highest approval rating in the world, by the way, not true. Could easily be world. U.S. Jews have to get their act together and appreciate what they have in Israel. And here's the warning, before it is too late. This is
too late for
disgusting. Disgusting. Now, first, before we get into explaining the layers of anti-Semitism here, just a sort of reality.
It has layers.
The evangelical love for Israel and thus support for Republican presidents on that issue has nothing to do with Judaism, and it has nothing to do with Jews. The evangelical love for Israel relates primarily to their biblical belief that if they support Israel, it will accelerate the second coming of Jesus Christ. And implicit in that, depending on which version of Christianity you believe or follow, there is a rapture apocalypse. The Jews eventually do die in some versions of the story. All the Jews, other than 144,000 of them, die. It's bonkers. And so you should judge the evangelical support for Israel as an example of complete and utter religious insanity. It has nothing to do with what Jews, like me, actually care about or are concerned with. That's number one. Okay. Now,
yeah, it's very patronizing to say, "Oh,
is sadly a classic.
You got to be
the anti-Semitic tropes of history.
A supporter of mine to be a good Jew."
Why aren't Jews more grateful to me for something I did for them? That is a classic anti-Semitic trope. When Jews don't accept the leader's cult or the cult's leader, whichever way you want to say it, they are seen as implicitly undermining the leader, and they are bad, and maybe they even need to be punished for that. Then there's also the horribly anti-Semitic idea of the good Jews versus the bad ones out in the diaspora. When we talk about the Jewish diaspora, we mean Jews around the world. And I know a lot of this stuff is new to some in our audience and maybe unfamiliar, but that's why we're talking about it. This is a classic. Here are the good Jews, right? The ones either staying within their shtetls or ghettos or whatever, and then sometimes if it's right-wingers, the good Jews in Israel, and then the bad Jews of the diaspora. Bad liberal Jews in the United States and the UK and France and on and on and on. And then, of course, there's also the threat.
Well, the ones in the UK are bad, but that's just because they're in the UK.
Get your act together, because, people have come after Jews in the past. Things have gotten pretty bad for Jews historically in the past. You'd better get your act together and appreciate Trump before it is too late and bad things start to happen if you don't appreciate me. Now, once you get beyond the anti-Semitism, you also realize that Trump, as well as many others, have absolutely no understanding of the reality of Jews in the United States as a community, with interests and priorities that are very different than those of Jews living in Israel, for example. And this goes back to the dual loyalty anti-Semitic trope. There's this idea that, okay, listen, if your parents or grandparents came to the US from Italy, or from Germany, or from Portugal, there is not this thing that follows you around about, you might still have loyalty to Portugal if it came down to it. Do you choose the US or do you choose Portugal, or whatever the case may be? And with Jews, even Jews who have never been to Israel, there's this idea of dual loyalty. Well, I don't know. Here's what's good for the US, and here's maybe what's good for Israel, and these American Jews can't really be trusted because they have a loyalty to Israel that might override. Most Jews have never even been to Israel, don't even follow the politics of Israel, internal or foreign policy. Understand that anti-Semitism, while proclaiming that you love Israel, is a standard of the evangelical right, and it's definitely a standard of MAGA. So a disgusting comment from
I do have a hit to a call. Awesome.
Nothing compared to Kanye
So
West.
freaking stupid.
I have never
dude.
seen anything like what I am about to play for you. Kanye West went on something called Drink Champs and
Drink
delivered
Champs.
one of the most anti-Semitic rants against the Jewish people that I have ever seen in the sort of modern media era,
God damn it, I
short
forgot.
of actual Nazis. And it's basically there. Kanye West in controversy lately. I won't go through the entire thing. He's a musical artist. He was recently wearing White Lives Matter gear.
turn
And then he
this
went on the Tucker Carlson show and said a whole bunch of stuff, including anti-Semitic stuff, which got cut
Powering
out, but
it
which we
down.
ultimately obtained and looked at last week. Let's go through this. And I'm telling you, I have not seen anything like this in the modern era, short of from overt white supremacist Nazis. Let's just jump right in, and I will stop it and talk about some of the things he says.
We made the White Lives Matter tees, and then when I put up the tweet, the DEFCON tweet, now he ain't releasing the tee because he's Jewish. And I'm like, see, this is my exact point that I'm making. Like, Jewish people have owned the black
Jewish
voice.
people. Oh no.
Jewish people have owned the black voice. You know, it's interesting because Kanye's recent thing over the last few years now has been black folks are no one to blame but ourselves for slavery, which is like a crazy thing to say. But now all of a sudden he's actually found something better. His first thing was black folks, we should just blame ourselves for everything.
Advanced
Now he's
wiring
actually
kit.
blaming the Jews.
Then
for playing
titanium.
Jews. The truth is, Jewish folks have been one of the premier partners for black folks in the United States to demand and obtain equality, rights, self-determination. Jewish folks have been killed, in fact, defending and supporting black folks. Remember the movie Mississippi Burning? About the murders of black rights activists in Mississippi? Sometimes people see the names and they get confused because the victims were James Chaney and Andrew Goodman and Michael Schwerner. And people will look at that and say, Goodman and Schwerner, those aren't exactly typical black names. That's right. They were Jewish men from New York City because the Jewish activists were so intertwined with the civil rights movement. The history is so intertwined. Kanye is way off track. Now let's continue.
Whether it's through us wearing a Ralph Lauren shirt.
Okay. Ralph Lauren shirts. So I realize that for me, all this stuff, I'm familiar with every one of these things. But for a lot of people, they don't know. What Ralph Lauren? What do you mean? Why Ralph Lauren? Ralph Lauren, the designer, was born Ralph Lifshitz, a Jewish guy from New York City. So Kanye
Lauren.
says
That sounds
wearing Ralph
French,
Lauren.
yeah.
It's another way in which Jews
It's
are
like, yeah.
controlling us. Well, why not Tommy Hilfiger? I mean, black folks, like other people, also wear Tommy Hilfiger. Well, Tommy Hilfiger is Jewish. So it's not interesting to Kanye. Ralph Lauren is Jewish, so that is more interesting.
Or it's all of us being signed to a record label, or having a Jewish manager, or being signed to a Jewish basketball team.
What is a Jewish basketball team?
Basketball
He doesn't
team
mean an
managed
Israeli,
by
I mean, there's an
Jews.
Israeli
I mean,
professional basketball league. That's not what he means.
so what
Does
if
he
they
mean
are?
a team where the owner is Jewish, or the general manager, or what is a Jewish basketball team?
Oh, should I try to take
And,
that guy?
You know, there is this,
Probably
for people
not.
who care about this stuff, there is a very important historical story about how Jews were pushed into certain professions. There were all sorts of industries in which Jews were just not allowed to participate.
Yeah.
And
sometimes like
what
banking
happened
was
there
the
a
only
period where the
thing that
industries
they
Jews
could
were
do.
allowed to participate in were the ones wherein the sort of learning and training could kind of happen on your own, like a bunch of Jews
hello.
not allowed to do a whole bunch of other stuff. They could get together and talk about
What was that noise?
whatever. Is it the law? Is it whatever?
Oh, I thought that
And
was a
so
creature for a second.
The very
Yikes.
discrimination against Jews created an environment in which Jews
What's
were
this
pushed
doing
toward
here?
certain industries. The conspiracy to control those
I
industries
guess there's
is where it
shit
gets
just
completely
scattered all over
anti-Semitic.
the place.
But there is a discrimination history that talks about and explains why you saw Jews push towards certain industries. Anyway, this stuff is really nuts.
Or doing a movie on a Jewish platform like Disney.
Okay. What is a
Jewish platform? Wait, hold on. Disney was founded by an anti-Semite. Disney himself was anti-Semitic.
Walt Disney. So I don't know how it's now a Jewish platform. Like the
I
current
guess it's
president of Disney
controlled
is
by.
Bob Chapek. Maybe he's Jewish. I don't know. I don't know whether Kanye knows that. It's really nuts.
And we understand. It's like I respect what the Jewish people have done, and
what have they done?
They brought their people together.
What do you respect?
You know, they came into money through the lawyers.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Oh boy.
The lawyers.
When after Wall Street, when
what does that mean after Wall Street?
After Wall Street did something.
Like the Catholics, they wouldn't divorce people.
So that's truly bonkers. Jewish lawyers came into money by divorcing people when the Catholics would. I found no evidence of that.
Yeah, I don't know.
So the Jewish lawyers came and they were willing to divorce people. That's when they first came into their money. So like, say, with me and Jay, with our culture.
It must be a jelly ray egg, right?
With the darker Jews. First of all, because you got to have
the darker.
Okay. Yeah, with the darker Jews, the 12 lost tribes of Israel.
So remember, I explained this last week. This is the Black Israelite stuff. Black Israelites are a group that believe they are truly the Jews. It's often a very racist set of beliefs.
We are, because we Jewish also. We're from Africa also. We're the blood of Christ. So,
we're from Africa
now,
also.
If you're confused by that last line, it's bonkers. I won't even get into it.
We're not just black. We are Jew, just like the Jewish people. And now we're coming into money. But the main thing is, I got to drink the Douce over the Hennessy as the first step to us coming together, like how the Jewish people came together. But we couldn't even talk about.
I need you for energy.
I remember Ben Horowitz called me after 444 and said, I don't know about Jay giving up Jewish business secrets. And these secrets.
Okay.
Business secrets.
Ben Horowitz. I mean, listen, there's no evidence that happened. I guess it's hard to comment on
business
so
secrets
insane.
are there? Exactly.
Building up the properties and stuff like that.
Yeah, these secrets they not fit.
What he's arguing is that Ben Horowitz, who's a venture capitalist and Jewish, presumably because his last name's Horowitz, I'm assuming, he's saying he called up Jay-Z when Jay-Z was starting, I guess, to make investments in real estate. I assume by Jay he means Jay-Z, and told him that's a Jewish business secret. Right. Buying real estate
is a secret. Sure.
I have never seen anything like this. And you can, of course, say, oh, it's simply mental illness. Well, sure, I mean, he sounds mentally ill in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, but
he has become fixated with Jews in a way that is reminiscent of the worst of the worst of the worst anti-Semites.
Not
we will have that
exactly
on our Instagram.
a great excuse.
So hard to find a true word in that segment.
Oxygen. Yeah.
If you value what we do at the David Pakman Show, remember to support us on Patreon. Go to patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
Here
where
you
you can
go.
get
Oh,
access to
whoops, I ate it.
videos, the Daily Bonus Show, the commercial-free Daily Show, as well as special discounts on merch, including hats, hoodies, mugs, and T-shirts. You can support the show.
Looks like I gotta end it here too. I've been
check it out
playing for a while and it's pretty late.
All right, I know many of you have been anxiously waiting for the clips from the Herschel Walker debate and the clips from the Marjorie Taylor Greene debate. Let's get right into it. Finally, Georgia Republican Senate candidate Herschel Walker agreed to do a debate with the incumbent Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock. Now, Herschel Walker humiliated himself during this debate, not only with unintelligible word salads, but also by pulling out a fake police badge in a way that is historic. Saturday Night Live.
Wait, during the debate, he pulled out a
badge. How do you make
badge?
a parody of something that looks like a parody? But also, Raphael Warnock didn't do particularly well. He didn't come across as particularly passionate. He didn't come across as particularly prepared. And he refused, presumably deciding that he was not actually going to destroy Walker for his incredible hypocrisies and incompetence. And maybe he thought it would look better.
Oh, come on.
A little more polite. I don't know.
He's just another weak Democrat,
Here
isn't
is
he?
the incredible moment in which Raphael Warnock pointed out that Herschel Walker has pretended to be a police officer, and Herschel Walker pulls out a fake badge and then is admonished by the debate moderator almost like he's a little kid.
No, you cannot do that. That's against the rules.
And I've never threatened a shootout with the police.
I've never threatened, yeah. It's a nice thing you have to say.
And you know
You
what?
gotta
So
say
funny?
that.
I am with many police officers.
So he pulled out a badge.
This suit is reinforced with synthetic fibers to reduce incoming physical and thermal damage. Thermal damage, too. Shock absorption reduces physical impact velocity by approximately 50%. Rate of temperatures up to 70 degrees. You are not invulnerable when wearing this suit, of course,
I
yeah.
ask you to put that prop away.
Well, it's not a problem. This is real.
Reinforced dive suit, why take chances when you can take Altera?
The debate that they have an item.
Not invulnerable. I want my money back.
It is considered a prop, Mr. Walker.
I'm capsule.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
You're very well aware of the rules.
Excuse me, sir.
Are you aware of the
He
rules?
brought up the truth, and let's talk about the truth.
Thank you.
So listen, nobody will ever actually respond. Like, you ask the Walker campaign to provide proof or whatever. There's never any explanation as to what that is. Every indication is that it's either straight up a fake badge or what would be a real honorary badge. An honorary badge is nothing. You don't flash it. An honorary badge has no law enforcement meaning or authority behind it. It's just something you sometimes
Alien
get.
containment.
You do, like, a
Despite
ride-along
huge
or a
ultra-light
walkthrough
advancements in
with
stellar
police.
technology,
Um,
exploring your
he
world
also,
still has
after
its
the
challenges,
debate,
and
claimed
alien life
that he
forms are one of
trained
them.
with the FBI.
That's why we built
And
the
this, I mean,
Alien
it's not
Containment
BS.
Unit.
The
This unit
interviewer looks very
is
closely
designed
at
primarily to
that.
breed larger or more dangerous species. Ooh, so I can make sharks and stuff in
He
there.
was joking, but he did actually.
How do I get it in there? Oh, I can hatch them. Yeah, of course. Technical provisions. Units must be installed in multi-purpose room modules. Okay. Units may be connected between rooms, stacked in a column. Oh, that would be sick.
This was Johnson County.
Hell yeah.
Herschel Walker.
That's not just one. I have many of badges that I've worked with.
It can be really
Many
tall,
badges.
huh?
Now, I have to tell you guys, all of this stuff
Oh,
is
multiple
meaningless.
units can be
Civilians don't
connected.
train with the FBI. There's not
A
even
hatch
any
must be
meaning to
installed in order
They
to
don't have
access
any
the unit.
professional certification.
Base,
They can't act in any
the
way.
unit is a planter,
Sometimes the
allowing
FBI
sea
does
floor
what's
to be
called
going from sea.
familiarization, when
Cool.
you've got an influential member of the
Breeding
public,
tips
where
provide
you might be
sufficient
out to
time and
the
living
board,
space
something like that, you
organisms
go
of the
through
same
it.
species
It's
should
not
mate and
training
reproduce.
at all, and the idea that it connects to carrying a badge in
Mhm.
any way is just ridiculous.
Eggs inside the unit will hatch over time. That's how you. That's what you do with eggs.
The moderators asked
Organisms
Herschel
raised from birth in captivity
What is
often
one idea you have, a
exhibit
specific idea to
unusually
reduce
passive
inflation?
behavior.
He just
Cool.
gives a word salad.
I wonder if I can find a
critical
Reaper
blaming
egg.
President
That would
Biden
be
and the
cool.
Democrats for inflation and for the economy.
Aviation suits.
If elected, what is one idea? One idea that you would champion to reduce inflation? We ask you to be
Necessary
specific.
precaution
You
in
have
a
60
post-mad
seconds.
Well,
world.
first of all, you have to blame this administration and Senator Warnock because within 2 years, this inflation has gotten worse. They
And of course, it's gotten worse all over the world, and it doesn't seem to have anything to do with Raphael Warnock.
our energy independence. They also raise taxes.
Now, neither of those things are true. You look at oil exports and imports, and the trade balance has not changed dramatically since Trump left. There has not been a tax increase.
And at the same time,
The Cyclops is the most popular and reliable deep-sea submersible in the galaxy.
That he's doing a good job
In
for us.
comparison to competition, it can be crewed by just one pilot, hence the name. The Cyclops.
First of all, we got to become independent, energy independent
3-speed
again.
manual
And the reason
piloting
why,
controls
we're
and
going to
4
our
observation
enemies
deck
to ask
for
for gas
precision
and oil.
maneuvering.
And that puts us not just in a
Dry dock
inflation problem,
transportation,
but it puts
maintenance,
us in a
and
national
recharging of
security
scouting
problem.
vehicles.
And I think that's something that I think Senator Warnock need to realize. And he mentioned that he grew up here in Savannah.
All right, so he doesn't give an answer. He doesn't. There's no
Intensive
actual
storage
answer
solutions
to
in the
question.
keel hold
Then,
section.
in another completely unintelligible moment, Herschel
The
Walker
what?
says Americans have to get off of government health care and get on the health care that Raphael Warnock has, which
Internal
is, of
and
course,
external
government
video
health
feeds,
care.
onboard
Because
AI
we
for
have
threat
able-bodied
detection,
jobs,
sensitive
we're gonna have
customization
healthcare.
options,
But everyone
advice for
else
captains,
have
higher
healthcare,
speeds that
have
generate
healthcare
additional
they don't
noise
need.
which may
I
attract
think that is the
undesired
problem.
attention.
And what
That's
Senator
why.
Warnock want you to do is depend on
Yeah.
the government. What I
Maybe I
want
should
you to
travel
do is get off
slow
the government healthcare
through
and get on
hostile
the healthcare
waters,
he's got,
right?
and get you a better healthcare.
Yeah, a government plan. That's what's
Power
possible.
consumption
So that's what I'm trying to do, to make
off,
it independent.
slow, standard for like
Herschel
100%.
Walker will make you independent on healthcare by getting you off of government
Silent running
healthcare
mode may be
and
activated
getting
in conjunction
on
with any speed
government
to
healthcare,
reduce
which will make you independent
noise close
of
to
the
zero
government.
at a
That's pretty
substantial
Then
additional
here's
power
Walker's
cost.
rhetoric
Oh,
on
okay.
abortion. And again, when he is asked
So,
about
yeah.
this incredible double standard wherein he claims to be against abortion but also paid for an abortion and
Cyclops.
the same woman to
So
get a
I
second abortion, it's all
should
totally
use it
Regardless of who wins,
sparingly,
in November,
or
will
when
you
I
accept
want to
the
go
outcome?
fast, right?
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Buck,
Use
over
the
to
top
you.
Thank you,
speed.
Tina. We turn now to
Cyclops
the topic of
upgrades
abortion.
may be
We'll start with
fabricated
you,
at the
Mr.
terminal,
Walker. A week
the
before this
engineer
debate, a former
install it in the
girlfriend
neighboring
made
tank.
public accusations saying you paid for an abortion and that you encouraged her
8
to have
meters per
another.
second,
In an ABC
30
News interview
3 meters
this
per
week,
second
you
per
said that
second.
the accusations are, quote,
Top
all
speed.
lies. For the voters watching tonight, can you explain
Flexible
the
power cells,
circumstances surrounding these
dimensions,
claims?
persons 1 to 6.
Well, as I said, that's a lot.
The Cyclops does not
And, you know,
feature
one more
habitation
thing I
quarters.
put-
It's
I put in
recommended
the
that
book.
the captain
One
drop a
thing about my life
rota
is I've been
to
very
decide who gets to sleep in the
transparent.
corridor
I
each
like
night.
to
Oh,
say
you sleep
He's
in
hid
the
things, but at the same
corridor,
time,
I
I say that's a lie.
Yeah, I
And
guess
on
you can't make a
abortion,
bed.
you know, I'm a Christian. I believe in
Wait,
life.
who gets to sleep in the...
And I tell people this: Georgia
Do people,
is a state
where else
that
do other
respects
people
life,
sleep?
and I'll be a
Automatic fire
senator
suppression,
that
hold
protects
damage, and
life.
high
And I
speeds.
said that was a lie, and I'm not
Increased
backing
fire
down.
risk.
And when you have
course.
Senator Warnock,
Emergency
people that
ballast.
do
In the
anything
event of
and say
full system failure,
anything
this
for this
vehicle
seat,
will sink.
But I'm not going to back down.
Emergency
Because
ballast.
From what?
Seat is too important to the
What does
Georgia
that mean?
people for me to back down. ground right now.
You've been vocally pro-life, supporting a ban on abortions without exceptions. Would you support a complete ban on a national level?
Well, first of all, see, that's not true either. I say I support the heartbeat bill.
Pressure
and I say I support the Georgia heartbeat bill because that's the bill of the people from Governor Kemp. And I
It's a range of
and that
mechs
has a
designed to
section
protect
in
the
it.
pilot
I said,
from
I'm a
extreme
Christian, but I'm
environments.
also representing
The Mark
the
III
people
is
of
the latest
Georgia, and that's
iteration,
who I represent.
and has so far only
just
been rolled out
continuing
by
to say
Altera
that what
for their
appears
own
to be an
high-value
obviously true
phase
story
gate-related
about him paying for the
operations.
abortion and urging a second one isn't
Suit
real,
is fully
but he
insulated
won't
from the
actually
outside
engage with
environments.
the merits of it, which is this is the mother of one of your
Powerful
kids, right?
hydraulic
Yes.
limbs
Okay,
allow for
so- and
manipulation
you
of
were at one point in a
objects,
relationship with her,
power
right?
to traversal the
Are you
environments.
denying she ever got pregnant, or what? Like,
Rear-mounted
if it was
thrusters
actually subjected
provide
to some
maneuverability in
questioning, it would
low-gravity
almost certainly
environments.
fall
A range of
apart. Two other
modifications are
notes.
available to
Moderation
facilitate
is
resource
basically
extraction
suggestion.
and
They
enhance
gave easier
exploration.
questions
The
to
prawn
Walker,
suit, it's got
presumably
you
because they
covered.
understood he couldn't handle tougher questions.
Nice.
But also, Raphael Warnock did not do well. And I wouldn't be shocked. Walker didn't fall apart partially because Warnock didn't bring the heat.
Yeah,
And
look
so
at
it
that
would
thing.
shock
Can't
me
wait to
for the
get
race
it.
to get closer after the debate
a lot
rather
bigger
than actually further
last
apart. So
thing,
disappointed
though.
in Raphael
Hope that's
Warnock's
not too
performance.
fragile.
Walker's was, of course, a total
Blueprint was developed at Altera headquarters specifically to get you off 456B and back to the nearest phase gate. Takes into account local gravity, astronomical data, and available resources, and is piloted by AI. Maybe adapted to employ whatever power sources available, but it will require a lot.
He asked. Take a look at this.
Oh yeah, we're going to use nuclear power.
Can you tell me, give me an example?
It consists of 5 independently constructible elements.
I ask a question that's obvious, and you're like, what do you mean?
Launch
You were kicked off
platform,
of your committees
the
for saying things
entry,
were controversial. You've apologized for
stage
controversial
1,
statements,
stage 2,
right?
stage
Those types of
3.
things. What is your process for fact checking?
One person life
and vetting
support,
the things
short
you
range
say?
communications, adaptable power supply, orbital shielding, and onboard time capsule. Why do I need a time capsule?
Notice how that's not an
I'm not
answer.
going to die
That's
or
not-
anything,
well,
right?
Here's how I fact check. No, it's
Onboard AI will not launch
And you're
if
asking me a
local
blanket
threats are
question with no
detected.
example. I
Use
stand
of
by the
alien
things that I
materials to
say.
power the
I
craft
stand
may
by-
increase
and
its range in
stands by
unpredictable
whatever it is,
ways.
she stands by.
Oh
She
yeah,
said some horrible
I
things.
bet.
Marjorie Taylor Greene
well, like that
flips out when
alien
her opponent,
device we
Marcus Flowers,
discovered. Yeah.
accuses her of fomenting the sentiment that led to January 6th by pushing election big lie stuff. And then he tries to pin her down as to whether Joe Biden won. She refuses to answer. She says only that Joe Biden is the president. This is really embarrassing.
To almost to a person has said Marjorie Taylor Greene is not who they want representing them. So yes, this campaign is about Marcus Flowers, not MTG. Thank you.
I need a rebuttal to that. You cannot accuse me
Enables
of
it
insurrection.
to
I was a
function
victim of
equally
the
well in
January
sea
6th
or
riot
space
just as much as
environments.
any other member of Congress.
Oh, she's
that
a
was
victim.
the third day
Yeah.
I had on the job. I had nothing to do with what
Sure,
happened there
buddy.
that day, and I will not have you accuse me of that. That is
Accusing
wrong of you
me.
to do. You're lying about me, and you will not defame my character in that manner.
Did Joe Biden win the election, Congresswoman Greene?
Joe Biden is the president of the United States.
Understand that that's how they avoid it. They say he is the president.
dodging the
They won't
question.
say he won.
Absolutely, but you pushed a big lie that said he did not win the election.
Most long-range vessels carry 2 vehicles in the class to facilitate the exploration and exploitation of small astronomical bodies.
And my husband has.
Wherever they can also be
My husband
fabricated
has
as
proved
standalone
that's
mobile
another
vehicle bay.
Marcus
Top speed
Flowers
13 meters per
is
second, so it's
sadly, I don't
actually
think he stands
faster
a
than
chance in the little
Cyclops.
polling I've seen. Marjorie Taylor
has a
Greene
higher
was asked, what's the
acceleration.
accomplishment you're most proud of? And she basically says, Democrats haven't
Crush
let me do
depth.
anything, but I got some grants.
One CMOS can be modified.
Ms. Green, since taking office on January 3rd, 2021,
Upgrade
what is the one
modules,
specific
access point on the wing,
solely on behalf
and
of the
sonar,
14th
defensive
Congressional District
capabilities,
that you
pressure,
support
collision,
you?
and compensation.
Well, I tell you what, it's been hard to pass any bills in a
CMOS, it
Democrat-controlled,
goes anywhere
Nancy
but
Pelosi
land.
controlled
Yeah,
House of
well,
Representatives.
that's kind of important, maybe.
Responsibility, huh? I couldn't do anything as a
These
Democrat.
modules it only be manufactured at a moon pool outfitted with a vehicle mod station.
Kamala.
The Democrat vice president, and a White House
Laura.
that is controlled by Democrats, Joe Biden. Now, what we've done to accomplish things for Northwest Georgia is I'm proud to be able to bring in money
Lovedvine.
via grants to help our
Species of
local
help
sheriff's
grows
department
in
and help local
spare
businesses there.
copses
We've also
deep
worked
on the ocean
very
floor and
hard
provides
with the
shelter
flooding
for
that
an
happened
array
over
of
in
distinct fauna and
Somerville.
megafauna.
And so we've worked hand in hand
Megafauna.
with officials there and look forward to helping them more as damages
Survival
and
at these
amounts of money come out.
depths is
So I'm
challenging,
very
and life
excited
forms which
to
make their
vote,
homes here have
and
developed
to
unusual
introduce bills
coping
that uphold the
mechanisms. Yeah,
conservative
co-harder,
traditional values
including
of
a
the people in my
bleaching of
district,
its
and I'll
skin
Even
and
her grin
pigments.
seems to suggest she knows this is BS.
continue to do that.
All right, Josh, you get the final question. Did you have a rebuttal?
Yeah, I didn't hear an answer there. Ladies and gentlemen, Representative Green said she's passed all these bills and brought money into our district. Well, you haven't. You know,
No, I voted no to
grants-
Joe
grants
Biden's
that
radical
come into our
Democrat
district.
bills.
Dependency
Okay, anyway, so just a
on
complete and
naturally
total
occurring
disaster. One
metals
more
and
segment
oils to
here.
adjust to
Marcus
temperature and
Flowers
pressure,
after a
and in some
couple- this
cases
is
even
really
electrical
Marcus
defense
Flowers asked Marjorie
mechanisms.
Taylor Greene, why does she seem to care more about
The
the
amp
insurrectionists
eel.
than people in the
Yes.
district? And she did not like that.
You know, you spent your time in Congress these last couple of years.
The vibrant red
piloting
oils which seep from the blood vine
insurrectionists.
coagulate into semi-hard pustules, which frequently fall loose and form a vital foodstuff for the local ecosystem or are otherwise reabsorbed into the ground over
something I
time.
care about
Nice.
stopping the two-tier justice system that is
Alright,
happening
well,
right
that looks
now
like
in
that's it
America.
for
What
tonight.
she thinks is Trumpist
Yep.
than everyone else.
Ah,
but
we
the
have
real
plenty of
two-tier justice
power.
system
Cool.
is privileged and elite. And
Yeah,
everyone
we got a lot
I was a
done.
victim
We
of the
lost the
January 6th
Cyclops
riot, and I've said
and
it over and over again. I'm completely
salvaged
against
it
what
and then
happened on
built a new
January
one.
6th. But I will not stand
So,
by and watch Merrick Garland turned the Department of Justice into a political weapon, and the FBI sending it after parents that are addressing their school boards.
Kind of dumb, but hey,
People
I
that
almost got
walked in the
away with
Capitol
it.
and have been held in jail for nearly 2 years,
Yeah.
while Antifa and
Oh,
BLM
hi.
rioters go free
Sorry,
are never held accountable.
I was
And of
not
course, that's not true.
reading
And
chat.
the hilarity of the Republicans suddenly caring about
Anyone still here?
attention is really, really quaint. Last clip, she does pull out the QAnon stuff: pedophilia, child abuse, etc.
Party. The
Guess
Democrat
not.
Party is the party of child abuse. It's the party that
Oh,
represents
sure.
grooming children and sexualizing them in school, teaching anti-white racism in the terms of
Anti-white.
CRT education, and genital mutilation of kids that can't even get a driver's license, can't get a tattoo,
Got it.
and can't
Anyone
vote.
still
How do you
watching?
stand
Yeah,
there and
I gotta-
represent the Democrat Party as a father?
Am I the one watching now? Well, yeah. It's getting pretty late, so yeah, I streamed a lot later than I thought I would. I should have been checking chat, but hey. Yeah. Subscribe for more, okay? Yeah, play probably play probably more Subnautica tomorrow. Well, actually I played a lot today, so I'm up to Starcraft tomorrow, right? Yeah. So yeah, I'm looking forward to playing Starcraft. I've been watching some Starcraft games, some pro gaming Starcraft.
He's getting a couple of cleanups on some high-value units. Yes, Plum supply is lower, but
Here it is.
Cyril Bank is more or less gone. And like you said, another one of those hatcheries getting
So we're gonna
sniped
do
off
some,
during all this.
we're gonna try
it
some
really feels
cool,
like Plum has been able to fire back
strats
during these
tomorrow.
trades, while Cyril is
GG. Cyril up. DEFCON's European Pro Champ, the Enterprise. Yeah, for all game, and
That thing is all
it was
races.
really a very emotional moment for so many of us, especially if you've been around for long enough. It was just incredible, and he also was getting teary and you know, like emotional himself in his very own way, and it was just beautiful to watch. Completely full arena, just absolutely packed all the way to the back. Just, you know, like you had to be standing somewhere, and there was no place in the corridors. It was just a beautiful moment. So I can very much see why that would be his proudest. You know, yeah, I mean, it might be my proudest. I was just in the crowd. Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, I think Cyril has still continued to live up to a lot of the hype that he has built up for himself all those many years ago now, 4 or 5 years ago. As I was, I think I made a tweet about this recently because I thought it was just so phenomenal.
Oh, yeah.
Cyril
Make a tweet.
only really ends up losing like roughly 7 to like maybe 15 or 16 best of 3s a year. He barely loses like a handful of best of 3s or best of 5 pluses a year. So he just has an absurdly high win rate. It's always like 85 or so % or higher. It's actually like a momentous occasion when Cyril loses.
No, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, when someone takes a map from Cyril and they're up to the task, it's so exciting, right?
Yeah, sorry for not responding to any chats. I promise next time I'll read chat,
Extremely
okay?
fast upgrades here. 1-1 already on the way. Some of the quickest T-base I have ever seen. So Clem mixing it up as well. Playing a very greedy game, mind you. And I absolutely love this because he has Cyril on the back foot. So this is Cyril that's gonna really, I think, mindset-wise, right? Like, not want to take risks. This is Cyril that should still feel confident that he is the best or one of the greatest players in the world at any given point in time. So yeah, I love this risk from Clem because he's saying, hey, if you all in me, maybe I die, you know, like, but you're not gonna all in me, and I'm just gonna get away with murder here, and that's what he's looking for.
Now, Katz, Cyril moves into that Overlord. It gets picked off by the Marines and everything. Are there like other signs that Cyril would use to identify how fast these engineering bays are besides just seeing the engineering bays, like the unit counts or like the timing of the buildings or something? Or is this just kind of going unscouted right now for Cyril?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Ravi. I'm not sure what Cyril is supposed to do here, to be honest, either.
There's Cyril.
Let's see, there's an armory going up as well, so there's gonna be hell that's being added here to the mix. Road Farm is a good choice, I think.
Yeah, I'm really curious if the armory is gonna be just the like Hellbats and stuff, because he's only made the 4 Hellions, right? So just super fast 2-2, right?
Yeah, it's both. Yeah, I mean he hasn't used the Hellions, he hasn't suicided the Hellions, so there's gonna be a time where he potentially uses them for Hellbats. He's just scared and creep for that. And otherwise he should be starting to do very fast here as well, as his 1-1 just finished. 2-2 is up. The roaches for Cyril are a really good method of kind of absorbing. And yeah, if I'm surprised about anything is that Clem is not looking for a move up, but I guess there's a lot of investment going into 2-2 right now, so yeah, it seems good.
Yeah. The upside here for Cyril, like you were saying, is that there are only just those 4 Hellions kind of poking at the edge of creep and stuff, and since there is no push out here, Cyril basically has a lot of free space to work with for a bit longer. The kind of funny thing with that, though, Cats, is that Cyril is still flooding out a lot of roaches. He's still kind of respected the potential of an early game aggression, because he still ended up making 17 links and everything. So all in all, okay, yeah, this is actually where things are going for Cyril. He's not thinking about defense anymore. He's thinking about offense with that Nidus Worm.
Nidus Worm.
And I kind of like that. He's gonna line up his 1-1 at 2-2, not too far thereafter. The Hellions now, or the Hellbats now working back to the Hellions. Clem really needs to try to find Nidus whenever it goes down. Cyril is looking for we see the Overlord moving there at the top, I believe, so he's going there, as our server is pointing out. And yeah, I mean, this could be very dangerous for Clem if he is not paying attention. If he is paying attention, however, this is a risk and a punish that Cyril is going for here onto Clem. Cyril's gonna try to distract Clem here at the front. Clem is just gonna tactile and run with the army that he was looking to harass with. Mines are not gonna be particularly effective against Ravagers, and this is exactly why Cyril is just gonna bile them down with a good eye on the ground. He notices the shade. Now Nidus going in on the main as Cyril does all of this. So let's see what he can load onto it, as Clem is gonna be very preoccupied with this army that is
just now building a tank.
Cyril looking very strong here at the front with the Roach Ravager composition. The Marines, I mean, they're not gonna fare well in a joke. The Nidus is now yelling in the main as the Queens have made their way through. Clem does manage to pick up the Nidus, a wonderful feat for him, but is that gonna be enough? The factory actually blocking Clem a little bit there, but he really wants to get units out of it. Cyril with the option to snipe it as the CC retreats. The Queens are still here, but no creep is gonna be no transfuse until the next Nidus pops up. So Clem is gonna look for the cleanup on that very smartly before joining his army together for a defense against the Roach Ravager.
Command center.
A lot of good damage happening over there as Cyril's able to find 25 of those workers. He's gonna try and poke into the natural because he knows that he still wants to find a bit more. Remember, this was a big commitment for Cyril to go for all of this. He still wants to find something more, but the Marines are stepping forward. They're dodging out of the way of the Biles. Is the 2-2 upgrade going to be enough? Are enough SCVs going to be here to buffer? It seems like Cyril's starting to break further through.
Not good for the Terran, but a lot of workers.
Cyril back down to the low ground. I'm doubling the
I don't like when the Zerg wins, I'm going to be honest.
But surely this is enough damage, right?
Maybe I'm just
it looks like it. It looks like Cyril has done it here.
But not
looks like
good enough.
Doesn't have much legs to
Maybe I'm just a
stand
human
on, and he is gonna
supremacist or
have to
something.
tap out.
Yeah, so tomorrow I will I'll try some cool strats in Starcraft. I'll try some new strategies. Yeah. Sorry about the chats. I'll be checking chat tomorrow, okay? I promise. Alright, well it's getting late. I'll see you tomorrow and good night. Oh, yeah, stream on YouTube because I was banned on Twitch for a dumb reason, but maybe get an audience on YouTube, I might stick around, so yeah.